Xuanyuan Li is not called Xuanyuan Sandow. Blue and white star. New era, 283. Xia Country. Xia Capital. Central Villa District. This is the safest place in Xia Country, and the families living here have made great contributions to Xia Country. Bang, bang, bang. Muffled groaning sounds of hitting came from one of the heavily guarded villas. Looking through the treetops and looking inside from the windowsill, a beautifully decorated training room came into view. A handsome boy with red hair and delicate face, who looked about 7 or 8 years old, kept waving his fists in the room, hitting the heavy sandbag in front of him, and the sound came from him. Crystal sweat kept dripping like rain, soaking his sleeves. While hitting the sandbag, he kept counting 9,991, 9,992, 9,993. When the number reached 10,000, the little boy let out a long sigh and slowly stood up. Suddenly, ding! In the quiet room, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in the boy's mind. 3 consecutive years of daily tasks have been completed. The daily sign-in system has been loaded. Do you want to bind and start? The boy looked normal and didn't seem surprised, because this voice had already appeared 3 years ago. Close the window. Draw the curtains. Lock the door. A series of actions are familiar, just like some other times. After doing all this, the boy sat cross-legged on the ground and said softly, "Start." The daily sign-in system has been successfully started and bound. The following introduces the functions of this system. This system allows you to sign in once a day and awards a special lottery every month. The level of the items you sign in at different sign-in locations is also different. It is recommended to sign in at dangerous or special opportunities, and the item level will be increased accordingly. Since the host is activating the system for the first time, a free gift package of 10 consecutive draws will be given. Do you want to open it? Opens. The gift package is opening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Super Level Warrior Talent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Gongfa, Taishang, Jibindian /. Gently push open the door of the training room. The next moment, swoosh, a red-haired boy hugged Xuanyuan's legs with tears in his eyes. "Brother, why did you practice for so long today? Uncle Yin also didn't let me come up to find my brother. No one is playing with me." The tender voice with a crying tone reached Xuanyuan's ears. The soft voice made people's hearts melt. Gently stroking the red-haired boy, a trace of pampering flashed in Xuanyuan's eyes. Because his parents were away from home for a long time, the first thing this brother, who was more than 3 years younger than him, did when he woke up every day was to find his brother. He was extremely clingy, making people love and hate him. He picked him up and said apologetically, "Xiao Che, something happened during my training today, so I came out a little late. Please forgive me. I will play with you now." At this moment, the younger brother also noticed the changes in Xuanyuan and stared at the changed Xuanyuan with curiosity. Eyeballs rolling nonstop. "Ah, brother, how come your hair has become this color? And your eyes, too?" The little guy grabbed Xuanyuan's long ice blue hair and kept pulling it, and his tearful red pupils kept looking at Xuanyuan, full of curiosity. "Long hair, brother. Have you become a big sister?" The little guy played with the long ice blue hair in his hands, and his face was almost close to Xuanyuan. The big eyeballs rolled around, and he said very naughtily. Xuanyuan's face turned black, and he explained to his brother Xuanyuan Che seriously, "Don't talk nonsense, brother. This is caused by the awakening of talent, not becoming a big sister. Do you understand?" "Xiao Che." Xuanyuan Che tilted his head, and after thinking for a moment with his big eyes, he replied cutely, "I don't understand." With a few black lines on his forehead, Xuanyuan Yu forced himself to comfort himself. He is only 3 years old, still a child. Don't argue with him. Little did he know that he was also a 6-year-old child. Then, he carried Xuanyuan Che downstairs and explained to him on the way. It can only be said that it was useless, playing the lute to a cow. In the huge living room, an old man who looked like a housekeeper looked at Xuanyuan Yu in surprise. How come the young master's hair and eyes have changed so much after not seeing him for a long time? A bit like the situation that would appear when the bloodline is awakened. But the young master is only 6 years old, far from the age of awakening. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Young master, what are you doing?" Looking at the surprised housekeeper, Xuanyuan helplessly explained again, "It's okay, Uncle Yun, it's caused by the early awakening of the bloodline talent. There is no impact." Little Xuanyuan Che was still making trouble on the side. Brother has become a big sister. Huh? Yun Bo ignored little Xuanyuan Che. His eyes were full of shock, confusion, surprise, etc. "What?" Looking at Xuanyuan Yu eagerly, he asked, "Really, young master, you are only 6 years old. Doesn't the bloodline awaken at the age of 12? "I don't know, anyway it's awakened." As he said that, a ball of ice appeared on his hand, exuding a chilling breath. Xuanyuan Yu couldn't explain the system, so he had to say this. Looking at the ice on Xuanyuan Yu's hand, Yun Bo was trembling with excitement. This was the first time that the bloodline awakened before the age of 12 since the great changes in the world. I will inform the head of the family right away," he said, hurriedly took out the communication equipment, intending to inform Xuanyuan Yu's father. Xuanyuan interrupted him. "Uncle Yin, I'll tell my parents in person later." The old man slapped his forehead and cursed himself. Yes, for such a happy event, you should tell the head of the family in person. It seems that the head of the family will be back today. I will arrange a banquet to celebrate for the young master. Well, please trouble Uncle Yin." Then Xuanyuan took out the communication device and dialed a familiar number. "Beep, beep. What's wrong, son?" A majestic voice came from the communication device. "Dad, my bloodline talent has awakened." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. There seemed to be a sound of something falling. Then, an uncertain voice came again. "Say it again." "I said my bloodline talent has awakened." Xuanyuan repeated again. "Son, you are 12 years old this year?" The other end asked again uncertainly. Xuanyuan's face was full of black lines, and he said word by word, "Dad, I'm 6 years old this year." These days, fathers have forgotten how old their sons are, which makes Xuanyuan wonder if he was picked up. Little did he know that since the great changes in the world, no one has been able to awaken the blood talent before the age of 12. So his father asked this question. After a noisy voice on the other end of the phone, "I will notify your mother to go back with me immediately and wait for us to go back." After saying that, the phone was hung up. At the same time, Shanghai Pass, the residence of the first guardian. As an extremely important pass for the human race, its guardian is powerful and unquestionable, and Xuanyuan Ying, as the first guardian, is the strongest among the strong. At this moment, this heroic man who has guarded Shanghai Pass for countless years dialed a phone with trembling hands. After a long time, a fiery tone came out from it, and there was a faint cry of a ferocious beast. "Xuanyuan Ying, what are you looking for me for? Are you short of elixirs again?" "I don't have time. I'm busy collecting herbs in the wilderness." Ignoring the noisy voices over there, Xuanyuan Ying said to himself. "Yin Yin, Xiao Gao said that his bloodline has awakened." As soon as the words fell, there was silence on both sides. "You say it again," the other end of the phone stammered. "I said my son's bloodline has awakened." I immediately put down what I was doing and came home with me. Xuanyuan Ying's voice was amplified at this moment, and his attitude was tough and unquestionable. "Oh, okay. I'll go find you now." As if she was suffocated, a red-haired woman on the other end of the phone said intermittently with a face of shock. Then something seemed to come to his mind. "Xuanyuan Ying, I don't like the tone of what you just said. Say it again." Xuanyuan Ying felt something was wrong. The voice coming from the phone was a bit cold, which made him shudder inadvertently and immediately changed his tone. "Honey, we have to go back as soon as possible. Our son needs us to go back and confirm." His tone was gentle, completely different from before. "Yeah, that's pretty much it. Prepare the fighter plane and wait for me. Always ready, waiting for you to come back," Xuanyuan Ying cautiously said with a smile. Luckily, there were no outsiders around. Otherwise, his wisdom in his life would have been ruined. More than 200 years ago, the world was shrouded in unknown fog. The technology that humans rely on cannot detect the cause under the influence of this unknown environment. Countless rumors are spreading in the human world, and there are various theories about the end of the world and man-made phenomena. However, after the fog clears, things have changed. From that day on, there was an unknown substance in the air between heaven and earth. Under its nourishment, Blue Star has undergone tremendous changes. The area increases and everything recovers. Ordinary beasts absorb this unknown substance and mutated into ferocious and huge monsters. Imprisoned by humans for a long time, they have since unleashed their nature, run rampant, and cause killing everywhere. They even formed a tide of beasts to attack human cities and kill living beings. Wherever he passed, not a blade of grass grew, and people died of hunger everywhere. At first, relying on the power of technology, humans could barely resist this powerful beast. But after a period of evolution, the strength of the ferocious beast has been further enhanced. The power of technology can no longer withstand the ferocious beast's attack. The human country is in danger. In this critical moment, a turning point occurred. Countless awakened beings have been born among mankind, and they possess the supreme power to control fire, thunder, and hurricanes. And the ancient family, which has long since disappeared from the human race, was born with countless secrets of ancient martial arts, suppressing ferocious beasts, and preaching and practicing. With their participation, mankind finally has a chance to breathe. Under the organization of leaders of various countries, the clarion call for counterattack was sounded. After several years of struggle, mankind finally blocked the ferocious beasts from the wilderness area after paying a heavy price and the lives of countless ancestors. Since then, the human race has entered an era of national cultivation, a new era. After more than 200 years of development in martial arts, there is a great change in the world every 100 years. The imprisonment disappears, and the spiritual energy bursts out. In addition, the human race has unearthed information and techniques from various secret realms and ruins that were left in unknown ages. The human race has formed a series of complete and mature martial arts civilizations. The division of strength is clear. The first great change in the world: trainee warriors, first level to ninth level warriors, mountains, and rivers realm. The second great change in the world: the sky control realm, the war king realm, and the martial emperor realm. If there is another great change in the world in the third 100 years, then time is running out. Human teenagers can undergo martial arts talent testing and bloodline awakening at the age of 12. Before that, you can practice the physical exercises promulgated by the state to strengthen your body. Bloodline awakening includes element controller, special bloodline physique, innate talents, giant strength, divine movement, beast transformation, etc. Talent levels from low to high are D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. PS. Legend, Epic, Myth, Supreme, Transcendent. Currently, there is no device that can detect it. Those with awakened bloodlines are the darlings of heaven and earth. Once awakened, they will directly enter the level of first-level warrior, elemental user. However, such darlings of the world are extremely rare, and after awakening, they will be recruited by major colleges or forces. The level of martial arts talent determines the future trend. Warriors resist ferocious beasts and fight for the safety of the human race. Naturally, they enjoy high treatment. Therefore, everyone wants to be a high-ranking existence that attracts everyone's attention. But reality is always cruel. After awakening, those with amazing talents will receive a large amount of resources and talents, and have excellent treatment, which will change their destiny. Those with poor talent are struggling at the grassroots level of society. From now on, if there are no accidents, their fate is basically unchangeable. Certainly, you can't say anything too absolute. There are exceptions. It's just that there are so few. Night falls. On the exquisite and luxurious dining table, little Xuanyuan Bo is drooling at a pile of delicacies. He wanted to reach out his little hand to touch the chicken leg closest to him several times, but was patted down by Xuanyuan Bo. Suddenly, his big, shining eyes were filled with tears, and he looked extremely pitiful. He looked at Xuanyuan Bo with dissatisfaction. "Brother, When will Mom and Dad come back? I'm so hungry. He stretched out his little hand and patted his round belly. Wait a little longer. It should be soon, Xuanyuan said calmly, as if he didn't expect it at all. But his constant sneaking glances outside revealed his true feelings. Suddenly, the wind was howling outside the window, and a silver fighter was floating outside. Xuanyuan's eyes lit up. There were only a few people in Xia country who could fly a fighter to this position. At this special time, you can imagine who would come. Little Xuanyuan was very happy. He jumped off the stool and ran towards the door happily. He stumbled along the way and shouted, "It's Dad, Mom is back." Xuanyuan immediately caught up with him, afraid that he would fall, and carefully looked after him. When he came to the door and saw the familiar two figures, Xuanyuan's eyes also flashed with joy. He hadn't seen his parents for several months. The heroic man standing upright on the left with short black hair, thick eyebrows, and big eyes was his father. Xuanyuan. This name is well known in the Blue and White Stars. He is the first garrison commander of Xia country and is nicknamed the God of Killing. A pure warrior-type martial emperor-level strongman who has guarded Shanhaiguan for countless years. The stunning woman with red hair and a tight suit on the right is his mother, Yin, who also belongs to the military, a fire controller, a warrior king-level strongman, a king-level alchemist, who often goes into the wilderness to look for materials. It is said that she also has the title of Violent Medicine King. Xuanyuan and Xuanyuan both inherited their mother's peerless beauty. Little Che, come to Mom. Looking at the happy little Xuanyuan, Yin smiled and squatted down, opened her arms, waiting for Xuanyuan to rush in. Little Xuanyuan also cooperated very well and rushed into his mother's arms with tears in his eyes. "Mom, I miss you so much." Xuanyuan and Yin's eyes were slightly red. They owed their two sons too much. They were very reluctant to be with their sons because they could not accompany them for various reasons. Fortunately, Xuanyuan was sensible since he was a child and could help take care of Xuanyuan. Otherwise, the sentimental atmosphere was spreading, but Xuanyuan spoke at an inappropriate time. "Little Che is hungry. Why don't you eat first?" As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the whole audience, including little Xuanyuan, turned to Xuanyuan. Xuanyuan was even more excited when he saw his son's appearance change. But at this time, he didn't want to discuss this topic. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. It was Yun Bo who came out to help. "Madam, Master Bo is right. The food is getting cold. Why don't we eat first?" "Eat. Eat first." Yin stood up with little Xuanyuan in her arms, walked to Xuanyuan Bo's side, took his hand, and walked towards the dining table. Feeling the warmth from his hands, although Xuanyuan Bo was pleasantly surprised, he still looked cold on the surface. Looking at Xuanyuan Bo, whose steps were much lighter, Xuanyuan shook his head behind him. "This stinky boy, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. I don't know who he follows." At the dining table, the food in front of little Xuanyuan was piled up like a small mountain, and he swallowed it in big mouthfuls, eating it so sweetly. Yin still kept picking up food for him. Now, Xuanyuan Bo couldn't stand it anymore. "It's okay, Mom. Xiao Che is still young. He can't eat too much at night." Yin's hand holding the food suddenly stopped in midair. She was stunned for a moment, then changed her target and put it on Xuanyuan's plate. "I only cared about Xiao Che and forgot about my big son." After a while, a small mountain of food piled up in front of Xuanyuan. Xuanyuan laughed secretly, while Xuanyuan looked helpless. He didn't mean that. After dinner, when his brother was coaxed to sleep, Xuanyuan was anxiously taken to the training room by his parents. They wanted to ask during dinner, but they didn't want to ruin the atmosphere of the long-lost reunion of the family of four. "Son hit me," Xuanyuan said to Xuanyuan in the training room. Xuanyuan immediately understood what his father meant and punched his father with all his strength. Being easily blocked, Xuanyuan felt the power coming from his hand and his face was happy. "Use your talent to attack me. Judging from your hair color, it should be of the ice type." "Yes, it's of the ice type." Xuanyuan Bo waved his hand, and an ice cone attacked Xuanyuan. It hit him, ripples appeared, and gradually melted. He looked at Yin Yin and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Genius, my son, is a peerless genius. Xuanyuan instantly lifted Xuanyuan Bo up and shouted happily. That is to say, the training room is well soundproofed. Otherwise, little Xuanyuan Che would have been awakened by the huge sound. Son, you don't know that the strength of your attack just now should be at the level of a third-level warrior controller. But you have just awakened, which means that your talent level must be very high. Gently putting Xuanyuan Bo down, Xuanyuan said with joy on his face. Come, Dad will test your talent level. Xuanyuan took out an awakening stone covered with unknown runes from the storage ring and handed it to Xuanyuan Bo. Son, drop a drop of blood in it. Xuanyuan Jiao did as he was told. After the awakening stone dissolved into the blood, it instantly emitted an amazing light, illuminating the entire room. Lines of energy emerged above the awakening stone, slowly forming 2 lines of text. SSS level warrior talent. SSS level Ice Master. It seems that this awakening stone can only detect the SSS level, but this is also good. The SSS level is already shocking enough. Xuanyuan thought secretly in his heart. Just when he was waiting, he had learned the accurate talent classification from the system. Of course, SSS is just the name of the blue and white star. Xuanyuan and Yin Yin were staring at the text above the awakening stone in amazement. Full of shock. Oh my God! Double level talent, son. You are so proud of me. I wonder who dares to show off his offspring in front of me in the future. Xuanyuan laughed up to the sky. Yin Yin was also excited and hugged Xuanyuan and kissed him on the face. Son, you are my mother's pride. After a while, the couple gradually calmed down. Xuanyuan suddenly said to Xuanyuan Yu, Son, you're already 6 years old, and you have awakened your talent in advance. It's time to go to the academy. You didn't want to go in the past 2 years, and Dad didn't want to force you. But now you can't refuse anymore. Xuanyuan Yu still shook his head. I don't want to go. Those little brats are too childish. But you are only 6 years old. Xuanyuan Ying's face was full of sorrow. This child is good at everything, but he is not very sociable. Yin Yin also warned, Xiao Yu, you should go to the academy. Not to mention cultural courses. At least you should understand the habits and characteristics of fierce beasts. Mom, I can study by myself. I have finished reading the books in the study room at home. I can ask Yin Bo to find the books taught in the academy. I don't want to go to the academy. Xuanyuan Yu refused again. Yin Yin also looked sad, and suddenly, she seemed to think of something. Son, if you don't want to go to the academy, how about Mom find you a teacher? A War King level Ice Master, and a beautiful woman. Do you want to go? Hey, this is fine. You've seen your Aunt Lung. Xuanyuan also echoed. Xuanyuan Yu refused again firmly. No. Why? Son. The two were very puzzled. Why is this kid so stubborn? I can practice by myself, and we have no shortage of martial arts at home. Why do I have to have someone to watch me? I don't want it. Even if there are problems with practice, Mom and Dad can answer them for me. No. No. I won't go even if you kill me. Xuanyuan Yu suddenly became petty and threw a tantrum. He has never done this before. This is the first time. Okay. All up to you. At this moment, facing Xuanyuan Yu's throwing a tantrum, Xuanyuan and Yin Yin were helpless and had to compromise temporarily, thinking that they would warn him well later. Seeing that his plan succeeded, Xuanyuan's mouth curled up. He had a system, and if he stayed with others for a long time, he would definitely reveal his flaws. Self-cultivation was the best choice. Besides, he had his own ideas. Early the next morning, the sun had just risen, and the sky was slightly red. The roar of fighter planes has already sounded above the villa. Xuanyuan and Yin Yin are about to leave. They have heavy responsibilities on their shoulders and cannot stay for a long time. Although they are extremely reluctant to leave, the heavy responsibilities on their shoulders force them to leave. Xuanyuan took his younger brother, who had just woken up from his mother's arms with tears in his eyes, and said goodbye to his parents. Younger brother Xuanyuan Che waved his fleshy little hands and said with a hint of tears, Goodbye, Mom and Dad. I will stay with little Che longer next time I come back. Yin Yan's red eyes could no longer hold back, and she shed a glistening tear, lying on Xuanyuan Ying's body and crying bitterly. Xuanyuan hugged his beloved wife and whispered comfort. Before leaving, Xuanyuan handed Xuanyuan Jie a space ring and explained, "Son, here are some martial arts and combat skills, as well as the elixirs your mother prepared for you, with instructions for their use. You have been smart and independent since you were a child. Take care of yourself and your brother." Xuanyuan took the ring and said softly, "I will. You and your mother should also pay attention to safety in Shanhaiguan." Xuanyuan nodded slightly, turned around and flew onto the fighter plane. A sonic boom sounded. The next moment, the fighter plane had already traveled far away, and only a small black spot could be seen vaguely. When nothing could be seen, Xuanyuan returned to the room with his younger brother in his arms. Inside the room, Xuanyuan Jie lied to his younger brother that he would give him candy and then put a qualification transformation pill into his mouth. Brother is lying, it's not sweet at all. Xuanyuan Che realized that he had been deceived and immediately pestered Xuanyuan Gao for candy. However, the next moment his eyelids started to twitch, he yawned profusely, and he fell asleep not long after. Top qualification transformation pill. Mild in efficacy. No threshold for taking, subtly increasing the qualifications of the user without any side effects. Although the effect of the top-level qualification transformation pill is mild, Xuanyuan Che is still too young after all. The medicine he just took needs to be digested, and it will be fine after he wakes up. Then, Xuanyuan Qiu quietly walked out and returned to the practice room. System, sign in. Bye. Sign in successfully today. Congratulations on getting Jiwu God Tower. The reward has been placed in the system space, and the host can withdraw it by himself. With his consciousness immersed in the system space, Xuanyuan Gao took out a small tower that exuded an ancient atmosphere and an exquisite ice palace. After he shed blood and recognized his owner, the functions of these two treasures came to his mind. The Ice Emperor's Palace. The palace magic weapon refined by the Supreme Powerhouse. It contains space formations, can be arbitrarily retracted, and has extremely powerful defense and attack formations. Jiwu God Tower. The Holy Land of Experience contains countless small worlds, including all things, including two types, Cultivation Mode and Challenge Mode. The spiritual energy in the Cultivation Mode is rich, and the Challenge Mode will gather the opponent's ferocious beasts according to its own strength. Looking at the two powerful treasures in his hands, Xuanyuan Ji said subconsciously, "It seems that it is not enough if we don't form a force." Thinking about his current low strength, Xuanyuan Gao shook his head. "If you don't want to think too much, you should improve your own strength first." Jiwu God Tower. Open the practice space. Putting away the Ice Emperor Palace, Xuanyuan Gao threw the Jiwu God Tower into the air. A stream of light surged from the tower, and his body turned into a stream of light and poured into the Jiwu God Tower. The next moment, the scenery in front of Xuanyuan Jie changed. When he came back to his senses, he was already in a mountainous area, full of spiritual energy, towering ancient trees, rich vegetation, and a vibrant color, with birds and beasts everywhere. It looks like a fairyland on Earth, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. Xuanyuan Jie looked around curiously. What a beautiful scenery. The aura is so full that it has become atomized. The space inside this tower is really magical. The flying insects and beasts here are not very strong. It should be related to my strength. After wandering around for a while, Xuanyuan Gao chose a blank spot and sat cross-legged. Tai Shangji Ice Code. The Way of Ice, freezing all things. The characters of Tai Shangji Ice Code came to mind, and wisps of frost gradually spread around Xuanyuan Gao's body. The ice blue aura lingered and shone, coupled with Xuanyuan Gao's handsome face. He was as stunning as a snow elf. Time passed little by little, and Xuanyuan Gao's whole body was now wrapped in ice. Looking from a distance, he looked like an exquisite ice sculpture, which was very stunning. Kara, there was a slight sound. The ice entrenched on Xuanyuan's body was full of cracks, as if it would break apart at any time. Tut! The ice exploded, and broken ice shot out in all directions, as bright as fireworks in full bloom. Xuanyuan Bo slowly opened his eyes, spread his hands, and carefully felt the changes in his body. What a powerful technique. Just practice it for a short while, and you can clearly feel the rapid improvement in your own strength. Clenching a fist with one hand, a crackling sound came from the crowd. Xuanyuan Bo stood up and punched the huge, ancient tree next to him. Bump! After the muffled sound of impact, delicate fist marks were imprinted on the ancient wood, and then cracks appeared from the fist. The seal spread around, and with a loud bang, the towering ancient tree fell to the ground. Hiss! Shaking his stinging fist, Xuanyuan frowned slightly. The pain in the space inside the tower is just like the outside world. Then he stretched out his little hand, and the ice blue energy condensed into a ball of light on his hand. And swish, he threw it into the creek on the side. At this moment, a red carp jumped out of the water. The next moment, the creek froze red. The carp remained as it was when it jumped out of the water, its body covered in ice and unable to move. Looking at the frozen creek, Xuanyuan Bo shook his head. The attack method is still too simple. That's right. Let's see what skills and techniques Dad left for me. Xuanyuan Bo took out the space ring that Xuanyuan left for him before leaving. His consciousness was immersed in it, and then a large number of jade slips and books were shaken out by him. Xuanyuan Bo picked them up and looked at them one by one. 5 elements Bagua Palm and Black Tiger Heart-Taking Fist, Wind God Legs and Lost Steps, Happy Sword Technique, Crazy Hammer Technique, and Overlord Spear Technique. The Controller's Cultivation Method, the Element Condensation Method. From among the exercises, Xuanyuan Bo selected 2 master training exercises and sat on the ground to read them. Just a moment, Xuanyuan Bo has already mastered the secret, and the ice in his hands keeps squirming, turning into shapes such as spears, swords, snakes, etc. If anyone discovered this scene, their jaws would definitely drop out of shock. Ordinary people who first come into contact with this kind of exercise will not be able to get started without 10 or 8 days. Even if it is cultivated, it will not be as easy as Xuanyuan Bo. In the early stage, it can only transform simple utensils. Instead of looking like Xuanyuan Bo with a relaxed look on his face, he was transforming various shapes in his hands. This talent is really terrifying and shocking. It's just a mere form, without any spirituality. Forget it, let's practice swordsmanship. Xuanyuan Bo seemed to be a little dissatisfied, muttering softly. Select a swordsmanship secret book again and read it. Soon, the scene just now reappeared like a replay, but it was replaced by a sword dance. He stretched out his hand and the ice turned into a long sword, dancing with an elegant posture, like a white snake spitting out messages and hissing through the wind, and like a swimming dragon, walking around, sometimes as light as a swallow, swinging the sword in the air, sometimes as sudden as lightning. Fallen leaves fell. This may be the only difference between geniuses and ordinary people. A person who has worked hard for a lifetime may not be as good as someone who practiced for a day. How does it compare to something hanging? It just adds to the worries. Wind God Legs and Lost Steps, Happy Sword Technique, Crazy Hammer Technique, and Overlord Spear Technique. The Controller's Cultivation Method, the Element Condensation Method. From among the exercises, Xuanyuan Bo selected 2 master training exercises and sat on the ground to read them. Just a moment, Xuanyuan Bo has already mastered the secret, and the ice in his hands keeps squirming, turning into shapes such as spears, swords, snakes, etc. If anyone discovered this scene, their jaws would definitely drop out of shock. Ordinary people who first come into contact with this kind of exercise will not be able to get started without 10 or 8 days. Even if it is cultivated, it will not be as easy as Xuanyuan Bo. In the early stage, it can only transform simple utensils. Instead of looking like Xuanyuan Bo with a relaxed look on his face, he was transforming various shapes in his hands. This talent is really terrifying and shocking. It's just a mere form, without any spirituality. Forget it. Let's practice swordsmanship. Xuanyuan Bo seemed to be a little dissatisfied, muttering softly. Select a swordsmanship secret book again and read it. Soon, the scene just now reappeared like a replay, but but it was replaced by a sword dance. He stretched out his hand, and the ice turned into a long sword, dancing with an elegant posture, like a white snake spitting out messages and hissing through the wind, and like a swimming dragon, walking around, sometimes as light as a swallow, swinging the sword in the air, sometimes as sudden as lightning. Fallen leaves fell. This may be the only difference between geniuses and ordinary people. A person who has worked hard for a lifetime may not be as good as someone who practiced for a day. How does it compare to something hanging? It just adds to the worries. The years passed slowly, but in a blink of an eye. It was already 6 years later. That evening, the long-Runyan Xuanyuan family of 4 were enjoying delicious food at the table. Xuanyuan and Yin Yin were looking at their 2 sons on the left and right with joy. After 6 years, their 2 sons became more handsome. Baji Baji. Xuanyuan Che ignored his image and buried his head in eating. The sound of wolfing down his food was endless, which was very impolite. But the couple did not blame him, but kept picking up food for him. They had not seen their son for too long. How could they bear to punish him? Seeing the scene of his parents doting on his younger brother, Xuanyuan Che coughed twice. Cough! Cough! Xiao Che. Hearing the sound, Xuanyuan Che immediately straightened his body and chewed slowly. There is always a way out. He could be more unrestrained with his parents. After all, his parents were away from home for a long time, so they were more indulgent with him. Although he knew it was wrong, he just wanted to be unrestrained in front of his parents. But Xuanyuan Che did not dare to object to Xuanyuan Che. In the 2 years since his 6th birthday, his brother had been very strict with him. He was no longer spoiled like before. If he made trouble or did not do his homework well, he would be punished, so he was afraid of his brother. Seeing Xuanyuan Che like this, Yin Yin rolled her eyes at Xuanyuan Che. Why are you so strict with your brother? He is still young. Xuanyuan Che took a sip of tea. Mom, habits should be formed from childhood. When have you seen me do this? You can't indulge his bad habits. That's also... Yin Yin was about to say something else, but Xuanyuan interrupted her. Okay, my son is right. I know you love Che-er, but you can't develop bad habits, right? Let's eat first. Okay. The dinner was still going on. Suddenly, Xuanyuan said calmly, I plan to go out and gain some experience. Oh, where do you want to go? Xuanyuan picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, asking vaguely. The wilderness area. The air suddenly became quiet, and his parents and brother all looked up at Xuanyuan. What? No. Absolutely not. Yin Yin refused decisively, and it seemed that there was no room for negotiation. Xuanyuan gently put down the bowl and chopsticks, his face serious, and said in a deep voice, Are you sure? Sure. Xuanyuan nodded heavily. Since you awakened, you seem to be shrouded in a fog. Even your father can't see your strength clearly. Everyone has their own opportunities and secrets, so your father has never asked. But now you say you want to go out for training, and it's in the wilderness area full of dangers. You should tell us your strength. Hey, no. Do you really plan to let Air go to the wilderness area? He is only 12 years old. Yin Yin looked at Xuanyuan and Xuanyuan Air and questioned Xuanyuan. Xuanyuan waved his hand and said, Let Air continue. After that, he stared at Xuanyuan Air. Xuanyuan Che also stared at his brother curiously. He usually had the most contact with Xuanyuan Air, but he had never heard Xuanyuan Air talk about his strength. He could only vaguely feel the vast breath from Xuanyuan Air. Seeing this, Xuanyuan Air burst out with a strong blood. Xuanyuan and Yin stood up instantly after feeling this powerful aura, looking at Xuanyuan in shock. Ninth level warrior. Son, you are at the 9th level. Xuanyuan spoke incoherently. Yin and Xuanyuan Che were also shocked. You should know that after the great changes in the world, a 12-year-old has just awakened his talent. Even those with bloodline talent are only at the 1st level. Xuanyuan has now reached the 9th level. If it is spread out, it will shock the entire blue and white star. 9th level. 9th level. According to relevant records, the highest record of a 12-year-old genius in Xia country is only the early 3rd level. The peak of the 2nd level in the Western Federation the peak of the second level in northern Russia, the advanced second level in ancient Egypt. Xuanyuan finally murmured. And Xuanyuan Yu has double SSS level talents, and his strength is far beyond his own realm. After being shocked, Xuanyuan asked again, the warrior is at the 9th level. What about the controller? What level is the controller? Same. The peak of the 9th level. I feel the bottleneck of cultivation, and I don't have any practical experience, so I want to go to the wilderness area to train. Dad, with my current strength, even if I can't beat some powerful beasts, I can protect my own safety, Xuanyuan said, without changing his expression. After thinking for a moment, Xuanyuan said softly, Bo, you have such a strong talent and strength. You can't be a vase in a greenhouse. It's right to have this idea. Dad supports you, but you can't go alone. I'll arrange a few guards for you, and he will go with you. Yin didn't say anything at this time. Although she was the one who made the decisions at home on weekdays, Xuanyuan usually made the decisions on major matters. Of course, Xuanyuan would also ask for her opinion. Hearing this, Xuanyuan Bo shook his head. Dad, since this is a training, if someone is protecting me, I will definitely be lucky and fail to achieve the purpose of the training. Besides, I still want to break through in the test of life and death this time. What? You still want to break through to the mountain and river realm? Xuanyuan and Yin were shocked again. That's right. The couple looked at each other and didn't refute anything. They chose to believe their son. Xuanyuan said in a deep voice, in that case, then you go alone. Go to the 016 wilderness area. It's relatively safe there. When you are ready to go, I will send a fighter plane to take you to the nearest city. Tomorrow. Seeing that his parents agreed, Xuanyuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you in such a hurry? It's not easy for your father and I to have a few days off to accompany you. You are leaving after staying at home for 2 days. Yin muttered with some dissatisfaction. Although she said so, Yin still took out the communication equipment to contact. I'll arrange for someone to prepare some necessary items for the wilderness area for you. You rarely travel far since you were a child, so you must be more careful outside. Not only the beasts, but also don't trust anyone easily in the wilderness area, because compared to the beasts, their dangers are often hidden in places you can't see. And, listening carefully to Yan's admonition, Xuanyuan's face did not show any impatience. This was all his mother's care for him, so how could he be annoyed? After dinner, Xuanyuan shamelessly pestered Xuanyuan. Brother, you are going on a long journey tomorrow. I want to sleep with you tonight. Okay, no problem, Xuanyuan said with a smile, pinching Xuanyuan's chubby face. Yeah, seeing his brother agreed, Xuanyuan ran quickly to his room and rushed into Xuanyuan's room with a pillow and quilt. Xuanyuan shook his head lovingly and followed him. Early the next morning, Xuanyuan quietly walked out of the room while his brother was still sleeping. When he went downstairs, his parents were already sitting in the living room, and countless items almost filled up the huge living room. Seeing Xuanyuan coming out, Yin walked up to him and tidied his clothes a little. Pointing to a pile of items in the living room, she said, Put these necessities in your space ring. In addition, carry a backpack. After all, the space ring is too precious, and the backpack can be concealed. Thank you for your hard work, Mom. You must protect yourself. Yan's eyes were slightly red. A mother worries when her son travels 1,000 miles away. Xuanyuan's first long journey to a dangerous place naturally worried her. I will. After saying goodbye to his parents, Xuanyuan got on the fighter plane prepared by his father for him, turned into a silver light, and disappeared into the sky. Xuanyuan stepped forward and hugged Yan's delicate body to comfort her. Don't worry. Boer has been smart and sensible since he was a child, and he will be safe. However, Yin pushed him away. I'm not worried. Don't think I don't know that you arranged someone to follow Boer. I was just pretending just now. I didn't want Boer to see the flaw. Silver light flashed in the sky. A technologically advanced war machine was parked not far from the number 016 Wilderness Area base. Young Master, ahead is the number 016 Wilderness Area base. This fighter plane has just completed testing and the pass has not yet been applied for. It is inconvenient for the fighter plane to enter, so we send it here. Okay, go back. Thank you for your hard work, Xuanyuan Bo said to the people who escorted him. Watching the fighter plane leave, Xuanyuan Bo sighed softly, and then a huge spiritual thought swept around to make sure there was no one behind him. The air currents around your feet rise to the sky and fly away, right? That's right. Xuanyuan Bo flew away. It was not flying towards the relatively safe number 016 wilderness area, but towards another number 003 wilderness area with a high risk factor. At the same time, on top of a high-rise building in the number 016 wilderness area base, two men kept looking into the distance. That's not right. Logically speaking, the young master should have arrived. One of them suddenly felt uneasy and said anxiously. They were the manpower Xuanyuan arranged to wait at the wilderness area base number 016 to protect Xuanyuan Jie. Because they were afraid that Xuanyuan Jie would find out, he arranged for them to wait at the wilderness area base. Could something be delayed? One of them said suddenly. How could the pickup and drop-off of the fighter plane be delayed? The general sent us a message when we were leaving. This is long past the normal delivery time. No, I'm going to see if anything happens to the young master. After saying that, he flew towards the place where Xuanyuan Bo had just got off the plane. But when he arrived at the place, he found traces of the fighter plane staying, but did not find Xuanyuan Bo. After searching for a long time, there was still no trace of Xuanyuan Jie. The two of them immediately panicked and reported it immediately. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't imagine that Xuanyuan's target was Wilderness Area 003. And he still flew away. What? Gons? What's going on with you? Send more people to look for it immediately. In the villa, Xuanyuan Ying's voice was a little louder and his face was gloomy. After scolding and giving instructions, he hung up the phone. No, I have to go in person. Just as Xuanyuan Ying was about to go out in a hurry, buzz, the communication equipment vibrated. I picked it up and saw that it was a message from my son, Xuanyuan Ji. Dad, I guess you must have arranged for someone to protect me, so I changed the route. Don't worry, I'm fine. Xuanyuan Jie. Xuanyuan Ying laughed and cursed when he saw this. This brat. He's quite cunning. He also stopped searching for Xuanyuan himself. As for the arrangement he had just made, he did not withdraw it. It would be best if he could find Xuanyuan. If he couldn't find it, it wouldn't matter. A blue light streaked through the heavy clouds in the sky. Xuanyuan Ao flies in the sky, walking with the birds, and the morning light shines on it. His ability to fly is naturally not the level 9 strength he showed to his parents. Xuanyuan Jie broke through to the sky control realm a year ago. He didn't tell his parents the truth, not because it was too shocking, but because of the plan in his heart, so he hid his true cultivation level from his parents. Following the route guided by the map, Xuanyuan Bo rushed all the way to the wilderness area base number 003. Make your way through the bustling base and out past the fence that separates the safe area. A barren land first came into view, with overgrown weeds, jagged rocks, and some dilapidated buildings and machinery scattered all over the place, giving it a sense of desolation. In the distance are lush, towering ancient trees, full of vitality, greenery, and a peaceful look. But everyone in the world knows what kind of world it is in that forest. Bloody, cruel, and different fighting. After staring into the distance for a moment, Xuanyuan Bo walked straight into the depths. System. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the star contract. The reward has been placed in the system space, and the host can check it by himself. Open personal panel. Daily sign-in system. Host. Xuanyuan. Talents. Transcendent warrior talent. Transcendent Ice Controller talent, Space Wormhole talent. Strength, Peak of the Sky Control Realm. Kung Fu, Taisheng Ji Ice Code. Martial Arts, Backpack, Ice Emperor's Throne, Extreme Martial God Tower, Qualification Transformation Pill, Zodiac Contract, Star Contract. Number of check-ins available, 0 times. Number of times you can draw, 0 times. After 6 years of sign-ins and draws, Xuanyuan's strength is terrifying. And with the existence of the Jiwu God Tower, He is not a hothouse flower with an empty realm and no fighting power. The reason why I have to come out this time is partly because of the plan in my heart. On the other hand, because he has already signed in near Shidu, there is no point in staying in Shidu. After taking out the sign-in reward from the system space and checking it, Xuanyuan Bo looked surprised. He didn't expect to get such a reward just after arriving in the wilderness area. It was really surprising. It's an unexpected surprise, but it's just right. Xia Kingdom is divided into nearly 100 large and small wilderness areas 001-108. Wilderness Area 001 is the strongest, with countless strong beast kings, and Area 108 is relatively the weakest. The 003 Wilderness Area and the 016 Wilderness Area are both near Shidu, one in the south and the other in the north. Although they are not far apart, their strengths are indeed very different. Walking on the road in the wilderness area, Xuanyuan's steps are light but very slow. Suddenly, a cold light flashed behind him, and a ferocious rock snake jumped out from under the roadside stone. Its body bounced, and it bit Xuanyuan fiercely. However, Xuanyuan seemed not to see it, and continued to move forward with a normal expression. When the rock snake approached within 1 meter of it, a chill mixed with a breeze gently passed by, and then everything returned to calm. Behind it, a rock snake wrapped in ice was suspended in the air, keeping its mouth open and motionless. After Xuanyuan walked away, the rock snake fell instantly, turned into a pile of ice chips, and became the nutrient of this land. However, the rock snake, a second-level beast, dared to provoke Xuanyuan, who really didn't know how to live or die. If it hadn't taken the initiative to attack, Xuanyuan would have disdained to pay attention to it. Xuanyuan continued to move inside, and the beast he encountered became stronger and stronger. But he still didn't encounter an opponent that could interest Xuanyuan. He crushed all the way, and wherever he passed, ice swept and exterminated all living things. For a long time afterwards, Xuanyuan walked into 003 Wilderness Area to train, sign in, and improve his strength. The bottleneck of the War King realm was also loosening. On the other side, at the edge of the 003 Wilderness Area, a noisy sound rang out. "You can't escape, just follow us back. If you go any further, you won't have the strength to resist the beast there. Quickly surrender." 2 figures, one tall and one short, one purple and one blue, were desperately fleeing, with wounds on their bodies constantly bleeding. Behind them, there was a group of ferocious men holding swords and chasing them, shouting constantly. The tall purple figure was very fast. Although there were many enemies behind him, and 1 or 2 attacks came from behind from time to time, with amazing momentum, he still tightly protected a slightly petite figure beside him. "Ziyu, hang on. As long as we escape this disaster, we will definitely survive." The tall and strong purple-haired young man was surrounded by lightning, resisting the attacks behind him, and said to the petite blue-haired girl on the side, "Brother, this is the 003 Wilderness Area. With our strength, I'm afraid we won't have a chance to get out and avenge our parents." The girl said as she ran, "What nonsense are you talking about? Brother will definitely take you out. Even if there is a deep abyss ahead, it cannot stop us." The purple-haired man looked determined and solemn. The girl seemed to be moved by the man's words. "Brother, I believe in you. You are the first genius of our family." The 2 of them suddenly saw their speed surge again, and instantly left the pursuers behind them for a distance, and continued to walk deep into the wilderness area. And the direction of travel was exactly where Xuanyuan was. It's just that the road is a bit far. This day, Xuanyuan Bo walked on a winding path with a contented look on his face. Surrounded by ancient trees, with birds flying low and chirping in the forest, it looks like a beautiful picture from a distance. Suddenly, Xuanyuan's nose twitched slightly, and a rich, fruity fragrance floated in. Let out a light sigh. This smell, could it be that a treasure from heaven and earth has appeared in this world? With curiosity, Xuanyuan Bo followed the scent and came to a lively valley. Standing in the distance, he looked at the many ferocious beasts in the valley, surrounding a pool of water. They all had amazing auras flowing around them, but there was no movement, as if they were waiting for something. Runes surged in Xuanyuan Bo's light blue eyes, his martial arts eyes opened, and the distant scenery suddenly appeared clearly in front of him. The reason why many ferocious beasts did not take action was because of the blue-red fruit that exuded an alluring scent in the pool. The fruit looked very strange, with its surface resembling snake scales, and the fragrance should have come from it. Ice dragon turns into dragon fruit. Xuanyuan Bo raised his eyebrows and recognized the origin of this fruit. The ice dragon transformation fruit is a fruit that can only be formed after decades of gestation in the place where the top ferocious beast ice dragon fell. Not only does its effect greatly increase the physical body, but the spiritual energy is also very large. It can be said that it has gathered all the cultivation skills of the ice dragon during his lifetime, so it has a fatal attraction to ferocious beasts, and the same is true for humans. After observing the situation around him again, Xuanyuan Bo did not act rashly. The ferocious beasts around him were not friendly. Although he was not afraid, he did not want to become the primary target of many ferocious beasts and only cause trouble. Moreover, the ice dragon transformation fruit is not completely mature yet, so wait for a while. Time passes little by little. The fragrance of the ice dragon fruit became stronger and stronger, and there were more and more ferocious beasts in the valley. The huge raptors flying in the sky covered the sky and the sun, and the various ferocious beasts running on the ground were menacing. Suddenly, the ice dragon transformed dragon fruit bloomed with brilliance, and the glow reached the sky. In the glow, there seemed to be a dragon looking up to the sky and roaring, as if it was mourning and unwilling to give up. Then the ice dragon transformation dragon fruit fell off the rhizome and suspended in midair, already completely mature. At the same time, the ferocious beasts also started to move, and at the moment when they matured, the fighting started instantly. Chirp, accompanied by a sharp bird's cry, a thick iron claw poked out from the clouds, carrying an unstoppable force towards the ice dragon transformation dragon fruit. But before he could get his hands on it, a purple flying snake whizzed by and fought with it. The raptor roared with huge, silver wings sweeping across, like a sharp blade, and the sound was extremely terrifying. If the purple flying snake was not extremely fast, it would have been broken in half in an instant if it faced this attack. Ouch! A giant silver wolf and a black leopard were intertwined, fighting with their sharp claws. The scene was very shocking. Many ferocious beasts on the ground also erupted at the same time. The roars of various beasts were endless. Various offensive energies poured out, and blood was scattered everywhere. When the ferocious beasts were fighting for the ice dragon transformation fruit, it was in full swing. Xuanyuan Bo quietly watched the show from the side, looking at the wonderful battle below without making a tut-tisk sound. This purple spirit flying snake is so powerful. It can actually fight to such a degree with the red-feathered eagle of the half-step war king. There are also the lightning wolf and demonic leopard. Their speed is really shocking. I could only see their figures clearly when I turned on my martial arts eye. And this ice deer. I was mumbling to myself as I read it, and made comments from time to time. The killing continued. The ferocious beast screamed, and the blood everywhere finally poured into the pool. The originally clear pool suddenly turned into a pool of blood, and the pungent smell of blood shot straight into the sky. This brutal battle lasted for several hours, with casualties everywhere, animal carcasses piled up, and blood flowing like rivers. But the result was unexpected. In the end, a little unknown beast picked the peaches and fled far away. This little beast was all white and extremely fast. It was like a bolt of lightning fleeing towards the north. Behind it, countless ferocious beasts chased after it with angry eyes, roaring to the sky, and extremely angry. After fighting for a long time, an unknown beast suddenly picked peaches. No wonder they were so angry. It's really like the mantis stalking the cicada and the oriole behind. Seeing this, Xuanyuan Bo also chased after him. At the same time, the few chasing ferocious beasts were eliminated along the way. After a long battle, The few remaining ferocious beasts were exhausted and could not live up to their prime. Naturally, they were as fragile as toys in Xuanyuan Gao's hands. This behavior can be described as the behavior of the sixth person. By the time they caught up with the little beast, the ferocious beasts chasing behind them had all turned into ice sculptures with no life left. The exquisite ice sculptures everywhere shone in the sunlight. Xuanyuan Gao faced the little beast, staring at each other, and the atmosphere was very subtle. This little beast is like a meat dumpling with a white body and a head that looks like a tiger, leopard, or lion. It is extremely weird. Its limbs are very short and fleshy. The tip of its tail is in the shape of a lightning bolt, constantly swaying and staring. Huge eyes looked at Xuanyuan Gao. The eyes were full of vigilance. The aura exuding from the human in front of him was too amazing, and the speed that it was proud of had no advantage in front of it. It looks a bit like a liger, but not quite. The legs are too short. Xuanyuan had a photographic memory since he was a child. He had read all kinds of strange books collected by his father, but even so, he did not recognize the origin of this little beast. After looking at each other for a moment, Xuanyuan Gao suddenly chuckled at the little beast. "Why don't you run away?" Ouch, ouch. The little snow-white beast let go of its bite of the ice dragon transformation fruit, with its forelimbs just protecting it. Finally, it kept making sounds, as if it wanted to say something, but it looked like it was unclear what to say and was very anxious. "If you don't give it to me, I will do it myself." Xuanyuan looked like he wanted to do it. Ouch, ouch. The little snow-white beast became even more anxious. The next moment, it sat on the ground, stretched out a front leg, and pointed at the ice dragon fruit, and then pointed in another direction. His face was full of anxiety, and his eyes seemed to be shining with tears, which made Xuanyuan Gao's expression stagnant. Then he seemed to understand something, pointed at the ice dragon fruit, and asked softly, "Do you want to take this fruit away and take it to that place?" The little snow-white beast nodded fiercely and started squealing again, like an unweaned child, making a milky sound. "What's there? Take me there to see what's going on." Seeing that the little beast was so understanding of human nature, Xuanyuan Gao also became interested. Although the ice dragonflower dragon fruit was rare, it was not a necessity for him. This little beast is so magical and must have an extraordinary origin. If you sign in at the place it points to, you may gain greater rewards. And Xuanyuan Gao was also quite interested in this little beast. When the little beast heard this, he carefully took 2 steps back, a look of vigilance appearing in his eyes again. "I am afraid that I am wondering if these 2-legged beasts have any conspiracy." Suddenly, a beast roar sounded in the direction that the little beast pointed. The sound was very weak, and it seemed to be a dying cry. The little beast suddenly started up, grabbed the ice dragonflower fruit in its teeth, and ran towards the direction of the sound at high speed. He didn't care about Xuanyuan Gao behind him. He just wanted to go back quickly. Seeing this, Xuanyuan Gao quickly followed. It was windy and lightning fast all the way, and finally came to the edge of a small stream. Here, 2 huge ferocious beasts were covered in blood. An ice-blue leopard lay motionless on the ground, lifeless, with a huge wound running through its body. It was obviously dead. The other end was a ferocious beast with the head of a lion and the body of a tiger. It was dying, and its breath was low. It looked like it was hanging with only 1 breath left and was about to die. The moment he saw the snow-white little beast, a hint of endearment flashed in the eyes of the ferocious beast with a lion's head and a tiger's body, followed by a hint of sadness. It also knew that it could not survive, but when it saw Xuanyuan Gao following behind the little beast, it forced its body to stand up and glared at Xuanyuan Gao. Lili made a huge roar, which seemed to scare Xuanyuan Gao. "Presumptuous! Human, go back and spare your life. Human, back off. I will spare your life." A sound like rolling thunder reached Xuanyuan's ears, surprising him. A ferocious beast of royal rank that speaks human words. But he was not particularly panicked. Although the seriously injured and dying Imperial-level beast should not be underestimated, it was not invincible. At least, you can still run. If he were at his peak, he would definitely turn around and run away, but now, Liger. Ice thunder leopard. It seems that you were its parents. It must have mutated, Xuanyuan said, ignoring the threat of this emperor-level ferocious beast. I don't mean any harm, it's just that this little guy robbed my things, so I chased him all the way. As he said that, Xuanyuan pointed at the spiritual fruit in the snow-white beast's mouth. Liger turned to look. Looking at the fruit in the mouth of the snow-white beast, he was a little surprised and said, "It turns out to be the ice dragon transformation dragon fruit." The little snow-white beast bit into the ice dragon transformation fruit and placed it in front of his father. He howled and told him to eat it and regain his health. The liger gently licked the little beast's body and said, "Unfortunately, it would have been better if it had been earlier, but it is useless to me now. Son, give it back to others." Hear the sound. The little snow-white beast refused to obey. It bared its teeth and claws and screamed wildly. It lay on the ground and rolled around, looking like it was something I couldn't afford. The peripheral vision glanced at the ice thunder leopard and whimpered. It has already lost its mother and does not want to lose its father again. Seeing his son like this, the liger felt a pain in his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it. It understood his son's intentions, but it was true that eating it had no effect on him at all. Now he has already run out of energy and no medicine can be saved. The only thing it is worried about now is how its son will survive in the future. In this dangerous wilderness area, there are dangers everywhere, and there are powerful enemies in the dark. Suddenly, it looked at Xuanyuan Bo on the side, feeling the aura on his body, and a flash of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Walk forward slowly. The huge lion head stared at Xuanyuan Bo. "Human, how about I make a deal with you?" Xuanyuan Bo suddenly became interested. "Oh, what kind of deal?" "Help me take care of my son. In return, I can give you his mother's body and the animal core. How about that?" Xuanyuan Bo was unmoved and shook his head gently. "This reward seems not enough." The liger's voice was even louder. "The bodies and cores of two emperor-level ferocious beasts are not enough. You humans are too greedy." Xuanyuan Bo chuckled. Not angry, just said softly, "You and I both understand that you are just struggling to your death now. If we fight, you may not be my opponent. The beast body after your death will naturally be mine. What kind of reward is this? If my guess is correct, you should have provoked quite a few enemies. They should still be looking for you. They can force you two emperor-level experts into this situation. How powerful the enemy is. How can this reward be enough for taking such a big risk?" The liger was greatly shocked. What Xuanyuan Bo said was indeed true. It indeed had powerful enemies, extremely powerful. Oh, that's all. Maybe my son doesn't have this life. It's better to live a normal life." The liger sighed and spit out 3 drops of blood that exuded golden light. The moment the blood appeared, an ancient aura instantly spread around, and an inexplicable pressure enveloped the world. The little snow-white beast also climbed up at this moment, staring longingly at the 3 drops of blood that exuded a terrifying aura. Although it really wants to have it, its subconscious tells it that it cannot bear this energy yet. At the same time, countless ferocious beasts in the forest felt this aura, crawled on the ground, and trembled. A huge ferocious beast dozens of miles away seemed to be aware of it, roared to the sky, and then attacked at high speed in the direction of Xuanyuan Bo. "This is..." Xuanyuan Bo looked closely at the 3 drops of blood that exuded the ancient and wild atmosphere, and asked curiously. The liger told Xuanyuan Bo everything word by word, and now it has no next path. "These are 3 drops of blood that accompany my son. We don't know where they come from. Their energy is extremely huge. My son is still young and cannot absorb it or put it into his body. I can only keep it temporarily. 6 years ago, his mother and I were ferocious beasts in the sky control realm. Nourished by the energy emitted by these 3 drops of blood, we passed through the king realm and the imperial realm one after another. One can imagine its true power. But for some reason, the news that we had a valuable treasure in our hands was revealed. A powerful clan from the Beast Cave came out, and several strong men tried to take it for themselves. We refused. This is our son's thing. We resisted to the death and escaped after a great battle. In his original place, he lived a life of escape. A few days ago, they came to the door again. In order to protect her son, his mother died in the battle. I managed to escape with the help of these 3 drops of blood, but I was seriously injured and died soon. Now I will take these 3 drops of blood as a reward. I just hope that you can take good care of my son and let him live safely. The liger said with a slight pleading. Blood continued to flow from his mouth, and he had reached the end of his life. Seeing the liger like this, Xuanyuan Bo flashed a hint of admiration and respect. They are both respectable parents. I promise you, and I will leave these 3 drops of blood for your son. What? Are you serious? The lion-tiger beast couldn't believe what he heard. There were actually people who didn't covet this great opportunity. Of course, there is a prerequisite. Your son has to sign a contract with me. Master-servant contract. If a spiritual beast with such powerful blood is not used for his own use, it would be a waste. Xuanyuan Bo didn't want to miss it. Okay. The lion-tiger beast agreed, without thinking. Now it no longer has the qualifications to negotiate conditions, and with the contract, his son is protected. As for freedom, if you don't have a life, what's the point of freedom? He growled at the little beast softly, and the little beast also roared in response. At first, he was still reluctant, but under the lion-tiger beast's strong persuasion, the little beast slowly walked in front of Xuanyuan Bo. A drop of blood flew out from the center of the eyebrows, turning into a stream of light and drilling into the center of Xuanyuan Bo's eyebrows. At the same time, on the back of his right hand, a pattern of a small animal's outline was printed on it like a tattoo. His consciousness was immersed in a huge space, and the beautiful scenery of mountains and rivers was all in it. Master, Master, a very soft and tender voice sounded in Xuanyuan's mind. The master-servant contract had been signed, and Xuanyuan felt that he could control the life and death of the small animal in a moment. Xuanyuan picked it up, and it was warm and fluffy. With a wave of his hand, he collected the 3 drops of blood suspended in the air into the space of the small animal pattern on the back of his hand. Xuanyuan looked at the white fur of the small animal, and then looked at the lion-tiger beast with 1 breath left and the ice thunder leopard that died next to it. From today on, I grant you the name Shui Shang. Shui is your surname. Shang is your name. Stay by my side from now on. Rule the world. The lion-tiger beast's eyes dimmed, and he murmured, Shui Shang. It's very appropriate. Looking deeply at Shui Shang, the son in Xuanyuan's arms, the lion-tiger beast's eyes were full of reluctance and attachment, and then looked at his beloved wife lying beside him without life, and slowly lowered his huge and noble head. Life dissipated. Shui Shang jumped down from Xuanyuan's arms, came to his parents, and wailed to the sky. Full of mourning. After a long time, Xuanyuan gently picked up the trembling Shui Shang and froze the 2 huge beasts with a wave of his hand. They are great parents. You must grow up quickly and avenge them in the future. As for their bodies, I will freeze them first. When you grow up, bury them yourself. Thank, Master. A thought came to Xuanyuan's mind. You call me Master. Why are you still being polite to me? Xuanyuan smiled lightly and put the 2 animal corpses into the Ice Emperor ring. Just about to leave, a huge animal roar sounded, accompanied by a huge figure falling from the sky in front of them, splashing a large cloud of mud smoke. Roar! A deafening roar of a beast sounded from the smoke. It was like thunder in the sky, deafening. Xuanyuan Lu frowned slightly, and when he waved his sleeves, a strong airflow blew away the mist. A huge figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a brown-colored, 10-meter-tall, limb-like pillar-like, emitting the aura of a war king. Seeing this rift lion, Shui Shang in his arms suddenly became irritable, baring his teeth and claws, looking very fierce. Master, revenge! Shui Shang's intermittent voice appeared in Xuanyuan Lu's mind again. Looking down at Shui Shang, who was full of hatred, Xuanyuan Lu immediately understood that this beast should have participated in the siege and killing of Shui Shang's parents. Patting Shui Shang gently, Xuanyuan said to him, Go back to the pet space first, don't worry. The master will kill it. Okay. Xuanyuan also knew that he could not help much here and would distract Xuanyuan. So he turned into a stream of light and entered the pattern on the back of Xuanyuan's hand. After entering the pet space, Xuanyuan looked at the 3 drops of ancient blood on his head that were emitting amazing light, like the sun. His eyes were firm, and he lay on the ground and swallowed. It had to grow up faster, and it didn't want to meet the enemy again or not have the qualifications to fight back. Outside, the battle between Xuanyuan and Li Tianshi had begun. When Li Tianshi saw Xuanyuan turned into a stream of light and entered Xuanyuan's body, a cold light flashed in his eyes. It has been ordered to pursue Xuanyuan for a long time, and it was about to succeed, but it was hidden by the human in front of it, and it was furious. The sky-splitting lion roared, waving its huge and cold claws, and attacked Xuanyuan with overwhelming force. The huge shadow immediately enveloped Xuanyuan. Xuanyuan snorted coldly. Late stage of the War King. I hope I can hold out a little longer. Although Xuanyuan was only at the level of a half-step War King, the horror of his double super-level talents could not be measured by the level. The beasts he trained in the extreme martial god tower on weekdays were all at the peak of the War King. He even fought many beasts at the martial emperor level. The supreme extreme ice code was activated, and the ice blue spiritual power bloomed. The icy cold ice condensed into an ice dragon out of thin air, roaring to the sky and soaring into the sky. The sky-splitting lion's claws collided with the ice dragon. The void shook, and the broken ice splashed. It was as brilliant, charming, and dangerous as fireworks. The bone-chilling chill spread from the claws of the sky-splitting lion to its entire body, and the extreme coldness made it shiver subconsciously. He also realized that although the human in front of him was not as good as him in terms of realm, his strength should not be underestimated. He no longer looked down on it, and the spiritual energy surged around him. In Xuanyuan's surprised eyes, the huge body slowly shrank until it reached a height of about 2 meters before gradually stopping. Although the body became smaller, the aura it exuded became stronger. This is its true combat form. The enlargement of the body is just to look mighty and domineering. Sometimes, although big does not represent everything, it is not okay not to be big. Xuanyuan's face was also normal, without a trace of change. He stretched out his hand and grasped it, and a delicate ice sword condensed and spread in his hand. He gently drew a sword flower and held it horizontally in front of him. The sky-splitting lion suddenly attacked. His body was as fast as lightning, and amazing energy gushed out of his mouth. However, when these energies approached Xuanyuan, they all turned into ice balls and fell, without hurting him at all. Xuanyuan flashed and intertwined with the sky-splitting lion, and the 2 extremely fast figures collided with each other. Claws could be vaguely seen, and sword shadows kept emerging. Xuanyuan shouted in joy during the battle. He had never fought with anyone before, but today when he met the sky-splitting lion, he suddenly became interested. Bang, clang, clang. The sound of fierce fighting came, and the scene was extremely intense. After a long time, the 2 figures in the fight separated, and the wounds on the sky-splitting lion's body were bleeding continuously, and it kept sticking out its tongue and gasping for breath. Xuanyuan was still graceful, with no scars on his body, but his sleeves were a little dirty. Who was stronger and who was weaker was clear at a glance. The sky-splitting lion knew that it was not the opponent of the enemy in front of it, but the pride of its race did not allow it to fade away, and it still had a big move that had not been released. Even if he wants to leave, he has to release this move before leaving. Thinking of this, it leaped into the sky and roared. The terrifying spiritual power gathered on one of its front paws, and the aura continued to condense. Even the void was shaken by this aura, causing ripples. Xuanyuan, his eyes fixed, he was familiar with all kinds of fierce beasts on the blue and white star, and naturally knew what kind of moves the sky-splitting lion was condensing. Sky-splitting claw. The sky-splitting lion clan's innate magical power. Their race was named after it, and it was extremely powerful. Let me see the power of the sky-splitting claw. Xuanyuan whispered softly. With a wave of the ice sword, the same amazing aura condensed on the ice sword, which was extremely terrifying. The sky-splitting lion suddenly swung its claws, and the amazing dark claws flew out from its hands, flying bigger and bigger, carrying the momentum of crushing, withering, and rotten. Wherever the claws passed, the space was torn into tiny cracks, mighty and mighty. Ice slash. The ice sword swung, and an ice-blue sword light flew out like lightning. Wherever it passed, it turned into a world of ice and snow. The cold was bone-chilling, and the extreme cold seemed to freeze the space. Boom! Two amazing energies collided with each other, making a huge noise. The terrifying energy spread out from the center of the collision, and everything around was reduced to ashes in an instant. For a while, sand and rocks flew, and smoke filled the air, as if it was the end of the world. After a long time, the fog gradually receded. Xuanyuan slowly walked out of it, his body intact, and the spiritual energy around him condensed into a shield, blocking the smoke and dust around him. With a playful smile on his lips, Xuanyuan chuckled. Can you escape? I saw that the sky-splitting lion had just disappeared from the spot, and only a small black that could be vaguely seen in the distant sky. It turned out that the sky-splitting lion knew that it was not an opponent. After releasing this move, it turned around and ran away, intending to return to the tribe to seek more powerful tribesmen to come. But how could Xuanyuan let it escape easily? Reaching out, in the sky a few miles away, the sky-splitting lion, who was desperately flying towards the deep beast cave, suddenly felt a palpitating breath. Suddenly, the space in front of him fluctuated, and a dark passage was constructed out of thin air, deep and terrifying. A huge hand made of ice stretched out from it and grabbed it firmly in its hand. No matter how it struggled, it was useless. He howled in fear, watching himself being dragged into the wormhole little by little. Here, Xuanyuan summoned Xueshang from the beast pet space and held him in his arms. In the wormhole in front of him, the sky-splitting lion was being pulled out little by little, and then imprisoned by Xuanyuan. He gently patted Xueshang. Go. Avenge your parents. Xueshang's pupils showed a hint of surprise, and he happily roared at Xuanyuan twice. Go. Thank, master. Xueshang jumped off Xuanyuan's body and stared at the sky-splitting lion with murderous intent. It was them who caused his family to be destroyed, and blood-red color spread in his pupils. Then, thunderbolts continued to shoot from Xueshang's mouth at the sky-splitting lion. Although the power was small, the sky-splitting lion was imprisoned and severely injured at the moment, and could not fight back at all. It could only watch the ants that could be easily killed before today continue to attack it without any way. Finally, after a long period of torture by Xueshang, the sky-splitting lion took its last breath. At the moment of death, it showed a look of relief. It was really too tormenting for the beast. Putting the body of the sky-splitting lion into the Ice Emperor ring, Xuanyuan picked up the exhausted Xueshang and was about to check on its condition. Suddenly, the two ancient contracts in the Ice Emperor ring suddenly bloomed with extreme brilliance. It made Xuanyuan's face happy. Wilderness Area 003. 10 miles away from the battle between Xuanyuan Gao and Tianshi, there was a sound of chasing in the forest. The purple figure was running away desperately, carrying an unconscious figure on its back. Although there were fewer pursuers behind him than before, their momentum was stronger than before. Damn it, they actually have people in the wilderness area. Damn it, is it true that my brother and sister are going to die here? I am not willing to accept it. The man roared unwillingly as he ran away. After being on the run for so many days, his spirit had been in a tense state. His sister could no longer hold on. Her spiritual power was exhausted, and she fainted, and he was at the end of his rope at the moment. Suddenly, a terrifying energy came from behind. The man tried his best to dodge. Although he escaped, he stumbled and fell to the ground with his sister on his back. A group of pursuers behind him took the opportunity to rush up and surrounded the two of them. The man rolled up and stood up, with thunder surrounding his body. He protected his sister behind him and looked around with a solemn expression. Now, the sister who fell to the ground felt the pain and woke up. She looked at the situation around her. Her expression suddenly changed, and then she stood up with difficulty and made a show of fighting the man back to back. He said with a bitter look on his face, "Brother, it seems we have no chance." The man didn't speak. He just stared around, looking for a way to break out. Although he knew it was in vain, unless a miracle happens. At this time, a sharp voice came from behind their pursuers. "Tisk, TSK, TSK. Zifeng, Ziyu, you fell into my hands after all. Run? Aren't you pretty good at running?" From behind the crowd, a man with a gloomy face walked out. He was dressed in gorgeous clothes, and the corners of his mouth were raised strangely. Looks very much in need of a beating. The man Zifeng's eyes turned red when he saw this man. "Situ Xian, you bastard! Give back the lives of my people." As he spoke, he was about to rush forward, but was knocked back with a punch by the guards around him. Facing Zifeng's appearance, Situ Xian sneered, "Zifeng, if you want to blame you and your family for being so ignorant. I just killed a few untouchables, but your family went to the law enforcement hall to report me. If you dare to disobey our Situ family, you are simply seeking death. My clan just found a random reason to destroy your Z family and took advantage of the situation to take away all the achievements of your family. Ha! Don't you regret it very much?" Situ Xian smiled arrogantly. "What I didn't expect was that such a careful arrangement actually allowed you two brothers and sisters to escape. You are truly the #1 genius in Sioux City." Speaking of this, Situ Xian's face was full of jealousy. But after today, everything is a thing of the past, and it's time for Sioux City's first genius to be replaced. Before I deal with you, I can relax for a while. Sister Ziyu, she is indeed the most beautiful woman in Sioux City, with such a face. Such a figure, what a pity. TSK, TSK, TSK. Situ Xian walked towards Ziyu with a lewd smile on his face. "Situ Xian, what do you want to do?" Seeing this, Zifeng hurriedly stood in front of Ziyu. Situ Xian appeared beside him in a flash, swatted him away, and rolled him to the ground. If it were normal times, Situ Xian would not be Zifeng's opponent at all, but at this moment Zifeng was exhausted and had no spiritual power, and could not stop Situ Xian at all. Situ Xian smiled lewdly. "What do I want to do? You tell me. Zifeng, I want you to see your dear sister having fun under me. Beast, you heartless beast. If you dare to touch her, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Zifeng roared with bloodshot eyes. "Umph, I'm waiting for you to become a ghost, and come to me." Situ Xian smiled coldly and continued walking towards Ziyu. I saw Situ Xian walking slowly. Ziyu instantly took out a dagger from her waist and hung it on her neck, saying coldly, "Situ Xian, as long as you let my brother go, I can do whatever you want. Otherwise, I will commit suicide now. You get nothing." Ziyu doesn't want it. Zifeng staggered up and walked towards Ziyu, but was suppressed by Situ Xian's men and could not move a step. "Ha!" As if he heard a big joke, Situ Xian stopped and looked up to the sky and laughed. "Ziyu, you are really too naive. Do you think that with your brother's talent, I will let him go? Look at the current scene. Are you qualified to negotiate terms with me now? You should take action. Let's see if you can get what you want. If you are really dead, although I don't have that habit, my subordinates can't tell." Situ Xian spread his hands, looking like he was in control of the situation and sure of victory. His face was full of arrogance. Ziyu smiled sadly. She also knew the current situation, but she still had a glimmer of hope. Now, the last glimmer of hope was gone, and she smiled bitterly. "Brother, we'll see you in the next life. Even if my sister dies, she won't let this beast succeed." Ziyu glanced at Zifeng and the world with nostalgia, and raised the dagger, emitting cold light, intending to slit her neck. This move immediately shocked Situ Xian. He thought Ziyu was just showing off, but he didn't expect her to be so decisive. He quickly reached out to stop her. He didn't want to lose his beauty. No, Ziyu doesn't want it. Zifeng's eyes were bloodshot. His face was ferocious, and he shouted heartbreakingly. But there was nothing he could do. He could only watch the sharp blade approach his sister's body. Want to become stronger? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in Zifeng's mind. Who? The sudden voice startled Zifeng, and he looked around in a hurry. However, there was no movement around. Want to save your sister? The cold voice sounded again. Now Zifeng was sure that there were strong people watching around. As if he had grabbed a life-saving straw in his heart, Zifeng shouted loudly to the sky. As long as I can save my sister, I can agree to anything you ask me to do, even if it means sacrificing my life. Zifeng's shouting startled everyone present. Even Ziyu stopped the dagger in her hand and stared at Zifeng in a daze, not knowing what Zifeng was hiding. And Sidu Xian seemed to have heard a great laugh. Huh? Zifeng, you are still struggling in vain. Wake up. No one can save you today. All the struggles are in vain. Before he finished speaking, Sidu Xian could no longer laugh. Because the temperature around him dropped sharply. In his sight, a blue figure slowly came from a distance, and wherever he went, the extreme ice was shrouded, and the ground was full of ice chips. In just a blink of an eye, the blue figure had already walked in front of Zifeng. The voice was cold. Remember what you said. The visitor was Xuanyuan Bo, who was relieved to see that Zifeng and Ziyu were safe and sound. It was not easy to meet two suitable candidates. He didn't want to miss it. Sidu Xian looked at the childish Xuanyuan Bo and laughed out loud. Huh? Where did this little brat come from? He is actually trying to be a hero and save the beauty. This really makes me laugh to death. Situ Xian and the guards beside him also laughed. Xuanyuan Bo looked too young. He was only about 10 years old and even had some baby fat on his face. His indifferent look made him look a little more mature. Zifeng was a little excited at first, but he disappeared without a trace when Xuanyuan Bo appeared. He really couldn't feel any hope from Xuanyuan Bo, but he kindly reminded, "Let's go. It's dangerous here." Situ Xian didn't care about Ziyu behind him at this moment and strode toward Xuanyuan Bo with a playful look on his face. It seemed that he had discovered something interesting. TSK, TSK, TSK. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. Don't you have any family education? Little brat, didn't your parents teach you that you can get into any muddy water? Sidu Xian said without knowing whether to live or die. He didn't realize that this was the central area of the wilderness area. How could a child who was powerless stay here alone? Even if he was not strong, he could walk here. At least he was protected by a strong person. When his voice fell, suddenly, the temperature around him dropped sharply, and people shivered with cold. A dead sound echoed in his ears. You are not qualified to lecture my parents. You are worthy of preaching to my parents. Xuanyuan's icy blue eyes stared at Sidu Xian deeply, and the extreme killing intent gushed out, which frightened Sidu Xian and subconsciously took a few steps back. He seemed to be frightened. At this moment, Sidu Xian also understood that Xuanyuan was not easy to mess with, but being frightened by a little kid with his eyes made him a little embarrassed, and he yelled at the guards with a distorted face. Asshole! Are you all blind? Catch them for me! None of the three of them can run away. The guards behind him heard the sound and immediately rushed forward with swords. However, they were shocked to find that the body could not move forward a step. Feeling the coolness coming from their feet, they looked down and screamed. At some point, a strange ice slowly spread from their feet to their bodies. When they found it, each of them used their means to slap and beat the ice on their legs, but it was useless. If the ice was slightly damaged, it would be immediately repaired to its original state. This strange ice not only froze their bodies, but also the spiritual power in their bodies, which was running slowly and almost unusable. In this unknown fear, they struggled and howled loudly, but it was in vain. They could only watch the ice gradually spread all over their bodies and turned into human-shaped ice sculptures. Seeing this horrifying scene, Zifeng, Ziyu, and Situ Xian were all shocked. They looked at Xuanyuan Bo with disbelief, looking indifferent, and couldn't believe that the one who made such a horrifying move was actually the little kid in front of them, who looked like he was not yet an adult. Situ Xian looked at Xuanyuan Bo with horror. Trembling, he wanted to retreat, but he found that he was also hit, and his feet were already covered with ice. He shouted at Xuanyuan in panic. I am from the Sidu family. You can't kill me. Otherwise, my father will not let you go. My father is a strong man in the martial emperor realm. Let me go. If you kill me, they will definitely not let you go. However, Xuanyuan seemed to have not heard it and remained unmoved. The ice on Situ Xian's body was still spreading, and the speed was much faster. Xuanyuan hated people threatening him the most. Seeing Xuanyuan's unwillingness, Situ Xian was completely panicked. He was still young and had not enjoyed the glory and wealth. He didn't want to die so easily. The defense line in his heart seemed to collapse in an instant, and he burst into tears. Please, don't kill me. I can give you money. A lot of money. Can you let me go? I swear I will never trouble you. Situ Xian cried with snot and tears. Little did he know that Xuanyuan didn't want to kill them himself. When only Situ Xian's head was left exposed, Han Bing stopped. Situ Xian thought that what he said just now moved Xuanyuan Bo. Although he looked like he had escaped death, he was still thinking maliciously in his heart how to let his father kill Xuanyuan Bo after he escaped. However, Xuanyuan Bo's words once again threw him into the abyss. Xuanyuan Bo said to the stunned brother and sister, "Just consider them as my gift to you. Everyone is not dead yet. They are just frozen. You brothers and sisters decide how to deal with them." Ziyu pointed at herself in disbelief and asked carefully, "Are you really going to deal with them for us?" "Yes." Before the two could say anything, Situ Xian on the side panicked. He also knew that if he fell into the hands of Zi Feng and Ziyu, he would definitely be worse than death. "No, you can't do this. You can't leave me to them, no. Kill me. Kill me." Looking at the brother and sister approaching with murderous intent, Situ Xian suddenly shouted to Xuanyuan, but he was ignored. On the contrary, Zifeng and Ziyue had already walked in front of him. The scenes of the tribesmen dying tragically in front of them replayed in the minds of the brother and sister, and they stared at Situ Xian with bloodshot eyes and murderous intent. Ziyue showed a cruel smile at the corner of her mouth, which was very inconsistent with her angelic face. "Want to die? It's not that easy." Ziyue held the dagger that she wanted to commit suicide with just now, and slashed Situ Xian's face with a knife. Blood flowed, and he grimaced in pain. "Ah, this knife is for my father. Shwa. This knife is for my uncle. Shwa, shwa, shwa. This is for..." With a wave of his hand, a chair made of ice appeared on the ground. Xuanyuan Yin leaned on the ice chair and looked at the actions of the brother and sister indifferently. After a long time, Situ Xian, who had been tortured to death, and a group of guards were dealt with. The brother and sister slowly walked in front of Xuanyuan Yin. Zifeng bowed and said, "Thank you for saving my brother and sister. I don't know what you said before." Before Zifeng finished speaking, Xuanyuan Yin waved his hand and threw out two ancient contracts floating in front of the two. "Sign it." Xuanyuan Yin's voice was very light, but with an undeniable tone. Zifeng and Ziyu looked at each other, confused. "What is this?" Xuanyuan Yan's eyes swept over Zifeng, deep and cold. "Didn't you just say that you can agree to any condition? Put a drop of blood on it, and you will have unparalleled opportunities and powerful strength. A family like the Sidu family, a martial emperor, can be destroyed with a snap of your finger." At this moment, Xuanyuan Gao was like a magic stick. "But it's not an inducement. It's more like an order." Ziyue didn't believe that pie-in-the-sky things would happen to them, and subconsciously asked, "Then what do we need to pay?" Xuanyuan Jie raised his head slightly and looked at her with interest. "Submit to me. From now on, your fate is in my hands." Ziyue trembled, and she lost her freedom. Zifeng's expression on the side remained unchanged. After Xuanyuan Jie finished speaking, he directly dropped a drop of blood on the contract. Ziyue was immediately shocked. "Brother, you are crazy." Zifeng's eyes were firm. "Ziyue, if Senior hadn't saved us, we would have died long ago. What would have been your end? What's more, you know who I am and will never go back on what I promised." Hearing Zifeng act like this, Ziyue lowered her head in shame. Hardy Hing made the same decision, cut his finger, and a drop of blood fell on the contract. After 2 drops of blood were soaked into the contract, the divine light bloomed and shot straight into the sky. A dragon shadow and a chicken shadow flew into the eyebrows of the brother and sister from the contract. The ancient and huge inheritance emerged in his mind. After digesting for a moment, the two opened their eyes. The brother and sister looked at each other and felt the shock in his eyes. The powerful inheritance in their minds made them ecstatic. Then they both knelt down on one knee toward Xuanyuan Bo. "Meet the adults." Xuanyuan nodded with satisfaction. "Get up." Xuanyuan Bo looked into the distance and thought to himself, "There are already 2 of them. I don't know when we will meet the rest. Take back your mind." Xuanyuan Bo got up from the ice chair and drove in one direction. Zifeng and Ziyue followed closely behind. Above the sky, somewhere unknown, in an ancient mansion, 2 figures shrouded in chaos were playing chess. Judging from the current chess game, black is slightly better, while white is struggling to survive. Sudden snap. As a white chess piece fell, the chess game changed. The originally clear chess game became chaotic, unpredictable, and impossible to start after the white chess piece fell. An old voice came from a figure. "Old guy, this move of yours really surprised me." It's just a fluke." Another gentle voice came from the other side. "I think it's been planned for a long time. You cunning old guy. You kept it secret from me for so long." The old voice seemed to be very dissatisfied. Play chess, the man urged. What a fart." The man disrupted the chess game. He stood up and looked into the distance, and 10 huge planets appeared in his eyes. "The road ahead is so chaotic that even I can't see clearly. The gears of fate have turned, and everything will usher in a new beginning." Years go by. A month flies by. Somewhere in a valley shrouded in ice, Zifeng and Ziyue were guarding the only entrance to the valley. While guarding, they chatted. Ziyue looked into the valley from time to time and muttered something. "My lord's talent is really terrifying. He is only 12 years old. War King, what a desirable realm," Zifeng said with envy. As the #1 genius in Sioux City, he is only in the Shanhe realm now. You must know that he is already 19 years old. The 2 brothers and sister vaguely recalled the shock they received on the day they learned about Xuanyuan Bo's identity and strength. Now their life and death are under Xuanyuan Bo's control, but it would be better if they follow an adult who has great potential in the future. Therefore, the 2 of them now surrendered to Xuanyuan Bo from the bottom of their hearts. Sudden, a shocking aura erupted in the valley. The 2 of them looked happy, gave up their guard, and rushed into the valley. In the center of the valley, the ancient Ice Emperor's throne is suspended in the void. Xuanyuan's figure sat cross-legged on it, stretching slightly, clenching his fist lightly, feeling the powerful power contained in it. A smile appeared on Fubo's face. Finally, a breakthrough. At this time, Zifeng and Ziyue came to Xuanyuan from the mouth of the valley and knelt down on one knee. "Congratulations, sir, for your breakthrough to become the King of War." Xuanyuan was in a good mood at the moment. Waving his sleeves, a strong wind lifted them up. "He's just a war king. Why do this? You must understand the inheritance you have received carefully and don't insult it. Yes, this subordinate will definitely live up to your expectations and keep up with your pace as soon as possible." The 2 brothers and sisters said in unison. Xuanyuan Bo nodded. "Then think silently in your heart. System, sign in. Fight. Sign in successfully today. Congratulations on getting Emperor Ascension Pill. The host has one more chance to draw a lottery this month. Do you want to draw a lottery? Lottery. Fight. Congratulations on getting a Bloodline Awakening Pill. The reward has been placed in the system space, and the host can check it by himself." Xuanyuan took a brief look at the rewards and already had 2 items in his mind. He whispered softly, "It's been almost 2 months since I left home. It's time to go home." Thinking of this, Xuanyuan Bo turned to the brother and sister and said, "Zifeng Ziyu, from now on, you will stay in the wilderness area to practice and grow up as soon as possible. Report your practice progress to me every other month. and I will reward you with corresponding resources according to the situation. As for your family feud, don't rush it now. You're still too weak now. When the time is right, I will let you avenge it yourself. Yes. Thank you, sir. After explaining everything, Zifeng and Ziyue were settled. Xuanyuan Gao soared into the sky and disappeared from the sight of the brother and sister in the blink of an eye. Summer capital. Xuanyuan changed out of his outfit and walked in casual clothes on the bustling streets of the summer capital. There are so many people, and it's so lively. After walking around for a while, Xuanyuan Gao walked towards his home. Dark place. A dark figure was holding a communication device and delivering a message. Follow closely behind Xuanyuan Jie. Xuanyuan Jie had discovered this person a long time ago, but he only knew his identity, so he did not expose him along the way. This is the secret guard of the Xuanyuan family. As a military general, Xuanyuan naturally has many intelligence personnel under his command. Not only does he need to pass on information on the battlefield, but he also needs to keep an eye on the news within the human race. I think Xuanyuan had already told him that once he found out that he was back, he would be notified as soon as possible. Walk all the way back to your villa. Young master, when did you come back? Yun Bo was sweeping the floor in the courtyard. When he saw Xuanyuan coming back, he was ecstatic and asked quickly, I just came back, Uncle Yin, where is Xiao Che? The young master is in the training room. Ever since you left, he somehow became obsessed with practicing and worked very hard. Even the wife and the head of the family were very surprised and praised the young master for growing up. Uncle Yun said in an old voice. He said to Xuanyuan Gao with a smile on his face. Oh, really? I'll go take a look. Xuanyuan said goodbye to Uncle Yun and walked towards the training room. At the same time, in the training room, Xuanyuan was wearing a red outfit, looking very festive. Sweat dripped down his chubby little face, and he was sweating profusely. He was dancing with a special short gun in his hand, looking menacing and impressive. He was so focused that he didn't even notice Xuanyuan Gao opening the door. Xuanyuan Gao leaned on the door frame and quietly watched his brother's performance. When Xuanyuan finished his training, he stood up with a gun. Bang, bang, bang. A sound of applause reached Xuanyuan's ears. When he turned around, his face was filled with surprise. He threw away the short gun in his hand and rushed towards Xuanyuan. Brother, you didn't tell me when you came back. Xuanyuan rubbed his brother's red hair, pinched his delicate face, and said dotingly, Just got home. I'm not here to find you as soon as I come back. Xuanyuan suddenly laughed happily and pulled Xuanyuan Gong to sit on the sofa in the training room. Brother, tell me about the fun things you encountered while you were out. Did you bring me a gift? Xuanyuan opened his eyes wide and looked at Xuanyuan with expectation. Xuanyuan pinched his brother's nose. You little brat, open your mouth. Xuanyuan opened his mouth obediently, and the next moment, a round thing flew into his mouth, and then he bit it into pieces. Afterwards, Xuanyuan asked curiously, Brother, is this candy? Why is it not sweet at all? Xuanyuan smiled mysteriously and kept it a secret. You will know later. Suddenly, Xuanyuan felt his body was very hot. With a hint of crying, he said to Xuanyuan in a panic, Brother, I'm so hot. I feel like I'm going to be cooked. Xiao Che, no matter what happens, you must hold on. Do you hear me? Xuanyuan solemnly warned his brother. Okay, but I'm so hot. Brother, save me. Xuanyuan waved his hand, and the cold ice wrapped around his brother. Time passed by little. Bang! The ice wrapped around Xuanyuan exploded instantly, and amazing flames appeared on Xuanyuan's body. His fiery red hair spread to his shoulders, and his clothes were burned to ashes. Awaken, a first-level fire master. Brother, I'm awakened. Xuanyuan opened his eyes and felt the energy in his body, and asked in surprise. Of course. Are you satisfied with this gift from brother? Very satisfied. Brother. Xuanyuan was about to jump on Xuanyuan, but was dodged by Xuanyuan, standing aside and watching his brother jokingly. Xiao KK is all exposed. Xuanyuan finally reacted, screamed, and hid in the dressing room beside him while covering Xiao KK. Ah, brother, why didn't you remind me earlier? Evening. In the training room, Xuanyuan and Yin looked at Xuanyuan Che and the awakening stone in his hand in disbelief. SSS level warrior talent. SSS level fire master. After receiving the information from Xuanyuan, they just came back because they had nothing to do, but they didn't expect that there was a bigger surprise waiting for them at home. However, with Xuanyuan's previous experience, they were much easier to accept. Then Xuanyuan gave the Shengwang pill to his mother Yin, telling his parents that this was an opportunity he got by chance in a cave outside. The mother refused for 3 times, but was finally persuaded by Xuanyuan to accept it. The family had a happy dinner, and Xuanyuan also talked to them about the interesting things in the wilderness area. Shuaishan's little figure also appeared on the dining table, and was liked by Xuanyuan Che. Of course, Zifeng and Ziyu were not in the scope of their chat. After dinner, Yin took Xuanyuan Che to choose a martial arts method. His son belonged to the same system as her, so naturally he was the one to choose the martial arts method for him. And Xuanyuan went to the balcony on the 2nd floor with his father, enjoying this rare time together. Xuanyuan looked at the starry sky in the distance, his eyes full of sorrow. Seeing this, Xuanyuan asked curiously, "Dad, are you worried about something?" "Alas, I always have a premonition that the world is about to usher in a big change. The Fierce Beast clan is also very powerful now. If there is a sudden change, where will the hundreds of millions of people in Xia country go? Dad, you don't want to put all the pressure on yourself, and not everyone is worth your protection." Speaking of this, Xuanyuan thought of the Sidhu family and said with some disdain in his eyes. Xuanyuan looked at his son's expression and immediately understood. He chuckled. "It seems that you have experienced a lot this time. My Daxia has a large population base, so this kind of thing is inevitable. But son, you must remember that most people are worthy of my Xuanyuan clan to protect. This is my Xuanyuan clan, which has been adhering to the ancestral precepts since ancient times. You are still young. You will understand in the future." Xuanyuan pondered for a moment, suddenly raised his head. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and said to Xuanyuan with a serious face, "Dad, I will help you." "Huh? Son, Dad is waiting for the day when you can help me." Xuanyuan laughed with relief on his face. "With your talent, I believe this day will not be far away." However, Xuanyuan never expected that. This casual sentence today will bring him such a great shock in the future. 10 years later, in the far north, on the endless white plain, a towering snow-capped mountain rises from the ground, and the snow-capped peaks are like silver giants, majestic and spectacular. Snowflakes are floating all over the sky, dotted with the snow-white plain. At the foot of the mountain, several small animals as white as snow are playing happily on the snow, leaving delicate footprints. Suddenly, a mysterious wave in the void broke the tranquility of all this. Fist-sized black spots continue to spread and expand on the Tsangxiong, and a huge shadow emerges on the ground, covering the sky and the earth. The small animals are frightened and flee everywhere. A powerful breath spreads from it. After a wave of space, a sturdy figure wearing a mask walked out of the wormhole first, standing quietly in the void, looking around. Then, one by one, men and women wearing masks and different shapes walked out of it, lined up in a row, looking very mysterious. After a careful count, there were 15 people. Then, everyone knelt down towards the wormhole void at the same time. It seemed as if they had rehearsed it. The actions were uniform, and the momentum was magnificent. "Welcome to Lord Ice Emperor." After the uniform voice sounded, the wormhole trembled slightly, as if someone was about to come out. A moment later, a figure sitting on the Ice Emperor's throne slowly descended. The man had long ice-blue hair draped over his shoulders, and a mask with mysterious patterns on his face, covering most of his face, leaving only his eyes and mouth exposed, leaving people with endless reverie. Although there was no breath emanating from his body, it gave people a feeling of depression and extreme power. At this time, he moved. He put one hand on his face and slowly took off the mask, revealing his stunning, comparable to the reader, face. It was Xuanyuan. But Xuanyuan at this moment was very different from 10 years ago, and his face was no longer as immature as it was back then. He had grown up and matured, slightly scanning the surroundings. Xuanyuan's eyes fell on the snow-capped mountain in front of him. A calm tone came out of his mouth. "Let's do it here." As soon as his voice fell, a purple figure moved at the sound, like thunder. Swish! A brilliant purple light flashed. The purple figure returned to its original position again. It seemed to have done something, but it seemed to have done nothing, which was unpredictable. But the next moment, there was a loud noise in the sky. A boom! Although the ground did not crack, the mountain collapsed. The towering snow-capped mountain in front of them, which had existed for an unknown period of time, was cut into two from the center and fell towards everyone. Then, a strong figure walked out from the back again, holding a heavy hammer. A hammer hit the half of the snow-capped mountain that was falling. Boom! Accompanied by a huge roar, it shook the sky and the earth. The half of the snow-capped mountain collided with the sledgehammer and turned into dust. Then a strong wind came, and the dust disappeared into the sky. Only half of the flat snow mountain was left, silently protesting. If this powerful and heart-shaking scene was noticed, it would definitely cause a great uproar in the world. Unfortunately, except for the dozen of them, no one could see this earth-shaking scene. Xuanyuan waved his hand. An ice palace fell from his palm, and on the way down, it turned into an ancient and glorious palace. Located on the cross-section of the snow mountain, it just occupied the full space. Above the gate of the ice palace, the three characters, Ice Emperor Palace, were written in vigorous and powerful words. At the moment the ice palace fell, a formation spread out to the surroundings, and the runes were hidden in the void. The spiritual energy that filled the world continued to gather towards the palace. "This will be our home in the future." Accompanied by a gentle voice coming from Xuanyuan's mouth, the people behind him cheered. After wandering for a long time, they finally had a base camp that truly belonged to them. Then, the figures of the crowd disappeared instantly, and when they reappeared, they had already appeared in a magnificent hall deep in the ice palace. Xuanyuan Lu supported his forehead with his right hand, leaning lazily on the Ice Emperor's throne. Overlooking the people below, 3 people stood on the left, and 12 people stood on the right. "Yun Li," Xuanyuan Lu called softly. A green-haired woman with a rabbit pattern engraved on her mask walked out of the 12 people on the right. Even with a mask, she couldn't hide her peerless face. She knelt on one knee, staring at Xuanyuan Lu with a pair of beautiful eyes, her face full of respect. A gentle voice came from her mouth. "Yun Li greets Lord Ice Emperor." Xuanyuan Lu waved his hand slightly. "Get up. Report." "Yes." Yun Li slowly stood up. A silver light flashed, and a screen appeared in his hand, and his hands quickly clicked on something on it. Then a light curtain came out from it, shining on the hall. Yun Li's voice sounded again. "Your Excellency, at present, the members of my Ice Emperor Palace are spread all over the blue and white star, with a total of 103,500 members. Not counting the peak combat power present, there are 115 peak martial emperors, 217 high-level martial emperors, 389 mid-level martial emperors, 836 low-level martial emperors, 331 peak war kings, 516 high-level war kings, 835 mid-level war kings, 2098 low-level war kings, 30,000 members of the Sky Control Realm. The rest are all members of the Mountain and River Realm and below. With just one order from you, my lord, the Ice Emperor Palace can target any force on Blue Star. In addition, after several years of development, the Ice Pavilion Chamber of Commerce under the Ice Emperor Palace has already squeezed into the top 10 chambers of commerce on Blue and White Star, and can provide us with a large amount of cultivation resources every day. All the spatial nodes that need to be arranged for wormholes in various regions of Blue Star have been implemented, and we are just waiting for you to build the wormhole channel. And Yunli kept telling Xuanyuan and the people present about the current situation of the Ice Emperor Palace and the information released. After he finished speaking, except for Xuanyuan, everyone present was excited. Unknowingly, their Ice Emperor Palace had grown to this level. Everyone stared at Xuanyuan with a fiery look, waiting for his order. Xuanyuan Bo waved his hand to signal her to return to her original position, and then fell into thought, tapping his fingers lightly on the throne, making a tapping sound. Then he turned his head slightly and said to the two men and one woman on the left, "You three go back first. You are still needed there." "Yes, I'll take my leave." After the three figures bowed respectfully to Xuanyuan Bo, they turned into streams of light and rushed out of the hall. After watching the three figures leave, Xuanyuan Bo spoke again. "Yunli, have several beast caves launched small-scale beast tides recently?" "Yes, sir. Beast cave number 013 launched 5 times. Number 034 launched 3 times. Number 089. Yunli looked at the screen in his hand and said softly. A cold light flashed in Xuanyuan Bo's eyes, and he really didn't learn from his mistakes. Send a few martial emperors to deal with it. "Yes." Yunli bowed and responded. Xuanyuan Bo continued. "The top 10 beast caves have not been properly supervised recently. They should be punished." Zifeng, the purple-haired man who ranked first among the 12 people on the right, walked out. He was muscular and held a long sword. The bloody aura spread on his body. Kneeling on one knee, Zifeng's face was full of fiery respect. "What do you want, sir?" "Beast cave number 1. Do you know what to do?" "Yes." "Please rest assured, sir. No Emperor Beast can leave the Beast Cave before receiving the withdrawal order." Zifeng grinned, and a flash of scarlet flashed in his eyes. The long sword in his hand kept trembling, as if he was excited. "Well, you just need to restrain yourself." "Yes." Mingyu, a black figure, walked out of the crowd again, with black hair and red eyes, and a long spear on his back. Mingyu greets sir, still kneeling in the same way, still full of enthusiasm. "Beast Cave number 2 is handed over to you." "Yes, I will definitely live up to your trust." Mingyu's red pupils flashed with brilliance. "On one." A heroic red-haired girl with a ponytail walked out of the crowd. "Beast Cave number 3. In addition, Xuanyuan will go with you." A small beast emerged from the tattoo of Xuanyuan's hand and went into Hongwan's arms. Feeling the hugeness of it, a look of enjoyment appeared on its small face. After arranging everyone, Xuanyuan asked Yunli, "Yunli, in addition to the construction of the wormhole, is there anything else that I need to do personally? Tell me all at once." After checking it out, Yunli looked a little strange. "Sir, there is indeed one thing." "What is it?" Then Yunli said something that gave Xuanyuan a headache. It made everyone present hold back their laughter. "Sir, you should go back to school." "Sir, it's time for you to go back to school." There was sudden silence. The 12 people standing below all looked like they wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to laugh at this moment. "I haven't attended a single class, but my parents feel that Sandow is too withdrawn and doesn't have many friends, so they want him to make some friends at school." Xuanyuan couldn't help but feel a headache after hearing this. He's Xuanyuan Gao. At this moment, as the leader of the Blue and White Stars Peak Force, he still needs to go back to school. If the news spreads, I will really be embarrassed to see anyone. The key is not to refuse, which is really a big headache for Xuanyuan. For years ago, 18-year-old Xuanyuan was strongly targeted by her mother. He was presented with 2 options. 1. Blind date. 2. Go to school. With no choice, Xuanyuan had no choice but to choose Qianlong University, the highest institution in Blue Star, to deal with his mother. It's a senior year now. Although Xuanyuan hid his family and strength in school and only revealed the strength of a 9th-level warrior. In a place like Qianlong University, where geniuses gather, this kind of strength can only be said to be more than the upper level. But his peerless appearance did not want him to keep a low profile. Just like Yanzu Yifei, who is watching right now, she topped the Qianlong University grassroots list as soon as she entered school. The cold-faced male god is exactly what he is called. He has attracted the admiration of countless women, and of course the jealousy and hatred of countless male compatriots. But because Xuanyuan Gao is equally indifferent to everyone, therefore there are no unscrupulous people to trouble him, which is good news. Looking at the 12 people suppressing laughter below, Xuanyuan Gao waved his hand impatiently. Yunli stays, let the others go, and do whatever they have to do. Yes, I'll take my leave. Whoosh whoosh. One after another the figures disappeared in place. In the gorgeous and empty hall, only Xuanyuan Gao and Yunli were left. By the way, Yunli, is there anything happening over there now, Xiaoche? Xuanyuan Gao seemed to have thought of something and asked suddenly. My younger brother Xuanyuan Che has skyrocketed since he was awakened early by Xuanyuan Jie at the age of 8. Although it was not widely publicized, since his younger brother went to school, his amazing talent has gradually been revealed to everyone. He only awakened his bloodline talent at the age of 8. It's enough to shock the world. All kinds of doubts, shocks, flattery, and wooing voices surrounded Xuanyuan Che. Xuanyuan Che doesn't want people to know his family background. And although Xuanyuan is powerful, he still has enemies in the dark. Therefore, Xuanyuan Che did not tell anyone about his family background, and the name he used outside was not his real name. Xia Che was the name he publicized to the outside world. Outsiders only knew that he had someone to pick him up and that he had a good family background, but no one could find out other information. Xuanyuan had long erased all traces. And Xuanyuan Che always adheres to the same attitude towards those who are overtly and covertly wooing him. Make your decision after you go to college. As soon as these words came out, although many forces were a little dissatisfied, they still restrained themselves a little, not want to push too hard and leave a bad impression. Now, Xuanyuan Che is 18 years old. I will enter university in the second half of the year. The strength of the sky control realm. Seeing that the time is approaching, those forces have become restless recently. Sir, your brother is still the target of many forces, but although those forces all want your brother to join them, no force has yet used strong methods. Yunli blurted out without thinking. In addition to the personnel sent by your father, there are also 2 forces secretly sending some personnel to protect your brother. The current situation is still good. Xuanyuan Gao thought for a moment and said softly, go and arrange a few people to protect Xiaoche. As long as it's not a life and death situation, there's no need to take action. He's been too smooth in the past 10 years, and it's time to hone his skills. My subordinates have sent 2 war kings to take care of it secretly. Yunli bowed slightly and said, yeah, that's fine. I can rest assured that you will do the work. Mark all the space nodes and start building a space wormhole. Xuanyuan Gao slowly stepped down from the throne, and his body gradually exuded a powerful aura. Yes. Imperial Capital. September. The sun is like fire, scorching the earth and emitting endless heat. At the entrance of Qianlong University, 2 beautiful figures stood at the gate carrying heavy luggage. Sweat fell on his delicate face, and his hands kept flapping, as if trying to drive away the heat on his body. It's too hot in the Imperial Capital. I'm about to melt, one of the young girls with red hair in a ponytail said, while fanning her hands constantly. Yin, you've been complaining all this time. As a controller of the fire element, this temperature can't warm you. So stop pretending. Aren't you just complaining that your uncle and aunt didn't give it to you? The girl next to her couldn't help complaining. The red-haired girl with ponytail put her hands on her hips, who said it's because of them. Besides, what's wrong with me being a fire controller? Can a fire controller call me hot? Do you know what it means to have the temperature of the sun burning in your heart? Burning, burning. However, before she finished speaking, a tall and straight blue figure walked past her, with blue hair shawl and a face like a god, noble and not to be blasphemed. The temperature of the place he walked through dropped sharply. In this hot summer, it was like sitting in an air-conditioned room, which made people feel refreshed and relaxed. When she saw this person's face, the girl named Yin froze in her place, her face showing a silly look. A crystal flowed from the corner of her mouth unconsciously, like a silly. When she came to her senses, The tall blue figure had gone far away. Just as she was about to catch up, she suddenly heard footsteps behind her. She turned her head and was stunned. In the distance, a large group of young girls were chasing each other and rushing to her position, with smoke and dust rolling. The lineup was so huge that it was amazing. She was still shouting, "My male god! Wait for me! My male god! I love you!" Seeing this, the ponytail girl Yin Yin stopped one of the girls and asked, Hey. Hello, senior sister. I'm a freshman this year. What are you doing? Is it because of the handsome guy in blue who just walked past?" The senior sister was a little dissatisfied when she was stopped. When she heard Yin Yin asking about the handsome guy in blue, she immediately became interested. "Did you see the male god Xia? Which direction did he go? The male god Li?" Yin Yin was a little confused. The senior sister was excited. "It's the handsome guy in blue you mentioned. Forget that you're still a freshman. You will understand in 2 days." As the #1 school idol at Xuanyuan University, Xia is so charming with his peerless appearance and aloof and arrogant temperament that keeps people away from him. The key is that there has been no scandal so far. I don't know how many beauties from freshman to senior year have openly confessed their love for him, but they didn't get a response. Even those school beauties have expressed their feelings for the male god Xia. Speaking of this, the senior sister suddenly glanced at Yin Yin, and after seeing that she looked quite outstanding, she subconsciously took a step back. There was something wrong with her eyes, as if she was looking at a rival in love. "It's so hard to meet the male god Xia. I can't waste my time here anymore." Then he stopped talking to Yin Yin and chased after the large group in front, leaving the curious girl muttering to herself, "Male god, the #1 school hunk. I've decided. I want to be the #1 school hunks woman." Yin Yin clenched her fist to cheer herself up, with a serious expression on her face. Several young girls passing by shook their heads when they heard this, and the smile on their lips seemed meaningful. "Ah, another fallen girl. Think about it. We also went through this. What a pity. How can the male god Xia be captured so easily? Forget it. Don't hit her for now. After all, she is still a junior high school girl who is not very experienced in the world, and she has to learn to let go. I'm afraid that after a while, there will be another sad person." Xuanyuan Xia walked indifferently on the campus of Xuanyuan University. He turned a blind eye to the crowd behind him. This scene fell into the eyes of some jealous people, and they couldn't help but say sourly, "Isn't it just a good-looking face? In this world now, martial arts are supreme. Xia is only a 9th-level warrior, and he is only at the middle level in Xuanyuan University. Why is it like this?" "That's right. People who like beauty will die." There were also echoes from the side. A group of young girls behind Xuanyuan Xia were about to get angry when they heard the voice, and turned their heads to see the person who spoke. The next moment, Uggs! A very strange scene suddenly appeared, and all the girls couldn't help but bend over and vomit. He cursed, "Fuck! How can there be such an ugly person? It's an insult to my eyes. I can't stand it, ugh." The face of the person who spoke suddenly darkened, and the breath on his body surged, and he was furious. But the next moment, he suddenly stopped, as if cold water was poured on him, and his face suddenly changed. Because several girls in the group looked at him unkindly, and the strength they burst out was stronger than his, they immediately fled in shame. After a small episode, Xuanyuan Qi has returned to the dormitory, a small villa with very exquisite decoration. His strength in the academy was not strong enough to be allocated such a luxurious dormitory. But he has money, not to mention the resources of the Ice Emperor Palace. Even the New Year's money given to him by his mother Yin every year is an astronomical figure. It can't be spent at all. After paying some resources, he exchanged this dormitory from a genius with a relatively poor family background. Originally, that person was unwilling to exchange, but Xuanyuan Qi gave too much. Finally, with tears laughing, he exchanged this room with Xuanyuan Qi. Bid farewell to this villa with tears. Turn around and ran to Hanbing Pavilion to buy cultivation resources. This way, Xuanyuan Yu had just sat down when his communication device vibrated twice. He opened it and saw the message. and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Then he called his younger brother Xuanyuan Bo's communication device. After 2 beeps, his younger brother's excited voice came out. "Brother, see, can you accompany me?" "Xuanyuan," you said softly. "Xiao Che, I don't like this kind of opportunity to show up. Besides, this is the quota given to you by your school. It's not appropriate for you to find someone to accompany you outside the college at will." On the other end of the phone, Xuanyuan Bo's voice sounded again, with a nonchalant tone. "Brother, don't worry, I have already said all these, and the academy has agreed. Besides, given my current situation, even if they are not satisfied, they can't say anything. The age limit for this secret realm is 25 years old. There are no friends around me who are particularly suitable. So I came to you, brother. Just come with me, please, brother. This is my first time entering such an unknown secret realm, and I haven't seen you for a long time. Besides, you didn't keep your promise the first 2 times. Also, brother, you don't want Mom to know that you are not in school every day." Hearing his brother's words, Xuanyuan, you couldn't refuse. Not because of the last sentence. Just think about it. Except for helping his brother awaken his bloodline in advance at the age of 8, it seems that he didn't help his brother in anything. Otherwise, his brother's strength would not be so weak. Of course, this is Xuanyuan's own idea. If people knew that the 18-year-old Yukong realm was still weak in his eyes, they would definitely think he was crazy. Thinking of this, Xuanyuan suddenly felt a little sorry in his heart and immediately agreed. "Okay, then I'll go with you. Let's make it clear first, no." Before Xuanyuan could finish, Xuanyuan on the other end of the phone shouted happily. "Great, with my brother here, there will be no problem in this secret realm. See you in 7 days. Brother, I'm hanging up first, talk later." Then there was a busy tone on the other end of the phone. Xuanyuan shook his head lightly and scolded with a smile. This stinky boy is still so impatient and has not made any progress. Then he dialed a phone. His tone was flat. "Yunli, Xiao Che wants to enter a secret realm. Check it out." "Yes, sir." 7 days later, Sheda number 1 middle school. A group of people were noisy at the gate, as if waiting for something. The leader had red hair and a small braid on the back of his head. He looked very handsome and looked into the distance quietly. It was the grown-up Xuanyuan. The group of people behind him were all admirers of Xuanyuan. They also knew that Xuanyuan was looking for someone from outside to enter the secret realm together, and they also wanted to see who Xuanyuan was looking for. At this time, a black car slowly drove from a distance and stopped at the school gate. The car door slowly opened, and Xuanyuan walked out. Xuanyuan, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, immediately came up and gave Xuanyuan a big bear hug. "Brother, long time no see." Xuanyuan gently patted Xuanyuan's shoulder. "Yes, it's almost a year, not bad. You've grown taller. I thought you were not coming again because of something." Xuanyuan's tone was a little resentful. Last year, Xuanyuan was indeed unable to come back because of some things, and he did not fulfill the 2 things he promised Xuanyuan. This really made Xuanyuan very dissatisfied. Seeing this, Xuanyuan chuckled and said, "How could it be possible? Since I promised you, when have I ever lied to you? 2 months ago, 6 months ago." Xuanyuan revealed the truth without mercy. Xuanyuan Gao choked for a moment. After the 2 brothers exchanged greetings for a while, Xuanyuan took Xuanyuan Gong into the gate of the college. He left a lot of people talking behind him. This is the foreign aide Xiao Che is looking for. It seems that he is not strong enough. Ah, he is so handsome. Oh my God, there is someone more handsome than Xiao Che. I don't know where it comes from. Yuan Fan, go check it out. Xuanyuan walked into Sheda number 1 middle school and kept introducing news about this secret realm to Xuanyuan along the way. "Brother, the secret realm we entered this time was accidentally discovered a month ago. After investigation by many forces, we finally concluded that only the younger generation under the age of 25 can enter, so the places are only available in universities. Because of my special situation, they allocated me 2 additional places. The number of places allocated to each college is also very limited. As far as I know, The Qianlong University where you are studying only has 50 places. No, there are only 49 places now. I think, brother, the strength you exposed in the academy will definitely not get this place, so I came to find you after getting 2 places. Although Xuanyuan Gao had already learned the inside information about the secret realm from Yunli, but he still listened patiently to his brother's narration. Not from time to time. Soon the 2 brothers arrived at the principal's office. Boom, boom, boom. Enter. A powerful voice came from it. Xuanyuan Che pushed the door open and was greeted by a burly man with a strong build, looking at the books with a serious look on his face. When he saw Xuanyuan Che arriving, he quickly greeted, "Xiao Che is here, sit down." Immediately he looked at Xuanyuan Gao behind Xuanyuan Che. The pupil shrank slightly. As the king of war, he actually sensed some danger from Xuanyuan Gao, which made him very surprised. His sixth sense has always been very accurate and helped him escape from danger several times. It would be fine if the person in front of him was a famous strong man, but Xuanyuan Ji was so young, and the aura on his body was that of a 9th-level warrior. Suddenly he asked in confusion, "Xiao Che, this is the foreign aide you were looking for. Who is he?" Xuanyuan Che introduced to the dean. "It's the foreign aide principal I'm looking for. This is my brother, Xia Gao." "Brother, this is the principal of our school, Principal Wang Ming, a strong man in the late stage of the War King realm. He takes great care of me on weekdays." Hearing the last sentence, Xuanyuan Jie pulled out a smile and said to Wang Ming, "Hello, Principal Wang. Thank you for taking care of my younger brother. I have given you so much trouble on weekdays. I treat other students the same way, so there's no need for this. I was originally thinking about what kind of person Xiao Che would find to go to the secret realm with him. Since you are Xiao Che's biological brother, I am relieved. Whatever decision Xuanyuan Che makes, Wang Ming cannot stop his participation. He had no choice but to acquiesce to Xuanyuan Che's decision. Just think of it as Xuanyuan Che taking care of his brother." The next day, under the leadership of Wang Ming, after several twists and turns, Xuanyuan Bo and Xuanyuan Che came to a valley full of people. Small teams were scattered in it, discussing in low voices, and a strong aura spread from time to time. Small groups gathered together to discuss in low voices, but everyone's eyes were involuntarily looking at one place. Although it was an inconspicuous mountain peak, but the vortex channel that emerged out of thin air above it attracted everyone's attention. Powerful restrictions were scattered on the vortex, full of mystery and antiquity. Perhaps because of the erosion of time, it can be vaguely seen that the restrictions are fading little by little, and there is still a little hot breath from time to time. The space is distorted. The weaker the restrictions are, the brighter the eyes of the people are. Accompanied by Wang Ming, Xuanyuan Bo, and Xuanyuan Che, the 3 walked into the valley. At first, some people were very surprised why there were middle school students coming, but when they saw Xuanyuan Che behind Wang Ming, they immediately understood. After all, Xuanyuan Che's reputation is well known. Who doesn't know this world's #1 prodigy, an 18-year-old sky-controlling expert? You should know that this secret realm originally had no quota for middle schools. After all, there is an age limit of 25 years old. Even if middle school students, a group of 17 or 18-year-old teenagers, are allowed to enter, they will not get anything. But because Xuanyuan Che's talent is so amazing, and this secret realm should be related to the fire system, with the same talent as his, one quota is allocated to Xuanyuan Che from each of the 2 major colleges, Qianlong and Baihu. Suddenly, someone in the largest team in the crowd seemed to have discovered something. She said with surprise, "Look who that is." Everyone followed her gaze and looked at a blue-haired boy behind Wang Ming. Seeing Xuanyuan's figure, the group was immediately confused. Others didn't know, but as a team from Qianlong University, they were no strangers to him. After all, although Xuanyuan Bo's strength is not outstanding in the academy, his face is really unforgettable. I am not seeing things. Xiao Bo, how could he appear here?" One of them pointed at Xuanyuan Bo behind Wang Ming in disbelief. A woman in red also covered her red lips lightly. "Yes, it is Xiao Bo. the male god. But how could he come with Wang Ming, the war king? The first prodigy is still talking and laughing with him, as if they are very familiar with each other. Suddenly, she seemed to wake up. Xiache, Xiaobo, are they not from the same family? Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and compared the faces of Xuanyuan Bo and Xuanyuan Che. There are indeed many similarities. Everyone was shocked immediately. They didn't expect that Xuanyuan Bo was hiding the identity of the first prodigy's relative. Several women with outstanding faces in the crowd of Qianlong University suddenly had bright eyes. I have always admired Xuanyuan Che, and now with an additional identity, Xuanyuan Che is even more attractive. After all, with Xuanyuan Che's talent, he will surely reach the top of Xia country in time. As his relatives, they will surely rise with the tide and have extraordinary status. Of course, there are also those who disdain. A young man in tight clothes had a gloomy face and said coldly, I didn't expect that the cold-faced male god in the academy who disdains everything will have a day to rely on connections. However, even if he enters the secret realm as a 9th-level warrior, he is just a bottom-ranked character, which is a pure waste of a quota. Wanyu, isn't it just that the people you recommended didn't enter the secret realm this time? Are you so bad? What's more, they are the quotas of Shidu number 1 middle school, and they have nothing to do with you. A woman couldn't stand it anymore and retorted, Humph! Am I wrong? The young man snorted coldly and turned his head away. You? The girl was about to refute. Enough! What's wrong with making such a fuss? Are you here to train or to quarrel? If you don't want to enter the secret realm, I can help you. The leading instructor of Qianlong Academy shouted angrily. Now a group of people shut up. After all, this opportunity is hard-won, and at this time, they don't want to add to the trouble. On the other side, Xuanyuan also saw a group of people from Qianlong Academy, but he basically had no intersection with them on weekdays, so he ignored them. Time passed little by little. Colleges came one after another at the entrance of the secret realm. They were all top-ranked universities, as well as geniuses provided by the military and aristocratic families. The scene was very lively. Suddenly, an astonishing energy wave exploded at the entrance of the secret realm. The vortex channel glowed with rosy clouds, runes surged, and hot energy spread from it, and everyone retreated. After a while, everything returned to calm. A staircase formed by flames spread from the entrance of the channel to the foot of the mountain step by step. What does this situation indicate? No need for others to remind you. Swish, swish, swish. All the personnel rushed into the secret realm like lightning, just to compete for a slight advantage. The secret realm is open. You can go in too. Be careful. Okay. At the signal of Principal Wang Ming, the two brothers followed closely. Stepping into the vortex, Xuanyuan Che felt dizzy. Then, the temperature suddenly rose, and a red color appeared in sight. Standing on an endless plain, the earth was scorched, and the sky seemed to be covered with a layer of red curtain. Xuanyuan Che looked around, looking like he had never seen the world before. Brother, which direction do you think we should go? Xuanyuan Che asked. North. Xuanyuan Che pointed to a direction and said softly. After entering this secret realm, he felt a scrutinizing gaze fall on them, as if looking for something. Especially staying on Xuanyuan Che for a long time, otherwise Xuanyuan Che would not be able to detect it. And there was a breath in the north that made Xuanyuan Che feel very strong and palpitating. You should know that Xuanyuan Che is now the top strength on the blue and white star, but he still felt the palpitating breath from the north. It is conceivable that the biggest opportunity in this secret realm should be there. Okay, after listening to Xuanyuan Che's words, Xuanyuan Che did not have any doubts and went straight to the north. He had trusted his brother since he was a child, and without Xuanyuan Che helping him awaken his bloodline at the age of 8, he would not have reached his current level. He trusted Xuanyuan Bo from the bottom of his heart, without any doubt. That's it. The two brothers walked on the dry land and encountered many ferocious beasts from time to time on the road, but they were all dealt with by Xuanyuan Che. Xuanyuan Bo was too disdainful to take action against such minions. Besides, this secret realm was originally for training Xuanyuan Che. If he took action, then all this would be meaningless. Xuanyuan Che also enjoyed it, and his fire control technique was mastered to perfection. Fire snakes, fire dragons, fire phoenixes, and fire lotuses continued to condense in his hands, exuding a powerful aura, burning the ferocious beasts to ashes. Of course, although Xuanyuan Che focused on the control of fire, his body and weapons were also very outstanding under the inadvertent influence of Xuanyuan Bo. He loved spears and asked his father Xuanyuan Ing to make a red flame spear for him. With the fire element, it burst out with supreme power in his hands. Throw all the troubles to his younger brother. Xuanyuan Che was leisurely and comfortable. Xuanyuan Che did not complain about anything. He also enjoyed the feeling of fighting side by side with his brother. Of course, the real situation is only side by side, no fighting. In this way, the two brothers marched forward triumphantly. The places they passed were full of charred corpses and a mess. But when the two walked away, white frost suddenly condensed on these charred corpses, spreading all over the body at a very fast speed, and the temperature dropped sharply. If someone came to check at this moment, they would definitely find that these animal corpses were like ice, hard and cold. After the temperature on the surface of the animal corpse dropped to a certain limit, it exploded instantly, as dazzling as fireworks. But there was a strange atmosphere everywhere. The ice chips in the sky quickly turned into a pool of ice water after touching the ground, immersed in the vast land. No trace left. In a valley, Xuanyuan Che sat on the ground, his face drooping with a bored expression. Xuanyuan Yu leaned on the top of a big tree beside him, looking into the distance with a lot of thoughts in his mind. It has been 3 days since I entered the secret realm. Although I have gained a lot along the way and encountered some rare spiritual medicines from time to time, but the beasts on the opposite side are all very weak. So Xuanyuan Che did not fight very well, which made him very unhappy. At first, Xuanyuan Yu was also very strange, thinking that it was because of the leakage of his breath that caused the slightly stronger beast to dare not approach. But soon he found that this was not the reason. The gaze that appeared at the beginning fell on his younger brother from time to time, which made Xuanyuan Yu suspect that the other party should be the owner of this secret realm. Maybe he was attracted by his younger brother Xuanyuan Che's talent, or there were other reasons. If the other party had good intentions, it would be fine. But if he has bad intentions, Xuanyuan Bo is not easy to mess with. Thinking of this, Xuanyuan Bo's eyes flashed with coldness. At this time, brother, you said that this secret realm is so big. Why do we encounter only low-level beasts? We just encountered the red flame turtle in the middle stage of the mountain and river realm, which is a little more resistant. Xuanyuan Che was unhappy. As a little martial arts fanatic, he was bullying the weak in the past 3 days. It was really boring. Xuanyuan Bo chuckled. Why, you just broke through not long ago, and the beasts in the mountain and river realm are not in your eyes. Xuanyuan Che scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I'm not saying that. I just feel that there is no challenge. Xiao Che, how about you shout twice, and I will turn you into a beast in the sky control realm. Xuanyuan Che seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Shout twice. The younger brother looked confused, not knowing what Xuanyuan Bo was keeping. Yes, just shout twice, and it will come immediately. Then I shouted. Xuanyuan Che stood up, his breath sinking into his dantian, and his voice resounded throughout the valley. Give me a powerful beast. Give me. Xuanyuan Che held his forehead and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This honest child. What should I do in the future? Roar! Roar! As soon as Xuanyuan Che finished his second voice, 2 huge beast roars like thunder came from a distance. Looking around, a huge red figure in the sky whistled with huge wings, gradually approaching. While the wings whistled, sand and rocks flew, covering the sky and the sun. 2-headed flame dragon. Late stage of the sky control realm. Just what I want, brother. How did you do it? Too powerful. Seeing this huge beast, Xuanyuan Che asked with a look of surprise. Xuanyuan smiled faintly and didn't explain. In fact, this matter was not led by him. He thought it should be arranged by the person behind the scenes. He just discovered the appearance of the two-headed flame dragon and deliberately said that to Xuanyuan. "The beast has come. You can do whatever you want next. Okay, watch me." Xuanyuan was excited, holding the red flame spear and soaring into the sky with a monstrous fighting spirit. Confronting the two-headed flame dragon, 3 pairs of eyes stared at each other, and the atmosphere was very tense. In contrast, it formed a huge contrast with Xuanyuan, who was holding a cup condensed by ice and drinking an unknown drink. At this moment, the battle has started. Xuanyuan held the red flame spear and fought with the two-headed flame dragon, sparks flying. The huge body of the two-headed flame dragon, the hard body, collided with the red flame spear, making a clanging sound. The two huge dragon heads continued to erupt flames, and the heat wave was overwhelming, facing the powerful offensive of the two-headed flame dragon. Even if the other party is at a higher level, Xuanyuan was not to be outdone, and used the red flame spear as a guide, bursting out to the utmost. For a moment, there were explosions and flames, and the battle was very intense. At the same time, deep in the secret realm, in an unknown hall that exudes an ancient and mysterious atmosphere, floating this transparent figure, with red lines engraved on his white clothes, short and broken red hair, and a resolute face. At this moment, this phantom put his hands behind his back, watching the countless light screens constantly projecting pictures. The picture of the two brothers was naturally among them, but it was the largest one, placed in the middle. This unknown strong man was concentrating on watching the battle between Xuanyuan and the two-headed flame dragon. He nodded from time to time and made a few comments. The understanding and application of elements is not bad, but the fighting method is a bit immature. The world has just been revived for only 200 years. In this environment, it is not bad to reach the flying realm at the age of 18. Then he turned his eyes to Xuanyuan beside him, his eyes filled with horror. Hiss! Early 20s. Half a step. At this age, even in that place, he is the top genius. Not to mention that the spiritual energy has just revived. It's really shocking. It's a pity if it weren't for his and my attributes, otherwise this inheritance. In the empty hall, this mysterious figure muttered to himself. Here, the battle between Xuanyuan and the two-headed flame dragon in the air has also entered the final moment. Although the two-headed dragon is 2 small realms higher than Xuanyuan. However, if Xuanyuan can't shake the beast that is 2 small realms higher, then he doesn't deserve the title of the first genius of Xia country. At this moment, the blood of the scarred, two-headed flame dragon dripped like raindrops. It roared angrily, and the sound was loud. The spiritual power all over his body exploded, and he knew he was outmatched, so he was ready to fight for his life. The 2 ferocious dragon heads continuously condensed a ball of blazing energy in their mouths. After reaching a limit, they attacked Xuanyuan in a mighty manner. 2 energy bodies shrouded in flames intersected and merged in the air, constantly twisting and changing, and finally formed a fire dragon that exuded a monstrous aura. Covering the sky and the sun, it attacked Xuanyuan like a beast. Red flame kill. Seeing this, Xuanyuan let out a slight roar and grasped the red flame spear tightly. Flames suddenly rose from his body and rushed directly towards the astonishing fire dragon. The whole person is like a sharp arrow, devastating and unstoppable. He walked straight through the fire dragon, looking at the monstrous flames all around him as if they were nothing, and passed through a channel of flames. Then, a cold light continued to magnify from the fierce eyes of the double-headed flame dragon, and he turned his head to avoid it. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be self-defeating. The red flame spear that originally stabbed the head on the left side directly penetrated the 2 heads of the double-headed flame dragon with a blood hole the size of a fist, and the blood spilled into the sky. Boom! The huge body of the double-headed flame dragon fell to the ground, splashing large amounts of dust. No more life. Xuanyuan Che stood in the sky, holding a gun with a look of astonishment on his face. He didn't expect to kill him with one strike, but he finally found an opponent who could fight him. I haven't had enough fun yet, and I didn't expect it to end so hastily. He put away the red flame gun and spread his hands to show his innocence. Then he flew down. Collect the core of the double-headed flame dragon and the available materials on its body. The two-headed flame dragon, whose scales had been stripped off, was left lying alone on the ground. Two pairs of eyes full of unwillingness stared at Xuanyuan Che's figure, which was very desolate. It seems to want to speak for itself, but is unable to do so. After Xuanyuan Che finished all this, he came to Xuanyuan Gao's side. It's like asking for credit. Brother, how about it? My self-created martial art, red flame killing, is quite powerful, isn't it? He stared at Xuanyuan Gao expectantly, hoping to get his praise. However, Xuanyuan Gao said calmly, "That's it." Xuanyuan Che's face darkened when he heard this. I lied to you. Performing well, getting stronger and stronger. Xuanyuan Che's face changed instantly, and he smiled happily, as if he had received the best encouragement in the world. Keep walking towards the north with light steps. Time flies. Another 3 days passed. The deeper the two brothers went, the stronger the beasts they encountered became stronger. Of course, the spiritual objects harvested are becoming more and more precious. But Xuanyuan Che was so happy that he crushed them all the way. Of course, it was also because the ferocious beasts that exceeded the limit of Xuanyuan Che's strength were secretly eliminated by Xuanyuan Gao before they even got close. Only those ferocious beasts suitable for training can get close and sharpen Xuanyuan Che. Although this is against Xuanyuan's own wishes, special times require special treatment. If you delay too much time on the road, the missed opportunity will be more than worth the loss. There are many opportunities for experience in life and death, and this time is not missing. Xuanyuan Che also noticed something was wrong at first, but soon figured out that it must have been his brother who did it. My brother Xuanyuan Jie has not told his family about his level of strength for several years. With his talent, he must have reached an extremely terrifying level. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked by his brother's strength, and didn't know how he did it. After all, Xuanyuan Gao never left his sight during the whole journey. Although Xuanyuan Che guessed that it was Xuanyuan Gao who took action, he must have never imagined that his brother's strength has now surpassed that of his father Xuanyuan Ing and has reached the current pinnacle in the world. At this time, Xuanyuan Che was suddenly attracted by a towering and huge building complex in the distance. He looked excited and pointed at the huge building complex. Brother, look, what is that? It's such a huge and ancient building. Looking at it from a distance makes me feel a little palpitated for no reason. It seems that the greatest opportunity for this secret realm lies in this place. Xuanyuan Gao's expression remained unchanged, and he spoke softly. Saw it? This building complex looks very old. It looks like the architectural style of that era recorded in the ancient books, but just nothing. Xuanyuan Che asked with some confusion after hearing this. Xuanyuan Jie didn't say anything, he just stared in the direction of the palace, not knowing what he was thinking. Although Xuanyuan Che was curious when he saw this, he stopped asking. There are some things that you should naturally tell yourself that you should know. Vice versa is also true. After a moment of pause, the two brothers quickly headed towards the palace complex. At this moment, some teams have gathered in the direction of the palace. Noisy voices gather here. From time to time, there are those who don't like it and they directly fight on the spot, which is very lively. They are all geniuses from major colleges and top families. They are already powerful, have family treasures with them, and are traveling together as a team. It is not surprising that they can reach this point at this point. Although this secret realm is vast, it has no impact on them. Even if they start off in the wrong direction, it's still too late to go back and make corrections. After a while, the two brothers have already arrived at the gate of the palace complex. After looking around, I found that such a huge palace complex has only one entrance, and there are powerful restrictions all over it. I don't know when I can enter it. So the two brothers randomly found an empty seat, sat on the floor, and waited. It can be said that Xuanyuan Che doesn't know anyone except his brother Xuanyuan Jie. Although Xuanyuan saw the crowd wearing Qianlong University uniforms, he didn't have much interaction with them on weekdays, so he ignored them. However, just because he ignored it, it didn't mean that the other party did the same. Xuanyuan Che's popularity in the Xia Kingdom made him attract everyone's attention when he first arrived here. The same is naturally true for Xuanyuan Gao behind him. The man named Wan Yu among the crowd at Qianlong University suddenly looked ugly when he saw Xuanyuan Jie sitting on the ground to rest without even saying hello after discovering them. It seemed that Xuanyuan Gao didn't take it seriously at all. The anger that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly rose in his heart. He walked towards the two brothers angrily. I never thought about why I wanted to say hello when I had no contact with him. Maybe you just vent your anger on others because of the unhappiness in your heart. He strode up to Xuanyuan Qi and looked at him condescendingly. Does the president of Xia University look down on people so much? You treat our Qianlong University team like nothing? You don't even say hello. Xuanyuan Che looked at the domineering Wan Yu in front of him and asked Xuanyuan Gao with a puzzled look on his face. Brother, who is this? When Wan Yu heard the name brother, his pupils shrank and his body suddenly tensed up. But he relaxed again in an instant. He secretly thought that although Xia Che was the #1 genius, he had not grown up yet and would not pose any threat to him at the moment. However, Xuanyuan Gao's next words made him furious instantly. I don't know you. Who are you? Xuanyuan Gao glanced at Wan Yu and said coldly. Wan Yu suppressed the anger in his heart and said word by word, Xia Qiu, you look down on others too much. I, Wan Yu, am the 19th ranked genius at Qianlong University. I am in the same college and in the same class, but you actually said you don't know me. The sound was loud and immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. Everyone looked like they were watching a show and moved forward in the direction of Xuanyuan Gao. Wan Yu, Xuanyuan Jie looked thoughtful and then returned coldly. I don't know you. Wan Yu's expression became ferocious again. You said you and I are in the same class? Then you should know that I rarely communicate with others. Except for one day of registration, I have never attended classes. Are you surprised that I don't know you? Besides, you are only the 19th, not the 1st. Why should I remember your name? Hearing this, Wan Yu's forehead veins popped up and a strong wind gathered around him. Seeing this, Xuanyuan Che stood in front of his brother with an unhappy face. He said coldly, You are such a strange person. We didn't provoke you, but you came to us to seek a sense of existence. If you want to fight, I, Xia Che, will accompany you to the end. You're already this age, and you are only in the middle stage of the Yukong realm. I don't know who gave you the courage. At this moment, the crowd of onlookers around were also pointing at Wan Yu. I just noticed this side. It was obviously him who came here to cause trouble and question the other party. That's right, he is really thick-skinned. Listening to the laughter coming from all around, Wan Yu laughed instead of getting angry. I'm in my 20s and in the middle stage of the sky control realm. What about your brother? He's the same age as me, but he's only a 9th level warrior. Even if he can enter the secret realm, it's just because of your relationship. Although you're the first genius, a first genius who hasn't grown up is nothing. I want to see the grace of you, the first genius. As he said that, when you put on a fighting posture, as if he was going to fight with Xuanyuan Che, the people around were stunned again. 9th level warrior? No way. Isn't it a waste of quota for a 9th level warrior to come in? That's right, for a quota in our academy, those sky control realm geniuses don't know how much effort they have put in to get it, but Xuanyuan Che raised his head slightly. His eyes swept over Wan Yu, as silent as a deep pool. At this moment, Wan Yu felt cold all over, and his hair stood up, as if he had encountered something terrible. Looking left and right, he didn't find anything unusual. Xuanyuan Che's red flame gun appeared in his hand, and the flames rose up instantly, spreading the heat. How my brother got the quota has nothing to do with you. The quota was allocated to me by the school. I can give it to whoever I want. Why do you, an unknown person, question it? You want to fight with me? Okay. I just want to feel the strength of your genius from Qianlong University in advance. I hope you won't let me down. Xuanyuan snorted disdainfully. Then come on. Just as the two were about to fight, a scolding voice came from a distance. Stop. Several figures were seen rushing from a distance. Xuanyuan, stop. Several figures flew over from a distance at high speed, and their appearance suddenly appeared in front of everyone. They all wore the uniform of Qianlong University, with tall and straight figures and outstanding demeanor. The leader held a long sword, with a firm face, purple hair standing upright, full of energy and spirit. The voice just now came from his mouth. Many people in the crowd saw this person coming, and their faces changed slightly. Xuanyuan did the same, and immediately put away his fighting posture and greeted this person respectfully. Senior Lei Tian. Yeah. Lei Tian seemed to respond angrily, and then glanced at Xuanyuan Che inadvertently and scolded. Xuanyuan, while I'm away, what are you doing? You are so reckless at this time. Don't think I don't know anything. Senior, Xuanyuan lowered his head in front of the man named Lei Tian and no longer had any arrogance. He didn't dare. Their family depends on the Lei family for survival, and so does he. Lei Tian is the second strongest person in the academy. Except for the first pervert, no one can be his opponent. His strength has also entered the realm of half-step war king. He is also the young master of a big family in Modu, and his status is very respected. Lei Tian scolded Xuanyuan again in front of everyone. He made Xuanyuan follow him and smiled and bowed to Xuanyuan Che. Brother Xia Che, long time no see. I'm really sorry. Xuanyuan was reckless and contradicted you. As a senior, I apologize to you here. He turned his head slightly back. Why don't you apologize? Xuanyuan walked out reluctantly. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have troubled you for no reason. Xuanyuan Che sneered. Should I apologize to you? Xuanyuan's face changed, and he glanced at Lei Tian, who was gloomy, and then apologized to Xuanyuan Che with a sullen face. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Xuanyuan Che didn't even look at him, just sat on the ground without saying a word. In the end, it was Xuanyuan Che who responded, and he disdainfully scolded Xuanyuan. Go away. He didn't give him any face at all. Even Lei Tian, who was standing next to him, twitched his mouth slightly. Then, he politely said a few irrelevant greetings to Xuanyuan Che and turned around and left with a group of people. The people around him saw that there was no fight, and they also dispersed with a look of disappointment. After the crowd dispersed, Xuanyuan turned his head and asked, Xiao Che, do you know that Lei Tian? I've met him twice, but I'm not familiar with him. What's wrong, brother? I think he's quite polite to you. He's just a little curious. You're talking about this because his father is the patriarch of the Lei family in Modu. He tried to win me over to join their family many times before, so he's polite to me. Young patriarch of the Lei family in Modu. I think so. Xuanyuan looked meaningfully at Lei Tian, who was leaving. Just now, he deliberately scolded that Xuanyuan in front of you, just to leave a good impression on you. He pretended to be very similar. Ha! But it's all in vain. Xuanyuan Che said nonchalantly. As the son of Xuanyuan, how could he join other families? It was just an excuse not to reveal his identity. On the other side, a secluded place far away from the palace gate, Lei Tian was in front, and Xuanyuan and the others followed behind him. Snap! A slapping sounded, and Xuanyuan covered his red face in humiliation and said nothing. Waste! You almost ruined my plan. Don't you know that Xia Che is the target of our Lei family's efforts to recruit? You actually went to provoke him. Those hostile forces of my clan, who doesn't know my details, and that you are my man. If they really take action today, then they will casually reveal a few words, and my Lei family will have no chance to get this first genius. Do you think your Xuanyuan family is more important than Xia Che in our eyes? Xuanyuan said tremblingly, Mr. Lei, I'm sorry. I was also impulsive. Let me go this time. After Lei Tian vented, he thought that he could still use the other party in the future, and then waved his hand and said coldly, This is just one time, and it will not happen again. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Xuanyuan immediately said hurriedly, Understand. Understand, I will definitely remember it. Although Wan Yu was submissive in front of Lei Tian, Wan Yu, who lowered his head, looked vicious at this moment, and gnashed his teeth. I secretly thought in my heart, Xia Che, you are the one who caused all this. I will never let you go. I don't believe Xia Che will stay by your side forever. And that bitch. The next 2 days, nothing special happened to me. Everything was normal. I was waiting for the band to disappear. But more and more people came here. The band at the entrance of the palace complex also felt weaker and weaker. The 7th day of entering the secret realm, accompanied by a loud bang. The band covering the gate of the palace complex suddenly exploded. Then, the red light enveloped the entire palace complex. Accompanied by a loud bang, the earth trembled, and the ground shook and cracks were everywhere. In the unbelievable eyes of the crowd, the palace complex actually slowly rose upwards. A huge shadow covered everyone present, and they all stared at the amazing scene in front of them in amazement. Oh my God! It's incredible! It was already very shocking before, but I didn't expect that it was not the whole picture of this palace complex. When everything was settled, the whole picture of this palace was shown to everyone. The previous gate only accounted for 1/10 of the whole gate. I thought it was a palace complex, but it turned out to be just a huge palace, but most of it was buried underground. No wonder there is only one entrance. At this moment, the huge gate was shining. A magnificent voice came from the palace. The test has started. As soon as the voice fell, a large group of people rushed to the depths of the gate. The eyes were full of excitement. Of course, most of them were still watching, not knowing what was in it, and wanted to see the situation first. However, after waiting for a long time and seeing no one coming out, everyone hesitated. Some people couldn't bear it and walked into the gate again, but they could no longer contact and did not come out. Xuanyuan Che also seemed to be waiting anxiously. Asked softly, "Brother, shall we go in?" After Xuanyuan Bo opened the gate, he poured his spiritual consciousness into it, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and he did not get any response. After a little thought, "Go in." After saying that, he secretly left a mark on Xuanyuan Che and walked towards the gate. Xuanyuan Che followed closely behind. The people watching from behind saw Xuanyuan Che enter. One person shouted, "The first genius has entered. We are not afraid of hammers, brothers, go. The opportunity is waiting for us." Suddenly, the rest of the crowd rushed to the palace gate. The figure disappeared into it, and there was no trace. Xuanyuan Che stepped into the palace gate. The eyes lit up. A vast white space appeared in front of his face. Brother Xuanyuan Bo's figure had disappeared, and it seemed that he should have been dispersed and teleported. The magnificent voice sounded again. "First level. Talent test. Please drop blood on the test stone." A huge stone covered with runes appeared out of thin air in front of Xuanyuan Che. Xuanyuan Che dripped blood as required. A burst of light flowed and bloomed. Then, 2 rows of words appeared on the stone. Warrior talent. Legendary level. Fire control talent. Mythical level. The 2 rows of words that appeared on it made Xuanyuan Che feel very confused. Legend. Myth. Is there such a level of talent? Or is the name we insist on always wrong? While he was puzzled, that magnificent voice came again. Talent meets the final inheritance. Start the inheritance assessment. Next level starts. Before Xuanyuan Che could react, he felt dizzy and the scene in front of him changed again. Appeared in an unknown place. A group of strange-looking humanoid creatures in front were slaughtering a village. Not even a child was spared. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. Xuanyuan Che looked at the unarmed human race lying on the ground one by one, his eyes bloodshot. Influenced by his father Xuanyuan Ing since childhood, he could not accept the scene before his eyes. At this moment, he only wanted to kill these brutal aliens. Holding the red flame spear, he roared and rushed towards the unknown creature. On the other side, when Xuanyuan Che and others were undergoing the assessment, Xuanyuan Yu had already walked to the deepest corridor of the palace. The so-called assessment was very difficult for others, but for him, it was like a child playing house. The first level was talent, the second level was concern, and the third level was combat power. Under his deliberate suppression of the first level, the opponent only detected 2 legendary talents. The second level was almost passed in seconds. The most difficult third level, with thousands of strange beasts attacking, only took 3 breaths. At this moment, he was blocked by a huge stone door. He stretched out his hand slightly and pressed on the stone door. The stone door, as heavy as Mount Tai, was like a feather in his hand. Rumble! As the stone door was slowly pushed open by Xuanyuan. A candlelight shone on Xuanyuan from the gap of the door. Then a voice with a hint of shock rang in his ears. "It's only a short while, and you can actually walk here. Little guy, you really shocked me." At this moment, the shadow floating in the hall appeared in front of Xuanyuan's face. Xuanyuan's expression remained unchanged, as if he had expected it. He asked softly, "Senior, are you the master of this hall?" The shadow was very surprised that Xuanyuan was not shocked to see him like this. The next moment, he nodded with satisfaction. "Don't be surprised. Not bad. In this life, there are still some good seedlings. That's right. I am the master of this hall, and everyone calls me Yinsheng." After that, Yinsheng was surrounded by rosy clouds, and strange phenomena rose, like a god, as if to shock Xuanyuan. But it didn't work. Xuanyuan still had that expression, as if nothing could affect him. "Yinsheng," after a murmur in his mouth, "did you also die in the battle 100,000 years ago?" Hearing this, Yinsheng's character suddenly changed, and the strange phenomenon around him disappeared. The spirit body instantly flew to Xuanyuan's side and asked, "Boy, how did you know about the battle 100,000 years ago?" The books that record such secrets were all sealed before the group of people left. Even if you entered other secret realms to get these books, none of you can break the forbidden curse on them. Xuanyuan looked at the shocked Yinsheng and replied indifferently, "I learned it from a friend." "Then how did he know it?" "Inherited memory. This is impossible. Those powerful races all left 100,000 years ago. Moreover, with the current environment of the blue and white star, how can there still be races with inherited memories?" Yinsheng asked in disbelief. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. Could it be that tribe? Yes, it must be that tribe. 100,000 years ago, only that tribe held on to the blue and white star and did not evacuate. Is it? Yinsheng's lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. However, after seeing Yinsheng's words, Xuanyuan's pupils shrank slightly. He did not expect that this soul body named Yinsheng actually knew that tribe. Then he nodded gently. Yinsheng was also shocked when he saw this, and it took a long time for him to calm down. "I didn't expect that in an environment without spiritual energy, that tribe can still continue to this day." After understanding everything, Yinsheng asked curiously, "You are not old, but you have rich experience. You are curious about how you know that tribe?" "No fight, no acquaintance. We met occasionally, had a fight, and it was a draw." Yinsheng was silent for a while, which was really direct. At this time, Xuanyuan asked, "Senior, I want to know what happened 100,000 years ago. Why did the blue and white star become what it is now? Didn't your friend tell you?" "His inheritance memory is relatively vague due to some special reasons. He only knows that it was a cross-border war, and the rest is intermittent." "I see." Yinsheng looked as if it was true. Then Yinsheng asked again, "Speaking of which, as a strong man from 100,000 years ago, you don't ask me for some treasure inheritance, but just want to get these news from me. It's really strange. Although your strength has reached the pinnacle of the world, the next great change in the world is just around the corner. Aren't you nervous?" Xuanyuan replied with a chuckle. "I don't lack resources. My attributes are not compatible with senior, and inheritance is even more impossible. Besides, hasn't senior already taken a fancy to my brother?" "Take a fancy to your brother? How do you know?" Yinsheng put his hands behind his back, looking like a Taoist master. "Looking at the entire secret realm, who has talent comparable to my brother, more suitable for the inheritance of the senior. Besides, since the 2 brothers entered the secret realm, the senior's eyes have always stayed on my brother, plus the situation along the way, it is not difficult to guess. Yansheng smiled slightly. You are very careful. Your brother's talent is top talent even in the Central world, and he has the same attributes as me, so he can be said to be the best successor. Well, since you don't want anything, then I will tell you about the battle 100,000 years ago. Suddenly Xuanyuan retorted, Senior, it's not that I don't want anything, but your inheritance will be given to my brother, so your treasures and resources, isn't it the same to give them to my brother or to me? Yansheng was stunned. He said stupidly, It seems to be the truth. After reacting, he laughed and scolded. Okay, I was wondering why you didn't care. You're waiting for me here. You are really smart. You kid, aren't you afraid that I won't pass on the inheritance to your brother? I bet you won't. Yansheng waved his hand. Forget it. I can't argue with you. Let's get back to the point. Suddenly, Yansheng's expression became serious. Boy, do you know the realm after the martial emperors? I know a little, but not in detail. I hope you can explain it clearly. Looking at Xuanyuan Yu's humble appearance at this moment, Yansheng didn't know why he felt comfortable. I think it was because Xuanyuan Yu had always looked like he had no desires since he saw him, and this change made him very happy. After the martial emperor, there are the Nirvana realm, the Supreme realm, the Saint realm, and the Emperor realm. Only after going through 10 Nirvana tribulations can one be reborn in Nirvana and enter the Supreme realm. The Supreme realm comprehends the laws and enters the Saint realm. All things return to one, and the body merges with the Tao. The Emperor appears, invincible in the world. This Nirvana realm, listening to the introduction of Yansheng, Xuanyuan's eyes revealed a trace of yearning. Muttered in his mouth, Nirvana, Supreme, Saint realm, Emperor realm. Seeing Xuanyuan's appearance, Yansheng was immediately secretly happy in his heart, and then said, I regard myself as a saint, and I was naturally a great saint-level strongman when I was alive. How about letting a saint-level strongman introduce you? Are you flattered by the feeling? Yansheng looked smug. However, Xuanyuan looked at Yansheng indifferently. Then you still died. If it weren't for this palace, I guess you wouldn't even be able to beat me. Listening to the words of minus 10,000 degrees coming out of Xuanyuan's mouth at 36 degrees, Yansheng was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Take a deep breath and try to calm yourself down. But the defense is still broken. I'm so angry. You stinky boy, how can you talk to the senior? If it weren't for this saint desperately protecting the blue and white star, how could you talk to this saint here like this? Looking at Yansheng, who kept waving his arms and waving his claws, Xuanyuan hurriedly said perfunctorily, Senior is the best. I know my mistake. Please continue. Please continue. Yansheng laughed, and his appearance was very funny. Boy, you are really perfunctory. Senior, please continue. Don't be so petty. Xuanyuan hurriedly apologized again to stabilize Yansheng's emotions. I don't even bother to argue with you. Yansheng swung his sleeves, acting like a master. Listen carefully, kid. I'll only tell you once. Don't blame me if you can't remember. A touch of reminiscence flashed in the eyes of Yansheng. The memory sealed in his mind for 100,000 years resurfaced. The shocking changes that happened 100,000 years ago slowly unfolded. The starry sky we are in is called the 10-star realm. It is composed of 10 large planets: blue and white star, dark star, 7 brilliant star, red sky star, life star, purple firefly star, blue and red star, diamond star, emerald star, and central star. Among them, the central star is located in the center of the 9 planets, and the other 9 planets revolve around it. Whether it is the concentration of spiritual energy, the land of opportunity, or the area, it is unmatched by other planets. Therefore, the central star is the place where the strong people in the other 9 worlds yearn for. The strong people moved their families to the central star one after another to settle down. Over time, the strong people in the other 9 planets lost a lot, and they became subordinate planets of the central star without knowing it. Although the 9 planets they had resisted before, but there were not many strong people, and they were not enough to fight against the central star, and finally ended up in a miserable end. Although the central star was powerful at that time, it did not suppress other planets at will, but allowed them to develop. Over time, most people seem to have acquiesced to it. Although there were occasional fights, they were all minor fights. However, all this was broken 100,000 years ago. I vaguely remember that it was a beautiful calendar, and the practice of blue and white star was in full swing. I had just broken through the Saint realm, and was admired by hundreds of millions of people, and I was in high spirits. Speaking of this, Yin Sheng looked nostalgic, and then his expression changed again. That day, suddenly, a summons tore through space and appeared in front of me. A strong imperial power emanated from it, and a grand voice came from it. The foreign land knocked on the gate, and the dark star was lost. The supreme forces of the 10 Directions realm were ordered to go to the central star for reinforcement. They must set off immediately without any mistakes. According to this transfer order, this saint went to the central star for reinforcement. I never thought that this trip would take hundreds of years. The foreign Shura royal family and the 7 royal families under their command are far more powerful than the 10 Directions realm. There are 8 emperors on the other side. We only have 5. If there was no unknown emperor in the 10 Directions realm to contain the 3 top emperors on the other side, we would have been defeated long ago. The battle situation gradually became stalemate. Later, due to changes in the war situation on the blue and white star, this saint was once again transferred back to the mother planet to resist the alien race. 300 years passed in a flash. This saint did not know what happened on the central star. He only noticed that an unprecedented battle had broken out in the starry sky. After this battle, the 10 Directions realm was defeated. Most of the territory was captured, lives were shed, and people were in panic. The offensive of the alien race became more and more radical. Under such circumstances, an unknown strong man came out and handed over a corner of the ancient formation, which was to condense the energy of the entire 10 Directions realm and burst out with powerful power, thereby sealing the alien race. It seemed that there was no way out at the time. If we persisted like this, the 10 Directions realm would fall completely into the hands of the aliens. In his hand, so everyone agreed to use this formation. When the plan was finalized, it was quickly implemented. After the formation was completed, under the leadership of the 4 great emperors of the human race, it really exerted its supreme power, successively killing 2 emperors of the other side and seriously injuring 2 emperors, and the alien race began to retreat step by step. In the final battle, the 10 Directions realm won. 1 emperor died, 2 emperors were seriously injured and fell asleep, and the peak combat power was almost exhausted. Finally, the alien race was repelled, and the gate of the sealed realm was sealed. However, when everyone was cheering for victory, the disaster came. The person who handed over the formation before did not say that the formation had side effects, so everyone agreed. The battle was over. When people withdrew after the formation, a terrifying scene happened. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth dropped sharply, and the areas of the 10 planets were drastically reduced. Countless people were actually angry and terrified. Everyone knew it now. The formation corner actually overdrew the potential of the 10 Directions realm, and then it burst out with powerful strength. Once the formation ended, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth dropped sharply, less than 1/10 of the peak period. The dissipation of spiritual energy led to a sharp reduction in the areas of the 10 planets, just like the exhaustion of human potential. Everyone panicked and didn't know how to stop it. The man who had previously offered the formation corner also disappeared at the moment the battle ended. Everyone fell into fear of the unknown. Speaking of this, Yin Sheng paused. Xuanyuan Bo was eager to know what happened later that caused the blue and white star to become what it is now. He couldn't help but ask, "What happened later, Senior?" "Later," Yin Sheng gritted his teeth and said, "Later, the central stars showed their fangs that had been hidden for many years. After repelling the foreign war, there were only 3 emperors left in my 10 Directions realm. 2 of them were seriously injured and sleeping, and the remaining one was the ancestor of an ancient clan located in the central star. With no one able to stop it, the evil thoughts in people's hearts would rise, and it would be out of control. This emperor used his supreme power to coerce all the array masters in the 10 Directions realm to help him set up an array, draining the spiritual veins of the other 9 planets and injecting them all into the central star to restore the spiritual power of the central star. What? Xuanyuan said angrily. The blue and white star became what it is now because of him. That's right. Although there are countless people who oppose it, how can they be the opponent of an emperor? It's just a waste of casualties. Finally, his goal was achieved. Although the central star did not restore the spiritual energy concentration of its heyday, it has also recovered to a large extent. As for the other 9 planets, the spiritual energy was exhausted, the heavenly Tao was dormant, and they became mortal planets. Under the operation of that emperor, a strong man emerged from his clan to establish an empire, gather the remaining strong men from the 9 planets, and achieve hegemony. After this battle, except for a few practitioners who were unwilling to abandon their hometowns, the rest of the people all stepped into the Central Star. They also changed the name of the Central Star to Central World. It's ridiculous. This saint does not want to associate with them, let alone leave the mother planet. So it is convenient for me to stay with a few like-minded friends and that race to find a way to revive the spiritual energy. Unfortunately, the other party is too extreme. We have tried every means, but we are still powerless. Hearing this, Xuanyuan showed a look of admiration. Then he asked again, when did the senior die? According to what the senior said before, shouldn't the lifespan of the saint realm be tens of thousands of years? Yen Sheng showed a look of unwillingness. More than 80,000 years ago. Because there is no spiritual nourishment, we should have a lifespan of tens of thousands of years as Saint Realm. Under the erosion of time, we have only lived for 10,000 years. Our lives have come to an end and eventually turned into a pile of dust. At the moment of death, this saint left this inheritance palace, hoping that after the spiritual energy is restored in the future, his own abilities will not be lost. In the past 100,000 years, although this saint does not know what caused the soul to become an instrument spirit and unable to leave, every once in a while, he will still emit his spiritual consciousness to observe the direction of the blue and white star. I witnessed your transformation from a feudal dynasty to a technologically prosperous country with my own eyes. So that's it. Suddenly, Xuanyuan, you seem to think of something. I still have something I don't understand. Please answer it, senior. Go ahead. Since you died more than 80,000 years ago, why didn't you write down everything they did and tell the world the truth? Yen Sheng smiled bitterly. It's not that we don't want to do this. It's that the Emperor has set restrictions on the 9 planets, restricting us from telling the truth, and destroyed all the ancient books that recorded it, intending to prevent people in later generations from knowing their ugly faces. It's a pity that I don't know why I survived as a spirit of the weapon, and I am no longer restricted by their restrictions, and I will tell you their ugly faces today. Haha, it's so refreshing. After Yen Sheng said this, he laughed twice. Senior, I want to know what the name of that emperor is. Yen Sheng's face changed slightly. Finally, he uttered a sentence, which instantly changed the situation. Red Dragon Emperor. Red Sky. Red Dragon Emperor. Red Sky. Xuanyuan murmured softly. Somehow he seemed to be familiar with this name. Even an unknown picture suddenly appeared in his mind, and then disappeared in an instant. When he thought about it again, there was no trace. Yen Sheng suddenly signaled Xuanyuan to shut up. Be careful with your words. The emperor cannot be called by his name. Even if there is an endless space between them, the other party may still notice it. Didn't the senior just say that? I'm different. What's different? Xuanyuan asked. Yen Sheng said confidently. I'm not a human. Xuanyuan looked confused. Is this something I can listen to? At least not in the current state. Seeing Xuanyuan's expression, Yen Sheng immediately followed up with a sentence. Sitting in the empty hall, Xuanyuan and Yen Sheng quietly watched Xuanyuan chase every move in the light curtain in front of them, chatting from time to time. Suddenly, Yen Sheng seemed to have thought of something. Oh, I forgot to tell you that the world will revive again next year. and the blue and white star will undergo tremendous changes. I already know this. Xuanyuan was not very surprised by this. I forgot. You know that clan? However, Yansheng's next words made him look solemn. At that time, the Central Star will send people to plunder resources. You have to be careful. What? How do you know this matter here? Xuanyuan asked in surprise. Why choose this time? Why didn't they come when the spiritual energy was revived at the beginning, but chose this time next year? That's because they looked down on the chance of recovery at the beginning, but this time is different. This time the recovery of heaven and earth will bring supreme opportunities. Land expansion, spiritual energy surge, and relics appear in the world. Although it can't reach the level of 100,000 years ago, it can also recover 50% to 60%. When the wolves smell meat, they will naturally come out to look for food. The reason why I asked you to be careful is because I have seen their ugly faces. Have you seen it, Senior? Xuanyuan asked in surprise. Yes, I remember that about 90,000 years ago, the spiritual energy of Life Star was inexplicably revived, just like the current blue and white star. Everything was originally developing in a good direction, but the advent of the third heaven and earth revival was like the arrival of the devil to them. The people sent by the central great world were like bandits, plundering all the powerful opportunities. Even the sacred tree of Life Star, the tree of life, was forcibly dug out and transplanted to the central great world. After they left, the Life Star, which was originally a vibrant place, quickly became barren and desolate. I don't know if it has recovered now. Because of the restrictions of the heaven and earth on the blue and white star, this saint had no combat power at that time, and his life was coming to an end. He originally wanted to go to Life Star to explore the situation of their planet's revival, and by the way, seek some spiritual objects to replenish his lifespan, but he encountered this miserable and heartbreaking scene. Yin Sheng sighed. This saint wants to help, but he is powerless. It seems to be regretting his incompetence. Then, he said fiercely, what makes this saint most chilling is that some of the people who plundered the Life Star came from the Life Star. A bunch of bastards who have forgotten their roots. Sheng Yin also said a word. Xuanyuan Yu's face was also full of disgust. If I meet this group of rebels, I will definitely make them regret coming to this world. It's enough that you have this heart. Although you are now at the top of the blue and white star, you are not good enough for the central world, Sheng Yin warned. Junior understands. And next, Sheng Yin kept telling Xuanyuan Yu some past events and some precautions in the hall. When Xuanyuan Yu understood everything he wanted to know, he stood up slowly, bowed to Yin Sheng, and said softly, "Thank you for your help. I still have some things to deal with, so I'll leave first. Before I leave, I have a weapon that I want you to give to my brother. Why don't you give it to him yourself?" Yin Sheng was puzzled. Xuanyuan Yu smiled mysteriously. "It's more appropriate for you to give this weapon to him. Besides, he doesn't know my true strength, so you don't need to tell him yet. I will tell him when the time comes. By the way, tell my brother that I will wait for him at the entrance of the secret realm after I finish my business. Senior, see you then." After that, Xuanyuan Yu took out a pitch-black spear covered with patterns from the Ice Emperor ring and threw it at Yin Sheng. Then, his figure slowly disappeared from the spot, as if he had never appeared. "See you then?" Yin Sheng took the spear and looked at Xuanyuan Yu, who had left, a little confused. However, when he studied the spear and poured a ray of spiritual consciousness into the black spear, his face was suddenly filled with shock. Holy weapons! Red Soul Spear. Without a weapon spirit, it can be used to store souls for nourishment. Oh my God! How did he get this divine object? Is it tailor-made for me and my future apprentice? In this way, I can use the Red Soul Spear as a carrier and reappear in the world. I'll see what you mean when the time comes. Yin Sheng stared at the Red Soul Spear with red eyes, full of burning color. My future apprentice's brother is so mysterious. Talent, strength, and these resources, it's simply terrifying. Maybe he can help me recover in the future, Yin Sheng imagined. Suddenly he screamed, "Oh no, I was just chatting. I forgot to ask my name." However, at this moment, Xuanyuan Yu had already walked out of the palace. He already had a rough picture of Yin Sheng's expression in his mind. Red Soul Spear was what he had just signed in at Yin Sheng's palace. It could be said to be the best item he had signed in recently, because its properties are more suitable for his younger brother, plus the effect of nourishing the soul. It is indeed the most suitable for his younger brother Xuanyuan Che. With Yin Sheng attached to the Red Soul Spear, Xuanyuan you will be more assured of his younger brother in the future. He is not afraid that Yin Sheng will occupy the Red Soul Spear. Since he is assured to give it to him, there is naturally a way to take it back. Of course, this is also a test for Yin Sheng. After all, he doesn't know what Yin Sheng is like. He can't let Xuanyuan you trust him just by his own words. If the other party is greedy, he will lose a talented disciple and a bright future. After identifying the direction, Xuanyuan Qi soared into the sky and flew out of the secret realm. Just after flying a few kilometers, Xuanyuan Kai suddenly felt a familiar breath. His eyebrows raised immediately. Change direction, and in the direction where Xuanyuan Qi flew away. Wanyu was covering a bloody arm and cursing. Damn it, didn't I just kill a few insignificant poor people during the assessment? I was not allowed to pass. Suddenly, the voice stopped. Wanyu was shocked, staring at the scene in front of him with his mouth wide open, as if he saw an unbelievable scene. See? Xuanyuan Qi's figure stood on the sky, looking down at him with a smile, as if laughing at the other party's embarrassment. Wanyu looked at Xuanyuan with a smile on his face and said with gritted teeth, Xiao Bo, how is it possible? You are also in the sky control realm. You hit it so well. You even hit it from all of us? Seeing Xuanyuan Bo smiled, but said nothing, Wanyu asked again, Why? Are you here to laugh at me? Xuanyuan Bo shook his head. No, I'm here to kill you. Wanyu's face suddenly changed. He was injured now, and his strength was at its peak, facing an unknown Xuanyuan Bo. He didn't dare to act rashly for a while. Tentatively said, Xiao Bo, we don't have any deep hatred. Why do you want to kill me? Xuanyuan Bo smiled and looked at him. Shouldn't I ask you this question? It seems that we have no intersection, and we haven't even met, let alone any conflicts. But how did you do it? Do you need me to remind you? Do you really think I have no temper? Wanyu's face turned pale immediately. He and Xuanyuan Bo had no hatred at all. It was just because the goddess he liked repeatedly confessed to Xuanyuan Lu and handed her love letters to her. But she ignored him, which made him feel resentful and hate Xuanyuan Lu. Also, in this secret realm, his cousin was also trying for a place, but unfortunately, because Xuanyuan Che took a place from Qianlong University, he fell behind by one place and failed. When he saw Wu Xuanyuan LV got in through connections, he suddenly burst into anger, and that's why he provoked Xuanyuan LV for no reason. But at this moment, Wanyu couldn't say that. He could only bring out his own background, hoping to stop Xuanyuan Lu. He kept retreating, still speaking fiercely. Xia, you can't kill me. I'm from the Wan family of Demon City, and I'm a follower of Lei Tian, the young master of the Lei family of Demon City. If you kill me, not only the Wan family will not let you go, even the Lei family of Demon City will not let you go. Xuanyuan Xia chuckled. The Lei family of Demon City? Yes, it's the Lei family of Demon City. That's a family with a martial emperor. However, the next sentence of Xuanyuan Xia was like a thunderbolt, ringing in Wanyu's ears. Just an ant. Just an ant. Wanyu was shocked by Xuanyuan's words. He also forgot the current situation, as if he heard a very funny joke, and sneered. Ha! Xia, you are too arrogant. You are just a mere Yukong realm, but you don't take the Lei family, which has a martial emperor, seriously. How ridiculous. If the Lei family knows, you're dead. Looking at the other party's arrogant smile, Xuanyuan said disdainfully, Who told you that I'm Yukong realm? You know nothing about my background and strength, and you pretend to know me better, complacent. It's really ridiculous. Wanyu was stunned. Speaking of which, he really didn't know Xuanyuan's background, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Xuanyuan's background is very powerful? From this point of view, the other party's two brothers are very talented. To be able to cultivate such outstanding two geniuses, it must be an extraordinary family. Before he could say anything else, an extreme chill hit him. Then, the whole person was frozen, turned into an ice sculpture, and his consciousness slowly blurred until he disappeared forever. Xuanyuan Qi turned around and left without looking back. Wanyo's body exploded instantly, turning into ice crystals all over the sky. No trace was left. It's a shame to spend so much time on an ant. Xuanyuan Qi shook his head secretly and continued to fly out of the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, although the trial participants had been in for several days, it was still very lively. The troops of various forces were still stationed here, waiting for the children of their academy or family to return with a full load. When Xuanyuan Qi walked out, no one was surprised. Instead, they felt it was natural. After all, Xuanyuan Kai entered as a 9th-level warrior. It was also because 2 people had walked out before that the major forces had already understood the situation in the secret realm. So no one asked Xuanyuan Bo, which saved a lot of interrogation. Others were indifferent, but Wang Meng's face was not very good. He went straight to Xuanyuan Bo. "Why did you come out so quickly? Where is Xia Che? How is he now?" Xiao Che entered a palace for assessment. "My strength is relatively weak. I didn't fit in there, so I came out first." Wang Meng heard this and immediately looked around carefully. He pulled Xuanyuan Bo to a tent. He whispered, "Palace? What palace?" Xuanyuan Bo lied without blushing or beating his heart. "A place where a strong man's inheritance is passed down. I don't know the details. I am weak and was eliminated in the first round." Wang Meng was overjoyed. With Xia Che's talent and strength, he will definitely get a lot of benefits. Xuanyuan Bo also echoed, "That's for sure." After chatting casually for a few words, Wang Meng walked out of the tent in a hurry. Back to the entrance of the secret realm again, waiting. The moment Wang Meng walked out of the tent, Xuanyuan's face suddenly changed. With a wave of his hand, he set up a barrier to cover the entire tent. No one outside could detect the movement. Then, with a thought, the space in front of him cracked, and a wormhole connecting to an unknown place was constructed and reorganized in front of him. "Yunli, come see me quickly." Then, accompanied by a mysterious wave, Yunli's graceful figure walked out of the wormhole and appeared in front of Xuanyuan, kneeling on one knee. "Sir, you are looking for me." Xuanyuan waved his hand slightly. "Get up. Just got some news." 1 year later, after explaining some things to Yunli and asking him to prepare, Xuanyuan teleported him away. Sitting in the tent, holding his chin, looking in a direction with deep eyes, thinking a lot, countless people walked out of the secret realm one after another. The news of the Yansheng Inheritance Palace also spread among major forces. Everyone hoped that their children could obtain the inheritance of this unknown mysterious strong man or some useful information, and they all stared at the people who walked out of the secret realm. Every time someone came out, he would be taken away by the people of his faction and quietly questioned. Time passed slowly. The remaining geniuses in the Yansheng Inheritance Palace were trapped in the assessment. And deep in the palace, in the empty hall, a pit filled with red liquid appeared out of thin air. The Yansheng floating on the pitch-black red soul spear looked at the figure in it with satisfaction and relief. It was Xuanyuan Che. At this moment, Xuanyuan Che was naked, soaking in the spiritual liquid left by Yansheng to cultivate disciples, repairing the scars on his body. Talent, character, strength, all are the best choices. "Little guy, you have to take my inheritance," I said. "No one can help." A month passed quietly. In the Yansheng Palace, Xuanyuan Che danced with a pitch-black spear, and his every move was full of murderous aura. After one set, Xuanyuan Che stood with a gun in his hand. He asked Yansheng, who was floating in the air beside him, "Master, how is it this time?" Yansheng nodded. This disciple was not only talented, but also very hard-working. He was very satisfied. Thinking back to a month ago, Xuanyuan Che was frightened for the first time when he saw Yansheng's ghost-like appearance. After Yansheng said that he wanted to accept him as a disciple, he was still a little hesitant. After all, the other party looked a little scary. Yansheng really tried hard to persuade him, but Xuanyuan Che did not give in. Until Yansheng handed the red soul spear to Xuanyuan Che and said that his brother had been here. He agreed to let Xuanyuan worship him. At first, Xuanyuan was still very unconvinced, until Yansheng told him the appearance of his brother Xuanyuan. Then he completely agreed and knelt down to worship him. Then, with the help of Yansheng's spiritual fluid, in just 1 month, Xuanyuan's strength surpassed several small realms and reached the peak of the sky control realm. He also taught him the experience of practicing the fire control and several exquisite martial arts techniques. Among them is the demon spear technique that he is practicing now. In just 1 month, Xuanyuan has mastered it proficiently, and his talent is really enviable. Good, it's done, my little disciple. Now, except for you, the last living assessor has left the secret realm. It's been a month, so I'll go out too. My brother must be waiting anxiously, Xuanyuan said hurriedly. If his master Yin Sheng hadn't said before that only he could leave the secret realm, he would have gone back long ago. Okay, then pack up and let's go. Xuanyuan walked out of the palace with the red soul spear in his hand. As Yin Sheng waved his arm, the huge palace slowly shrank and finally turned into the size of a brick, floating in front of Xuanyuan. I thought you were going to miss it, but I didn't expect this to happen. Now you can take it away. It can be regarded as your fate with it. Put it in the space ring that Master gave you. Maybe you can use it in the future. This palace is also the most precious thing of Master. Thank you, Master. Why are you and I being polite? Just take it if it's given to you. Let's go. A stream of light flew towards the exit of the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, Wang Ming kept walking back and forth, anxious. It's been a month. Why hasn't Xia come out yet? Could he have met with an accident? I'm so anxious. What should I do? As the children of other college families walked out one by one, there was no sign of Xuanyuan, which made Wang Ming very anxious and scared. Unlike Wang Ming's anxiety, all the family forces were secretly happy when they saw that Xuanyuan didn't come out. They wanted Xuanyuan to die in there. After all, Xuanyuan's talent was really shocking, which frightened them. Some people also suspected that Xuanyuan had obtained the inheritance in it, so he had not returned for a long time. It was precisely because no one force had obtained the inheritance that some people placed their hopes on Xuanyuan. If Xuanyuan obtained the inheritance, no matter what method was used, they would definitely benefit from it. In short, everyone had a ghost in their hearts. Suddenly, there was a turbulence at the entrance of the secret realm. Everyone knew that someone was coming out, and they were all looking forward to it. Under the gaze of countless people, a foot slowly stepped out of the vortex of the secret realm. Immediately afterwards, Xuanyuan's figure was completely revealed. With a red braid on his head and a black spear in his hand, he looked like a young hero. In fact, it's not that Xuanyuan doesn't want to put the red soul spear into the space ring, but that he can't put it in. Holy level magic weapons cannot be put into a small space ring. Of course, I won't hold it all the time, just because the red soul gun has not yet fully recognized its owner. After fully recognizing its owner, it can be stored in the body. So Xuanyuan can only carry it with him for the time being. When Wang Ming saw Xuanyuan walking out, he burst into laughter. A clenched heart finally let go. But then he was shocked by Xuanyuan. Just because he felt the aura escaping from Xuanyuan's body. The pinnacle of the sky control realm. Not only Wang Ming, but also powerful men from other forces discovered the changes in Xuanyuan's realm. There was a lot of discussion on the spot for a while. I remember that Xia just broke through to the sky control realm not long ago, right? The leader of one force asked the person next to him in disbelief. That's right, but the aura on him now is indeed at the peak of the sky control realm. The man also looked shocked. Suddenly, everyone took a breath of air. It's incredible to cross 3 small realms in 1 month. Could it be? Countless people's eyes flashed with light, as if they were thinking of something, but they couldn't express it clearly. However, what happened next made them believe it. I saw Xuanyuan's entire body completely walking out of the secret passage. A roar came from the passage behind him, and then the secret passage instantly collapsed until it disappeared. This sudden scene made everyone stunned. Some college candidates burst into tears. According to the experience summed up by the predecessors who explored the secret realm in the past 200 years, the collapse of the passage means that the greatest opportunity has been taken away. Perhaps there is no one alive in the secret realm. His younger brother never came out. He probably died in the secret realm. Not only him, there are geniuses in all the major forces who have not come out of the secret realm. But now no one cares about their life or death anymore, because the eyes of all the forces were focused on Xuanyuan Bo, who looked excited, as if he was looking at some huge treasure. The collapse of the secret realm and the rapid improvement of Xuanyuan Bo's strength clearly sent a message to them. That means Xuanyuan Bo must have obtained the inheritance from that palace. Everyone looked at Xuanyuan Bo like a very hungry jackal. If it were an ordinary secret realm, they wouldn't be like this. But judging from the treasures obtained by their students and family geniuses in the secret realm and the final mysterious palace, the inheritance of this secret realm must be very powerful. In this situation, no one could remain calm. After a moment of silence, finally, one family took the lead to speak. Xia, tell me the truth. Have you received the inheritance of the mysterious palace in the secret realm? Countless people rolled their eyes at the person who spoke out and secretly cursed the idiot in their hearts. Isn't this asking knowingly? Besides, if you ask, who will tell you the truth? But now that the matter was over, they didn't say anything. They stared at Xuanyuan Bo expectantly, wondering how he would answer. As soon as Xuanyuan Bo walked out of the secret realm, he saw everyone staring at him with fiery eyes. He had never experienced this kind of situation before, and he felt a little scared for a moment. Teacher, what to do? The next moment, Yin Sheng's voice sounded in his mind. Don't be afraid. You just need to pretend you don't know. Don't worry. I'll be with you, and you'll be fine. Yin Sheng, who was in the Red Soul Gun, said shamelessly. He didn't want to lose his majesty in front of his disciples. Although he could temporarily lend some power to Xuanyuan Bo, it was only a very small amount, and it would also damage the origin of his soul, and the gain outweighed the loss. Moreover, even if Xuanyuan Bo was given strength, he would not be able to cope with so many strong men. The reason why I say this is just because I feel the aura of Xuanyuan Bo. The fox pretends to be the tiger's power. How could these little karami in front of them be the opponents of Xuanyuan Bo's terrifying strength? After listening to what his teacher, Yin Sheng, said, Xuanyuan Bo suddenly felt confident. Suppress your emotions a little, he said calmly. This junior has indeed gained some opportunities in the secret realm, and his strength has improved somewhat, but I don't know about the palace inheritance mentioned by my senior. The man who asked Xuanyuan Bo sneered. There are some opportunities, but I am ignorant. In decades of life, I have never encountered an opportunity that can allow people to advance from the early stage of the sky control realm to the peak in 1 month. I wonder if little brother Xia can tell me so that everyone can gain insights. This person was a very thief, and he inadvertently transformed the question he asked into a tone that everyone wanted to know, which made other forces quite disgusted and looked at him with a look of disgust. Xuanyuan Bo chuckled lightly. This senior is so impressive. I wonder which clan he is a strong man from. The man puffed out his chest proudly, with a proud look on his face. This king, Situ Xing, comes from the Situ family in Sioux City. He is loved by others and is known as the Little Sword King. Oh, Xuanyuan Bo pretended to be thinking, after a moment. Never heard of it. Hearing the voice, Situ Xing's face suddenly darkened, and his facial features were almost invisible. As if he had not noticed the other party's dark face, Xuanyuan Bo continued. What opportunity the junior has obtained seems to have nothing to do with the senior. It has nothing to do with me. But Xia, you don't have to pretend anymore. We have all checked. No one else has obtained the inheritance of the palace before you. As soon as you came out, the secret realm collapsed immediately. Who else could it be but you? This secret realm inheritance involves a lot, and you, a child, can't grasp it. If you really get some inheritance opportunity, wouldn't it be better to share it? Situ Xing said shamelessly. If you insist on not obeying, don't blame me for looking for it myself. Seeing Situ Xing's ugly face, Xuanyuan Bo sneered. Let's not talk about whether I have received the inheritance or not. Even if I have, what does it have to do with you? So many forces present have not spoken. When will it be your turn as an unknown family to speak out here? How dare you? How can you talk to your seniors? Hearing this, Situ Xing's face twisted. And then he seemed to not care about his reputation at all, and directly spread his ugly fangs. A powerful aura bloomed, with a ferocious expression. Xiache, hand over the inheritance, and I can forgive the past otherwise. Seeing this, Wang Meng immediately protected Xuanyuan Che behind him, angrily scolded. Situ Xing, you are so shameless, you actually threatened a child. Situ Xing pointed his sword at Wang Meng. Get out of the way! Wang Meng, you should know that you are not my opponent. Wang Meng's face kept changing. Situ Xing's realm was not only higher than his, but he was also a child of a big family, and his skills in martial arts were not comparable to him as a middle school principal. What's more, the other party has been in the wilderness for many years and has a strong fighting power. Otherwise, he would not be called the Little Sword King. He has been in the academy for a long time and is entangled in trivial matters. If he really fights, he will not be able to last for too long. What's the matter? If you want to touch Xiache, you have to step over my body first. With a determined heart, Wang Meng seemed to put all his treasures on Xuanyuan Che and said firmly. At the same time, several forces around stood up to protect Xuanyuan Che. Situ family, you are gone. It's not yours, so don't have any ideas. Situ Xing looked at the group of people around who were protecting Xuanyuan Che with a ferocious face. 4 major colleges, Lei family, Feng family, ancient tribes in northern border. A bunch of hypocrites who wouldn't want such a powerful inheritance. You want to win over Xiache, the first genius, but my Situ family doesn't need it. Why do you have to act like this for a genius who hasn't grown up? The faces of the forces named by Situ Xing suddenly became very ugly and kept changing. Some even cursed Situ Xing directly. Situ Xing ignored them and turned to look in another direction. You were silent again after I spoke. A bunch of rats with thieves' hearts but no courage. I am really ashamed to be associated with you. The faces of these people were also ugly. Since he won't give it to me, I will take it myself. After that, Situ Xing's long sword instantly attacked Wang Meng and Xuanyuan Che like a poisonous snake, and the sword shadow was lingering. It seemed that Situ Xing's words just now angered some people or forces. Several black-clad figures flew out of the crowd, waving weapons and rushing towards Xuanyuan Che. Many forces around were shocked, not expecting the other party to be so decisive. Some people hurriedly stood up to stop them, but after all, they were a step slower and could only watch the other party approach Xuanyuan Che. Facing the several figures attacking, Wang Meng burst out with his spiritual energy, forming a shield around him, and took a defensive posture. At this critical moment, a cold light flashed across the sky. Boom! A Tang sword fell from the sky, carrying the force of thunder and lightning, and the huge energy instantly knocked Situ Xing and others out. Then it was heavily inserted into the ground, making a huge roar. The billowing smoke and dust waves spread from it as the center. Then, a deafening voice resounded through the world and sounded in the ears of the people of various forces, full of domineering and protective intentions. Who dares to touch my son Xuanyuan? Who dares to touch my Xuanyuan Ying's son? Hearing this deafening sound, the world suddenly fell into deathly silence. You can hear the needle drop. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that majestic figure in the sky. When the face and memory overlapped with the figure in the sky, everyone's faces were filled with shock and horror. The first guarding envoy Xuanyuan, that god of death. Isn't he guarding Shanhaiguan? Why is he here? Who is his son? When everyone is secretly thinking about the memories in their hearts, Xuanyuan Che's address made all of them look horrified. Dad, why are you here? Xuanyuan Che flew into the sky with a look of surprise and hugged Xuanyuan. On the ground, Situ Xing, who had just been shaken away by Xuanyuan and vomited blood, had an expression of disbelief. As if in a daze, he kept shouting, "Impossible! Impossible. Not only Situ Xing, but also others. How can Xia Che be the son of the first guardian envoy? This is too outrageous. One is named Xia, and the other is named Xuanyuan. I probably used a pseudonym to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, the surname Xiag with Xuanyuan is too rare, and the first guard envoy is so famous. It is not difficult to explain. Someone analyzed. For a while, others also acquiesced in this explanation. But my heart still couldn't calm down for a long time. Those aristocratic families who intended to recruit Xuanyuan Che all had wry smiles on their faces at this moment, and completely gave up the idea of recruiting Xuanyuan Che. Who dares to mention this matter again? No wonder they couldn't find Xuanyuan Che's background. Who could find out Xuanyuan Ying's background? At the same time, I was a little happy. Fortunately, there was no coercion or inducement in the previous recruitment, and extraordinary means were used. Otherwise, not only Xuanyuan Ying but also his wife, the violent medicine Emperor Yin Yin, they would not be able to deal with it. Now, Xuanyuan Ying and his son have returned to the ground. Xuanyuan Che asked in surprise, "Dad, how could you arrive in such time?" Xuanyuan Ying replied very fondly, "You have people sent by Dad, so I naturally know the situation on your side." "Oh, that's it." Suddenly, Xuanyuan Che continued to ask, "Is there any brother with you?" Xuanyuan Ying's face suddenly froze. Could he tell his youngest son that his subordinates were missing him? I had to change the subject. "Stop chatting for now, son. Dad will teach you a lesson for these people who don't know how to live or die." "Good." When Xuanyuan Ying turned his head, his face instantly darkened. He strode to Situ Xing's side, looking at him condescendingly. A mere peak war king is so arrogant and domineering. "I don't know who gave you the courage." Situ Xing didn't care about anything at the moment. He lifted his legs and kept retreating. He shouted loudly, "I'm a core member of the Situ family in Sioux City. You can't kill me. Our clan leader is also a strong man in the middle stage of the martial emperor. I didn't kill him, I just threatened him. As the first guard envoy and a military general, you cannot kill innocent people indiscriminately." Situ Xing intends to use morality to kidnap Xuanyuan Ying. But who is Xuanyuan Ying? The first guard envoy, the god of death, and the general of the military. Which title is not earned with countless blood? How could you be frightened by just 1 or 2 words from him? "I think you must have forgotten my title." Sioux City Situ family? Go back and ask your clan leader if he dares to speak like this in front of me. "No, you can't go back." Xuanyuan Ying grinned. In Situ Xing's eyes, such a smile was like a ferocious giant beast opening its mouth with the intention of swallowing it. The tang knife that was deeply inserted into the ground returned to Xuanyuan Ying's hand. "No, don't." Seeing this, Situ Xing kept begging and begging, hoping that Xuanyuan Ying could let him go. Ah! A flash of silver light flashed, and the screams suddenly stopped. A head full of blood rolled to the side, and its wide eyes looked very penetrating. Situ Xing paid the price for his reckless behavior. Years old, 1.5 chapters. At the moment Situ Xing died, several other men in black who had just taken action fled in all directions. An expression of disgust appeared on the corner of Xuanyuan Ying's mouth. "Tisk, have the rats in the dark temple begun to walk out of the ground again? I can smell your stink from all the way. If I let you escape today, my name, Xuanyuan Ying, will be written upside down." After saying that, Xuanyuan Ying spread his hands and shook them hard. A terrifying wave of energy spread from the palm of his hand in all directions. Then, there were muffled sounds in the sky. The fleeing men in black exploded like fireworks. The blood rain was scattered, which was horrifying. There was another burst of exclamations at the scene. They were all strong men in the War King realm. They were like clay under Xuanyuan Ying's hands, breaking into pieces at the touch. It was obvious how terrifying Xuanyuan Ying's strength was. After finishing all this, Xuanyuan Ying had a calm look on his face. It was as if he had just crushed a few small ants to death. The clouds were calm, and the wind was gentle. Turning his head, Xuanyuan Ying looked towards where Xuanyuan Gong was. "Still not coming over?" Xuanyuan Jiao shook his head helplessly, as if he understood what Xuanyuan was going to do, and appeared beside Xuanyuan in a few flashes. "Dad." "Yeah." Xuanyuan responded softly and smiled at the same time. He thought secretly in his heart, "Little guy, I can't deal with you anymore. You don't listen to anything and go against me and your mother every day. Let's see how I deal with you today. You are so mysterious every day, and you don't even tell me your father. You don't want to show up, but I won't satisfy you. See how you can live your quiet life after today." As he thought about it, Xuanyuan looked at Xuanyuan with a smile. Xuanyuan looked at his father like this, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Seeing this, Xuanyuan Ying's face darkened. The next moment, Xuanyuan pulled Xuanyuan with one hand and Xuanyuan Che with the other. In the eyes of everyone, he rushed to the sky. He coughed twice. Then he said loudly, "Who am I?" I think everyone knows it without any introduction. Today, all the major forces are here, so I'll introduce you to the 2 kids next to me. After what happened just now, I think everyone should understand, but I still need to introduce them formally today. As he said that, he raised Xuanyuan's arm. "This is my eldest son, Xuanyuan." He raised Xuanyuan Che's arm again. "This is my youngest son, Xuanyuan Che." Due to some personal reasons, they appeared in front of the world with the pseudonyms Xia Che. I don't think it's necessary now. I won't introduce the eldest son, Xuanyuan. He is a loner and not good at communicating with others. I don't think many people know him here. He paused slightly. Youngest son, Xuanyuan Che. Because of his talent, I believe everyone is familiar with him. I know very well what your family forces have done. Your information is also on my table. You should be glad that you have not done anything out of the ordinary. Otherwise, I think some forces would not be able to stand here today. From today on, please tell the leaders of your various forces. Forget all your previous thoughts." At this point, Xuanyuan smiled meaningfully and turned to leave. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something again. He stopped. He slightly turned sideways, left 2 words, and took the 2 brothers into the sky. He turned into a meteor and disappeared in everyone's eyes. That's right. I don't care about the clash between the younger generation, but if the older generation intervenes, don't blame me for visiting you. After watching Xuanyuan and the others leave, the crowd suddenly erupted in roaring discussion. Qianlong University. Many geniuses are discussing Xuanyuan Gao in an endless stream. Oh my God! Xia Gao is actually the son of the first guardian envoy. This must be too well hidden. He has been in school for more than 3 years, and no one has discovered his identity. He is already popular enough. If this news spreads back, those girls will go even crazier. A boy patted his chest and said happily, "Isn't that true? I can imagine that scene. Fortunately, I didn't offend him and ridicule him. Otherwise, I would have been beaten by those schoolgirls. Thankfully, when you died in the secret realm, otherwise knowing Xia Jie. Oh no, knowing Xuanyuan Jie's identity would be scary to death." One person thought of Wanyu, who had previously provoked Xuanyuan Jie in the secret realm, and said jokingly. Suddenly, he whispered, "Do you think Wanyu was killed by Xuanyuan? Otherwise, with Wanyu's strength, how could he fall into the secret realm so mysteriously?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately retorted, "This is impossible. Impossible. Wanyu is a genius in the sky control realm after all. Xuanyuan Gao is not a 9th-level warrior. How could he be the one who killed him?" The man said mysteriously again, "What if Xuanyuan is not a 9th-level warrior? You mean Xuanyuan Gao has hidden his realm? No way. If it is a hidden realm, we may not be able to see it, but can't those powerful martial emperors in the academy also see it? It's hard to tell. He is the son of the first guarding envoy. Some of his methods are not difficult to explain. You know, if my younger brother is such a genius, how can he be an ordinary person?" Hiss. After listening to this person's analysis for a while, everyone suddenly felt that it made sense, and then they couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. They were so shocked that they couldn't calm down for a long time. Lei Tian on the side couldn't help but nodded when he heard the words, feeling that the analysis made sense. As his henchman, Wanyu has now fallen into this secret realm. In order to prevent his family from resenting him and doing anything impulsive, He must give his family an explanation. Now Xuanyuan Gao is a very good explanation. After all, Xuanyuan Jie's background is something that even his lay family would not dare to touch, let alone a small one family. If the other party really wanted to offend Xuanyuan Gong, he would just have to cut off the relationship, and by the way, he could also find out about Xuanyuan Gong's background. Thinking of this, Lei Tian clapped his hands. That's right, let's do it. Just then, the roar of fighter planes suddenly sounded in the sky. Immediately afterwards, a silver fighter plane came into everyone's eyes and stopped suddenly just above the valley. Then, two streams of light flew down from it and came to Wang Ming's side. When Wang Ming looked surprised, one of them made a gesture of invitation and said, "Dean Wang Ming, the general sent us to escort you back. Please." Okay. Wang Ming reacted immediately, said hello to several friends, and stepped onto the fighter plane with a smile, leaving many envious eyes. Wang Ming, this old boy, is really lucky. No way. Who would have thought that Xiache is actually the son of the first guardian general Xuanyuan? Not everyone has this kind of character. He insists on protecting Xuanyuan Che despite not knowing his background. He deserves all this. Stepping onto the big ship Xuanyuan, everything has been smooth sailing since then. The trip to the secret realm came to an end, and all forces left one after another. Then, everything that happened here spread throughout the Xia kingdom instantly. There was an uproar for a while. Su City, in a main hall of the Situ family's residence. Bump! There was a sound of breaking porcelain. A middle-aged man with a gloomy face in the main hall said angrily, "What did you say? Say it again." Situ Xing is dead? Or was it Xuanyuan who killed him? In front of him, a figure knelt on the ground and said tremblingly, Yes, clan leader, the Star Sword King took action against Xuanyuan Ying's son. That's why. Xuanyuan Ying's son? Who is Xuanyuan Ying's son? How did Situ Xing become enemies with him? The middle-aged man, Situ Yun, the patriarch of the Situ family, asked with a surprised look on his face. Hui clan chief, the first genius Xiache, is Xuanyuan Ying's son. Xiache is his pseudonym. His real name is Xuanyuan Che. The reason is that there is a powerful inheritance in this secret realm. The Star Sword King guessed that Xuanyuan Che had obtained the inheritance. His true identity was not known at the time, so he took action against him. Situ Yun's expression condensed. Get up and tell me everything that happened today. Later, under the explanation of the subordinate, Situ Yun gradually understood the whole story. Mysterious palace. Unknown inheritance assessment. Xuanyuan shadow. Situ Xing cannot die in vain, but this Xuanyuan. Situ Yun paced back and forth in the hall. Then he ordered the subordinate, Go and call the great elder and the others and tell them that we have something important to discuss. Yes. Soon after, several senile-looking people walked into the hall at a leisurely pace. I wonder what the clan leader ordered us to come here, one of them said in a deep voice. That's right, great elder Star Sword King. When Situ Yun told the other party all the reasons, the group of people looked very unhappy. He Xuanyuan is too disrespectful to my Situ family. Even if he is wrong, he shouldn't kill our strong men in public. It's really hateful. Patriarch, what do you think we should do? If we don't make any move, won't it make other families laugh at us and think we are easy to mess with? Great elder, didn't I say I didn't think about revenge on Xuanyuan, but Xuanyuan Ying's strength? Situ Yun looked difficult. However, the great elder standing in the crowd said softly, Patriarch, we can't touch Xuanyuan. What about his son? Even if Xuanyuan sent people to protect him secretly, there is still a chance. As long as we do it secretly, who can know it was us? When Situ Yun heard it, his face was happy. Yes, since we can't move Xuanyuan, let's move on to his son. Let's see if he feels sorry for it. You have an idea, elder. I'll arrange for someone to prepare. Situ Yun rubbed his hands, not feeling anything wrong, and was about to arrange for someone. At this time, the elder interrupted Situ Yun. Hey, don't worry. Clan leader. The Xuanyuan family is a huge mountain that our Situ family can't shake. We can't do this alone. We need to find a few helpers. What does the elder mean? It's not just our family that was lost in the secret realm. Isn't that family a good partner? The elder said mysteriously. Xuanyuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yes, there is also darkness. But isn't this too risky, elder? Clan leader, wealth and honor are sought in danger. I understand. Come on. However, what Xuanyuan didn't expect was what kind of consequences the elder's idea would bring to his family. In a dark hall, countless men in black stood respectfully in the center, lowering their heads, which were usually noble. One of the figures, who was covered in a black cloak, was sitting high up, overlooking everyone. A hoarse voice came from it. "Ha! Xuanyuan, I didn't expect you to cut off your roots and expose the identities of your two sons. The first genius, Xuanyuan Che, the school grass of Qianlong University, Xuanyuan Bo. This is a godsend, Xuanyuan. I will also let you taste what it feels like to lose your son. Pass my order. From today on, keep a close eye on the movements of Xuanyuan and his two sons. Once you find Xuanyuan heading to Shanhaiguan, report to me immediately." Yes. Countless people responded and dispersed in all directions. For a time, undercurrents surged. It seemed that Xiagua was calm, but in fact a storm was coming. Shidu, Central Villa area. Xuanyuan and his son have returned home. Yin was busy in the kitchen in her home clothes, and the exquisite dishes on the table were served one after another. Xuanyuan Che looked at the fragrant dishes in front of him eagerly. He shouted to the kitchen, "Mom, enough! Stop working and come to eat." Yin smiled and poked her head out of the kitchen. "Xiao Che, don't be anxious. It's not easy for the family to reunite once, so we have to be rich. There are 2 more dishes, and they will be ready soon." Okay. Xuanyuan Che swallowed his saliva and stared at the delicious food on the table, waiting. Not long after Yin finished the remaining 2 dishes, the family sat at the table together, and after Xuanyuan said, "Let's eat," Xuanyuan Che began to eat with big mouthfuls. It was so delicious. Yin looked at her youngest son and felt very satisfied. After all, nothing could make her happier than her son liking to eat the food she cooked. She picked up some food for the 2 brothers from time to time. Although Xuanyuan Bo ate in a more polite manner, his speed was not slow at all. He also enjoyed the current atmosphere. The whole family sat together happily. There was no tension of power struggles on the battlefield, no sorrow, only the happiness of family happiness. After the dinner, the family sat together, and Xuanyuan asked Xuanyuan Che about his gains from this trip. Xuanyuan Che did not tell the news that Yin Sheng had left on him, but repeated the news that other Yin Sheng had told him one by one. Then it included the past of Lambaxing 100,000 years ago and the great changes in the world a year later. "I didn't expect that there would be so many realms after the martial emperor realm. Xiao Che, the inheritance of a saint-level strongman. You must practice well and don't be proud and complacent." "I know, Dad." At first, Xuanyuan was still happy that Xuanyuan Che got the inheritance of the secret realm. However, after hearing everything and learning about the shocking changes a year later, he was shocked and stood up instantly, his face full of solemnity. He kept pacing back and forth in front of the 3 people. His face was gloomy, and he was thinking about how to deal with it. "Xiao Che, is the news accurate? Did the seniors say anything about how to deal with the crisis?" Yin suddenly asked. Xuanyuan also stopped and looked at Xuanyuan Che with expectation. He hoped to hear some good news. However, the result disappointed them very much. Xuanyuan Che shook his head and said softly, "Master said that it is likely to be the same as other planets. Although Master told me these situations, he has fallen for tens of thousands of years after all. There is no way to break the situation. We can only rely on ourselves." Xuanyuan Ying's expression was a little gloomy after hearing this, and the hope in his heart was also shattered. "There is only 1 year left. What should I do? No, I have to inform the king of this news immediately. Xia Kingdom needs to make early plans." After that, Xuanyuan hurriedly packed up. He said to his wife Yin, "Yinner, you stay at home to take care of Xiaoku and Xiao Che. I will be back soon. Their identities have been exposed today, and those villains who secretly hate me may not give up. You must be careful when you go out. I know. If it were on a normal day, Yin Yin would definitely scold Xuanyuan. Without telling her, he exposed his son to the eyes of many forces. Don't you know how many enemies he has? Don't you know what kind of impact this will have on his son? But at this moment, Yin Yin also understood the importance of the matter and walked forward to help Xuanyuan tidy up his clothes. He whispered, "Be careful. My son and I will wait for you at home." Xuanyuan nodded heavily, greeted his two sons, rushed out of the door, and jumped into the sky. Xuanyuan Xiao and Xuanyuan Che stood side by side with their mother until they could no longer see the figure clearly in the night. Then they slowly returned to the room. Xuanyuan Xiao said to Yin Yin at this time, "Mother, you have been tired all day. Why don't you rest early? Let Yin Bo arrange someone to clean up the kitchen." Yin Yin glanced at the two brothers, nodded, and slowly walked upstairs. After watching his mother Yin Yin return to the room, Xuanyuan Xiao said to his brother Xuanyuan Che with a serious face, "Xiao Che, do you have a sense of crisis? Do you want to help Dad in a year?" "Of course I do." Xuanyuan Che nodded fiercely. "Then practice well. Brother will set a goal for you. Break through to the martial emperor realm before the world changes. Do you have any questions?" "Ah, martial emperor realm in a year? Brother, this is too difficult," Xuanyuan Che said with a shocked face. Xuanyuan Xiao gently patted Xuanyuan Che's shoulder and said earnestly, "You have the inheritance of the Saint Realm. You must have confidence in yourself." "But, Xuanyuan Che frowned, seeming a little unhappy. Seeing this, the style of the painting immediately changed. Xuanyuan Che's expression became serious, and he patted his chest and said righteously, "Don't worry, brother. I promise to complete the task." Only then did Xuanyuan Che smile. "That's right. Go back and practice. By the way, lend me the gun you brought back to play with. I'll return it to you tomorrow." "Ah." Xuanyuan Che's face changed. He was not clear about his brother's strength and was worried that Xuanyuan Bo would find the traces of Yin Sheng. "What? Don't you want to give it to him? Your brother can't detect it." At this time, Yin Sheng's voice suddenly sounded in Xuanyuan Che's ears. Hearing the voice, "Yes, of course I am. But brother, why are you suddenly interested in long spears? I remember you like to practice swords, don't you?" Xuanyuan Che handed the red soul spear to Xuanyuan Bo and asked in a low voice, "Nothing. I just suddenly want to play with it." After Xuanyuan Bo took the long spear, he walked straight to his room. Suddenly, Xuanyuan Che's voice came from behind. "Brother, what realm are you in now?" Xuanyuan Bo turned his head slightly and saw Xuanyuan Che looking at him expectantly behind him. Xuanyuan Bo chuckled. This sentence shocked Xuanyuan Che and Yin Yin, who was listening in the room. "Xiao Che, I broke through to the War King when I was 12 years old. You still have a long way to go, come on." After saying this, Xuanyuan Che ignored Xuanyuan Che, who was standing there, and turned back to the room. At the moment when he closed the door, his eyes accidentally glanced at his mother Yin Yan's room. Xuanyuan Che was in the hall, his face full of horror, repeating what Xuanyuan Che had just said. "Fuck! War King at the age of 12. War King at the age of 12. Now it's... No! I have to go back to practice. I can't be too far behind my brother." Xuanyuan Che rushed into the practice room. The original pride and joy of getting the inheritance of Yin Sheng disappeared in an instant, and even suffered a big blow. At the same time, in another room, Yin Yin also had a look of horror. Didn't Xiao Bo say that he was only a 9th-level warrior at the age of 12? It turns out that he was hiding it from us at that time. A 12-year-old war king. My son is actually a 12-year-old war king. After Yin Yin was shocked. Her face was full of surprise. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something. Could it be that the mysterious strong man who has been secretly helping us all these years is Xiao Bo? But it doesn't seem like one person did it. Xuanyuan Bo knew about his mother Yin Yan's concern just now, but it has come to this time. Letting his mother know some of his strength will make her feel more at ease. Xuanyuan Bo stabilized the red soul spear in the void. "Senior, we really meet again." The red soul spear shook for a while, and then a red stream of light gushed out. The figure of Yin Sheng appeared in front of Xuanyuan Bo again during the energy twist. No wonder you are so sure that we will meet again. The holy level divine weapon is still so suitable for me. I have to say, little guy, you are really too mysterious. This saint can't see through you. The next morning, at daybreak, an orange-red skyline floated in the east, dividing the sky and the earth into two. A hot halo slowly rose from the center of the skyline, shrouded in purple-red mist, and under the cover of the mist, it was like a shy girl taking off her veil. The sun shone into the villa. It reflected on the faces of the family of 3 who were enjoying the food at this time. It was warm and very comfortable. The Red Soul Spear had been handed over to Xuanyuan Che again. As for what Xuanyuan Bo and Yin Sheng communicated again last night, perhaps no one knew except them. Even the author is no exception. After all, it was not made up. Xiao Bo, Xiao Che, your identities are now known to everyone. What are your plans next? Yin suddenly asked while drinking an unknown tonic soup. Xuanyuan Lu replied, I won't go to school. Just stay at home for a while. Well, that's fine. Anyway, you don't like going to school. What about Xiao Che? Me? I plan to go to school in 2 days. The dean asked me this morning. I just want to feel a more lively atmosphere than before. Xuanyuan Che smiled. Yin said unhappily, you and your brother are 2 extremes. One is indifferent to the world, and the other is just joining in the fun. Yan's expression was a little sad. How can your brother find a wife in the future with such a cold attitude? I'm anxious to have a grandson. Ahem. Xuanyuan LV, who was drinking porridge, almost choked. He lowered his head and didn't dare to answer Yan's words. Xuanyuan Che was laughing on the side. Xuanyuan Lu glared at him fiercely, and the other party gave up. After breakfast, Yin called the 2 brothers to her with a look of reluctance. Xiao Xiaoche, Mom is leaving. Shanhaiguan still needs me. You 2 should be careful at home. Got it, Mom? You should also be careful at Shanhaiguan. Xuanyuan Che's tone was a little low. Although he knew that his mother would not stay at home for long, he did not expect it to be so soon. Don't worry, I am not easy to mess with. Yin rubbed Xuanyuan Che's hair and pretended to be aggressive. What about Dad? Xuanyuan asked softly. Your father is still with the king. This matter is too big. They still have a lot of things to discuss. It is estimated that they will return to Shanhaiguan later. After a brief greeting, Yin walked out of the villa gate in the eyes of the 2 brothers. The moment she walked out of the gate, protect them. Yin walked forward indifferently, not knowing who she was talking to. Yes. Several figures replied in the dark, with low and uniform voices. These are the people secretly cultivated by the Xuanyuan family. Their strength is above that of the War King, and their concealment methods are amazing. After Xuanyuan exposed the identities of the 2 brothers Xuanyuan Yu, they were quietly arranged. Although it was not hidden from Xuanyuan Yu. Then, Yinzhong soared into the sky and flew into the fighter plane that came to pick her up. Although she had no pressure to fly for a long time with her current strength in the Imperial realm, the speed of the fighter plane was faster and more comfortable after all. 7 days later, brother, I'm going to school. Go ahead, be careful on the road. Got it. Xuanyuan Che waved his hand while walking out the door. He had been living a very comfortable life in school these days, surrounded by beautiful women, and his tutors were flattering. His life was full of flavor, and he was very comfortable. Little did he know that a huge danger was about to fall on him. At this moment, in an extremely secret dark room, 7 or 8 mysterious people with powerful auras were constantly discussing something around a table. At this time, a hurried voice suddenly came from the door. Report! Xuanyuan Che has left and is expected to arrive at the school in 20 minutes. Suddenly, a man in a black robe stood up and said, Everyone, the target has been dispatched, so everything will proceed as planned. Now assign the manpower. According to the current situation of my dark temple, there are about 8 war kings hidden around Xuanyuan Che. 2 of them are from Qianlong and Baihu colleges, for should be Xuanyuan Ying's secret guards, and 2 are unknown from which force. but it is unknown whether there are any more powerful people in the dark. Based on my temple's understanding of Xuanyuan, there will be at least one emperor guarding in the dark. So many powerful people are protecting a Yukong realm. It seems that Xuanyuan attaches great importance to his son. Many people took a breath and said in a deep voice after hearing the strong people around Xuanyuan. The more he values this son, the more angry and sad he will be after today. Ha! That's right. Then the black-robed man said again, although this is a joint operation, for the sake of safety, we in the Dark Temple still dispatch 2 emperors and 5 war kings. Hiss! When the black-robed man said this, several people present took a breath of cold air. They all sighed at the profound foundation of the Dark Temple. I didn't expect that the Dark Temple would value Xuanyuan so much and send so many strong men. But on second thought, the other party might be afraid of Xuanyuan's revenge later. Otherwise, they would not drag them into the water. After all, Xuanyuan almost destroyed their nest back then. Then, everyone spoke up. My Sidu family has 1 emperor and 3 war kings, ready to go at any time. My Li family has 4 war kings. My Wan family has 3 war kings. They are ready. As everyone reported one by one, there were a total of 3 emperors and 20 war kings. Among them were not only the families of the 2 brothers who were hostile to each other in the secret realm, but also many families who had grudges against Xuanyuan. I don't know how the Dark Temple persuaded them, but in the end they joined the plan to besiege Xuanyuan. Although everyone knew that the Dark Temple wanted to find more people to join the water, who made them have this intention, so they made peace as soon as they met. The strength of the arranged personnel is already 2 to 3 times that of the strong people around Xuanyuan. It is enough to see that this group of people attaches great importance to Xuanyuan. Tonight, we can only succeed, not fail. Fight quickly and decisively. Don't fight too long and expose your identity or leave any handles. Otherwise, when Xuanyuan finds out, all of us together will not be enough for him to deal with. Don't forget the identity of his wife. Understood? It's a pity that his eldest son doesn't go out. Otherwise, Xuanyuan can't have any descendants. A man with a goatee opposite the black-robed man said with regret. There will still be opportunities in the future. He is lucky to have escaped today. Let's discuss the battle plan. Xuanyuan usually leaves the school gate at around 7 o'clock, and he needs to pass through. Time passed by little. The sky was slowly covered with a layer of black curtain, secretly hiding murderous intent. At the gate of Shidu No. 1 Middle School. At this moment, a group of young men and women in their prime walked out. Xuanyuan's figure was also among them. Amid the crowd of admirers and adorers, Xuanyuan said goodbye to a younger and cuter girl with a happy face. Wanner, I'm going home. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Brother Che. The girl also said in a shy voice. After reluctantly saying goodbye, Xuanyuan walked slowly towards home. After a while, when Xuanyuan passed through a park, he suddenly stopped. It was too quiet around, so quiet that it made people palpitate. Looking around, I found that there was no one around at some point, which was completely different from the scene of people coming and going on weekdays. I suddenly felt that something was wrong. I took out my mobile phone and wanted to make a call, but found that there was no signal at all, and the mobile phone was out of service. I was very panicked and immediately contacted my master Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng got a method of restoring the soul from Xuanyuan a few days ago. He was practicing it and was suddenly interrupted by Xuanyuan. He was about to scold him. Why is this happening? After discovering Xuanyuan's situation, his face suddenly changed and he exclaimed, "Disciple, it's a formation. Be careful. I'll find a way to break it." Hearing this, Xuanyuan immediately took a fighting stance. Looking around carefully. "Who's here? Come out." Suddenly, gusts of cold wind whistled past. He, as expected of Xuanyuan's son, he so alert and found the clues so quickly. Boom! Xuanyuan sent out a hot flame towards the place where the sound came from. However, the flames did not fly far before they were extinguished by a strong wind. Along with a rustling sound in the forest, A vague figure gradually appeared in front of Xuanyuan. The whole body is shrouded in black robes, very mysterious. Who are you? What do you want to do? Xuanyuan shouted angrily. Do what? Jia jia jia. Isn't it obvious? Of course I'm here to kill you. A hoarse voice came from under the cloak of the man in black. Why do you want to kill me? I don't even know you, let alone make enemies with you. You don't, but your father does. It's reasonable for a father to pay his debts to his sons, right? Xuanyuan sneered when he heard this and said disdainfully, Father's debt is repaid by his son. It sounds nice, but it's just that he doesn't dare to go to my father. It's obvious that you are bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. And you still say it's so high-sounding. The man in black was not angry either, just chuckled. You are sharp-tongued, but I don't like this. Are you stalling for time? Don't waste your time. To tell you the truth, those who are secretly protecting you are already trapped in the formation at this moment. If you want to wait for them to save you, I'm afraid they won't be able to wait. TSK, you are in the air control realm, but you are protected by 2 emperors and 12 war kings. To be honest, I envy you, but it's a pity that we have more people and are well prepared. This formation was obtained by the master of my temple in a secret realm. Although it would be a waste to use it on you, I have no choice but to comply with the master's wishes. Xuanyuan's expression suddenly changed when he heard the title of Temple Master. You are the heretics of the Dark Temple. Hey, you have some knowledge. Yes, I am from the Dark Temple, and people in the world call me the Jackdaw King. Before I die, I will let you know my emperor's name so that you can get on your way. Cold sweat slowly fell from Xuanyuan's temples. Dark Temple, Emperor. Others may not know the origin of the Dark Temple and Xuanyuan, but as his son, Xuanyuan also knows a little bit about it. More than 10 years ago, the Dark Temple caused chaos in the Xia Kingdom and committed a catastrophic disaster. Xuanyuan led his men to suppress his lair, turned him upside down, and personally killed the only son of his palace master. The master of the Dark Temple lost a bloody battle to Xuanyuan and was seriously injured, but was rescued by his subordinates. His whereabouts are unknown. It was not until the past 2 years that the Dark Temple gradually appeared in everyone's sight. Thinking of this, Xuanyuan asked Yin Sheng anxiously, Teacher, is there a way to break the formation? Yin Sheng in the Red Soul Spear breathed a sigh of relief. It's almost done. Follow my command. Good. This person is a strong man in the middle stage of the martial emperor. Even if I pass on my little remaining power to you, I can only contend with him for a moment and cannot escape. Then what should we do, teacher? Don't panic. There is a weak point in the formation behind him in the direction of the west gate. After I pass on my power to you later, you can find an opportunity to attack in that direction with all your strength. As long as the barrier is broken and we pass the news to your brother, it's safe. No problem. When the Jackdaw Emperor saw Xuanyuan standing motionless, he thought he had given up the struggle. He suddenly smiled sinisterly and said, We have given up resistance now. Xuanyuan son is nothing more than that. Give up? Of course not. Xuanyuan roared angrily. His spiritual power exploded, and his aura continued to grow. Quickly break through to the King of War realm. Midterm, late stage, peak. Then he crossed the threshold of Emperor Wu and finally stayed in the realm of Emperor Wu's early stage. The Jackdaw Emperor looked shocked at this moment. He didn't know what happened. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't guess that Xuanyuan had the presence of flame stain on his body. As expected of Xuanyuan's son, he has many tricks. It turns out that there is a secret method to increase the treasure. I wonder how you have the guts to talk to me like this. However, such secrets are not cultivated by oneself, and they cannot bring out the true strength of the martial emperor. If the emperor predicts it is not bad, there should be a time limit, right? Let me let you see the true strength of the martial emperor realm. Blue-black lights circulated around the Jackdaw King, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted. Reaching out to explore, a huge claw of sinister energy struck at Xuanyuan, as if it had the potential to tear the sky apart. Xuanyuan was not to be outdone. With a wave of the red soul gun, a sharp spear light collided with the giant energy claw, canceling each other out and bursting out ripples. Not bad, boy. You have a chance. After the Jackdaw Emperor expressed his admiration, he rushed towards Xuanyuan Bo, and the two of them were instantly entangled and entangled. Bang! Bang! The sound of fighting was endless. After the two fought for dozens of rounds, they separated and faced each other again. You are worthy of being the first genius. You can actually fight with me, with so many moves. Even with the blessing of the secret method, you are proud enough. But that's the end of it. Your secret technique won't last too long. So let me give you a good time. Destroy you with one move. Flowing Wind Ice Crow. The spiritual energy all over the Jackdaw King's body gathered together, condensing into a huge ice crow surrounded by black, evil wind, exuding a terrifying aura. Apprentice, I don't have much energy left. You have to resist this attack, and then use all your energy to break the barrier. After Yin Sheng transformed his spirit body into the red soul gun a month ago, he almost exhausted all his soul power. Now that he had just recovered some of the body that was fully injected into Xuanyuan Bo, he could not last long. Master, what if I can't bear it? My teacher is here. Don't worry. Good. Xuanyuan Bo concentrated 90% of his spiritual power on the red soul spear. With the blessing of this spiritual power, red runes surged all over the red soul spear, and it was no longer completely black as before. Then the remaining spiritual power shrouded in front of him, forming a barrier for defense. There seems to be a tacit understanding. The two of them started moving at the same time. The red soul spear seemed to have the power to pierce the sky, and the ice crow also had the power to destroy the dead. Then, under the shocked gaze of the Jackdaw Emperor, Xuanyuan Bo physically resisted the ice crow. He threw the red soul spear vigorously towards the direction indicated by Yin Sheng. Puff! When Xuanyuan Bo spit out a mouthful of blood and flew out. The red soul gun has also arrived at the designated location. Care! As a broken sound sounded, the surrounding environment gradually changed, and a smile suddenly appeared on Xuanyuan Bo's face. He succeeded. However, the Jackdaw Emperor on the side was not as shocked as he imagined. He crossed his arms over his chest and sneered. That boy, I don't know how you know how to break through this formation, but you laughed too early. When the surrounding scenery appeared in front of Xuanyuan Bo, his expression suddenly changed. I saw that the surroundings were still shrouded by a barrier. There were several corpses scattered on the ground, and a dozen figures were fighting fiercely in the distance, each move erupting with great power. What's going on? The formation is obviously broken. When Xuanyuan Bo was confused, the Jackdaw Emperor slowly walked towards him. It's strange, isn't it? In fact, it's easy to explain. This formation originally has two levels. One layer is used to isolate you, and one layer is used to attack those who protect you. It's just double insurance. Xuanyuan Bo sneered. You should be cautious. It is always right to be careful. Otherwise, my dark temple would not be passed down to this day. At this moment, Yuan Chuan's figures seemed to have discovered Xuanyuan Bo. Several figures instantly pulled away from the battle and rushed towards Xuanyuan Bo. Young master, are you okay? A middle-aged man with wounds all over his body rushed over first to protect Xuanyuan Bo behind him and asked carefully. Uncle Jean? Seeing this man, Xuanyuan Bo was overjoyed at first, but then his face sank slightly when he thought of the current pretense. He forced his weak body to stand up. It's a little injured, but it doesn't have much impact. Swish, brush, brush. Two more figures protected Xuanyuan Bo, looking warily at the dozen or so powerful men with different auras in the sky in front of them. This way, seeing Xuanyuan Bo escape from Jackdaw's attack. Jackdaw, what's wrong with you? Why isn't Xuanyuan Bo dead yet? A strong man asked Jackdaw unhappily. Jackdaw spread his hands and said helplessly, This kid is a bit weird. He has a secret method to improve his strength to the martial emperor realm. He can actually compete with me. I don't know how he found the flaw in the formation, took my attack, and broke through the weak part of the formation when I was not prepared and ran out. And below, Xuanyuan looked at the three strong men around him and the corpses lying on the ground around him and asked Uncle Jean, "Uncle Jean, who are these people on the ground?" "They are all the strong men sent by your father and the two academies to secretly protect you. There are also people from the other side. The other side suddenly attacked, and their strength and number are higher than ours, so several brothers died in an instant, leaving us struggling to hold on. As for this martial emperor, I don't know his origins, but one of his companions just died." Uncle Jean said this and looked at a masked man next to Xuanyuan. He turned his head slightly when he saw the eyes of Xuanyuan and Uncle Jean. "I have no ill intentions. I just followed orders. I'm sorry I can't tell you anything else." If it were normal, Xuanyuan would definitely ask about the other side's origins. But the current situation did not leave him time to ask. Then, Uncle Jean looked at the dozen strong men in the air in front of him. He said angrily, "Sit a family, li family, one family. You actually colluded with the Dark Temple. Aren't you afraid of the anger of the Law Enforcement Hall and General Xuanyuan?" In the sky, Situ Ju, the second elder of the Situ family, sneered. "As long as we kill all of you here, who will know that it was us who did it? Xuanyuan killed my Situ family's direct line of war king, so I will kill his descendants, which is also a tit for tat. Lin Zhan, you have no chance to live. Surrender. I can still give you a quick death otherwise. Don't even think about it. If you want to kill the young master, you must step over my body." Lin Zhan had a face that was ready to die. "He is not your son. Why bother? Why not join my Dark Temple? I guarantee that your status is only below a few people and above 10,000 people." Seeing Lin Zhan's loyalty, Jackdaw couldn't help but admire him and wanted to recruit him. Bah! Not to mention that the general saved my life. Even if he didn't, I would not bother to associate with you rats in the dark. Lin Zhan looked at him with disdain and spit. As soon as these words came out, the Jackdaw's expression changed slightly and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "If you don't accept my toast, then you can die. Go!" When Jackdaw waved his hand, dozens of strong men moved at the sound. On Xuanyuan's side, the only three remaining strong men kept blocking the attacks of the crowd. Their injuries kept getting worse, but they still protected Xuanyuan behind them. Xuanyuan was also very anxious at this moment. "Teacher, have you found a way to break the situation?" After just knowing that it was only the first layer of the barrier that was broken, Yansheng immediately went to find a way to break this layer. But there was no response. "The formation of this layer is a bit complicated. My strength is severely limited now, and I can't break it for a while. If I had known that the Yansheng ring would not have set restrictions, otherwise any one of them could crush this formation," Yansheng complained weakly. "When placing the inheritance resources, I don't know what I was thinking and set many restrictions on my treasure house, which can only be solved after the inheritor reaches a certain level. I didn't expect that now that his strength is damaged and the inheritor's strength is not up, he encountered this crisis. I really asked for trouble. Now I can only swallow the pain myself." "Ah!" Accompanied by a scream, Xuanyuan's side lost another man. On Xuanyuan's side, there are no other people except the masked martial emperor and Lin Zhan. The two were also covered with scars and weak at this moment. Suddenly, the masked strong man flashed back to Xuanyuan's side, handed him a blue, exquisite token, and whispered, "We are afraid that we can't hold on until the arrival of reinforcements. Take this token. I have quietly absorbed the energy of the battlefield and charged it. When we attract all the offensive of the opponent, you will activate the token. At that time, the space wormhole will open and we can get out." Xuanyuan was very surprised. At the same time, he was very surprised and asked, "Why didn't you take it out earlier?" "I prepared it early in the morning, but this token needs too much energy to charge. We are still fighting and can't use all the energy on it. Besides, you were trapped in another formation at that time. My mission is to protect you, and I won't abandon you." "I see." Xuanyuan nodded. "I have quietly sent a message to that gentleman. You will act according to the situation later. The maximum number of people on my token is 3. The other party can't pass it over." "Okay." The two people's little actions naturally fell into the eyes of the other party. Crow sneered. Are you leaving a will and a relic? What's the use? You are all going to die here today. Ah! Everyone also burst out laughing, mocking each other for doing useless things. They didn't think about Xuanyuan Che's escape at all. In their opinion, Xuanyuan Che couldn't escape under such a strict arrangement. It was just a desperate struggle. They could have ended the fight long ago. They were just having fun. I don't know what the consequences of doing this will be. Xuanyuan Che originally wanted to activate the token while they were fighting, but seeing them laughing now, he immediately activated the token. In an instant, the token slowly rose into the sky and merged into the void. Gradually, ripples spread out in the void, followed by a distortion in the space, and a small black that appeared in front of Xuanyuan Che and the others. Rapid expansion. Peach size, watermelon size. Seeing this scene, everyone on the side of the dark temple who was still laughing stood dumbfounded and forgot to stop them for a moment. When he came back to his senses, the space wormhole had been completely opened. Xuanyuan Che and the others were already about to get in. Not good. Immediately, everyone rushed towards Xuanyuan Che at great speed, and countless terrifying attacks swarmed towards him. Boom! Xuanyuan Che and the others had half-stepped into the wormhole, but the violent energy still fell on the three of them. Accompanied by a huge roar, the three of them spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted and fell into the wormhole. When Jackdaw and his party arrived, the wormhole had been closed. No! Hateful! Everyone looked angry, and then started to shirk each other. It's all your fault. I said kill him as soon as possible. If you insist on playing for a while, I'll see how you explain it to the head of the family. You still said that I had the most fun saving you just now. This can make them run away. What is that token? It can open a space channel in the formation. You asked me. Who am I going to ask? What should we do now? How can we explain to the palace master? Our last offensive was so powerful. They may already be dead. I hope. Otherwise. No, I have to go back and report it quickly. If anyone is alive, we won't be able to bear Xuanyuan Ying's anger. Yes. Come on, come back. After questioning each other, everyone quickly opened their formations and left like ants on a hot pot. Summer capital, Central Villa area. Xuanyuan Gao had just come out of the Jiwu God Pagoda to practice. Suddenly, I received a phone call. Yunli, why are you looking for me? Sir, something happened to your brother. Yunli's urgent voice suddenly sounded. Along with Yunli, he told Xuanyuan Gao everything. In an instant, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply, as if the 12th lunar month of winter had arrived. Xuanyuan Gao asked in a cold voice. How is Xiaoche doing now? My subordinate has been treated and his life is no longer in danger, but he is still in a coma and needs to recover for a while. That's good. Then, Xuanyuan Gao's voice was cold, like a devil in hell. Yunli, summon the 12 generals to come back. Tell them, it's time to stretch your muscles. The far north, the residence of Ice Emperor Palace. In the familiar main hall, Xuanyuan Gao had no expression on his face and sat high on the throne. Below, 12 men and women of various shapes knelt side by side on one knee, waiting for Xuanyuan Gao's order. My subordinates have met Lord Ice Emperor. Get up! Xuanyuan Gao waved his hand slightly, and a burst of energy straightened their bodies. Then, Usagi, my subordinate is here. Yunli immediately took a step forward. Xuanyuan Gao said coldly, Have you found out? What family forces are there? It has been found out that there are a total of 6 forces involved in the ambush. They are the Dark Temple, the Sidu family of Su City, the Wan family of the Magic City, the Zhang family of Yanbei, the Li family of Southern Xinjiang, and the Qin family of Qingdao. The details of all the forces have been found out. These forces all have one characteristic, that is, they are enemies with your father, sir, and... Before Yunli finished speaking, Xuanyuan Gao interrupted him with a wave of his hand. I don't care what connection they have with my family. The moment they attacked Xiaoche, their fate was already doomed. The younger brother that Xuanyuan Jie was not willing to give up was actually seriously injured by these forces. The moment he saw his brother covered in wounds, Xuanyuan's anger had already rushed to the forefront of his mind. Then, Xuanyuan gathered 6 ice tablets with his hand, with the names of the 6 major forces engraved on them. The Sidu family belongs to Chenglong and Yuji. The remaining 5 factions will be divided among the 10 of you. The 2 brothers Zifeng and Ziyue below heard this and looked at each other, feeling the excitement in each other's hearts. After so many years, I can finally avenge my family. His eyes suddenly turned red, and he knelt down again. Thank you, sir. Get up, it's my negligence. Due to various reasons over the years, I haven't been able to let you go back for revenge. Your Majesty's heart is concerned about Dawn and common life, and Zifeng and Ziyue have never blamed you. The other 10 people were also happy for Zifeng and Ziyue at this moment. They have known each other for nearly 10 years and have become brothers. They are also clear about what happened to Zifeng and Ziyue. They once said that they would avenge them together, but they were delayed in the early stage due to lack of strength. When I was strong enough, those things happened and were shelved. Now many years of long-cherished dreams are finally coming true. Everyone was also very happy. At this time, Xuanyuan spoke again. Within 2 days, these family forces will not leave any chickens or dogs behind. Xuanyuan Gao's voice was extremely dull, but anyone could clearly understand the murderous intent hidden in it. Yes, I need information from Mao Tuesday. In 2 days, I want to see the heads of all the leaders of the forces. After saying that, Xuanyuan Gao disappeared into the hall. Everyone was left whispering in the hall. It seems that Sir is really angry. He hasn't called us by our code names for a long time. Ziyu looked at Xuanyuan Gao, leaving, and whispered, No, even though your face was expressionless just now, I felt an inexplicable chill in my heart. A tall man with a strong build and swollen muscles suddenly spoke, and he shuddered inadvertently while speaking. Yushan, I think your strength has declined recently. Why don't you wait until this mission is over and come to practice with me? Zifeng teased with a smile on his lips. The Han Yushan immediately took a few steps back, waved his hand and said, It's better to say goodbye, Captain. I'm all weak and I can't withstand your punch as big as a sandbag. Everyone laughed when they saw this, adding a touch of warmth to the cold hall. After the fun, Yunli gathered everyone together and informed everyone about the location of the major forces. After some distribution, everyone said goodbye one by one, left the hall, and began the bloody mission journey. The hall became deserted again. At the same time, Xuanyuan Gao has returned home with Xuanyuan Che, who is still in a coma. With the treatment of Yun Li, currently the strongest life healer in Blue and White Star, and the water of life that Xuanyuan Gao had obtained through signing in, the injury was no longer harmful, but he had not yet woken up. Xuanyuan Jie tried to wake up Yin Sheng, but found that the other party also seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. I think the other party also tried his best. Xuanyuan didn't think about telling his parents about this matter. They had a special status, and it was not easy to come forward with this kind of thing. Besides, he had the ability to solve the problem himself. However, Xuanyuan didn't want his parents to know. Some people don't think so. Several powerful forces who assassinated Xuanyuan Che. At this moment, they have returned to the clan one after another. Tell everything that happened. Situ family. Situ Yun looked angry, swearing loudly at the second elder Situ Ju. Trash. They're all trash. So many people tried to assassinate a child from the Sky Control realm, but they still failed. You said, what's the use of you? Situ Ju lowered his head and did not dare to answer, waiting for Situ Yun's anger to dissipate a little. He said cautiously, Clan leader, this can't be entirely our fault. Who knew that boy actually had space treasures? And when the other party entered the mysterious passage, he was violently attacked by us, and he probably won't survive. Hearing this, Situ Yun became even more angry and kicked Situ Ju several meters away. You should still? What's the use if you don't see the body? You still have a nerve to say I don't blame you. If you weren't careless, how could the other party escape? You're really good at blowing up your own house. 3 people? Even if one of us survives, we are doomed. Can you bear Xuanyuan Ying's anger? Ju also realized the seriousness of the matter at this moment. He said with a face full of panic, "Clan leader, what should we do now? Either, or we should evacuate first to avoid the limelight. If no one survives, we will come back. Yun now wants to beat Ju to death. My family has been here for generations. Where are we going to move? Besides, you are not just telling the world directly that Xuanyuan Che was assassinated by our family." I said, "Can you use your brain?" Yun looked at Ju as if he hated iron. At this time, the elder of the family, standing aside, seemed to have thought of something and suddenly spoke. "Clan leader, I have a plan. Great elder, please tell me." Yun seemed to be grasping at a life-saving straw at this moment, looking at the great elder expectantly. "Chief, since what happened has happened, it's too late to say anything now. Why don't we publicize the assassination and push everything to the Dark Temple? There are already rats crossing the street anyway, so they don't miss this one thing. Even if the other party bites us back, as long as we say that a relative of Xing colluded with the Dark Temple to do it, we will have us clean up the door. It will be simple to take out a corpse by then." Yun's pupils lit up. "What a good plan. Push everything to the Dark Temple. When the time comes, even if Xuanyuan knows that we are involved, he can't blatantly attack us without proof. If there is a witness, then Xuanyuan Che is definitely not dead. As long as we put aside the relationship and make some compensation, Xuanyuan will not do anything too cruel. After all, his identity is there." "That's right. The great elder still has a clever trick. I'll send someone to spread the news." With that said, Yun hurriedly walked out of the door. When passing by the second elder Ju, he kicked him again. "Learn more. You will cause trouble to the family every day." When the family spread the news of the assassination of Xuanyuan Che, instantly there was an uproar in Xia country. "What? A family joined forces with the Dark Temple to assassinate the #1 genius. Xia, is Xuanyuan Che currently unknown? Oh my God, what's going on? Is it fake? Someone check it out." After learning the news, Qianlong College and Baihu College immediately sent people to investigate and finally found traces of fighting in that park. There were also large areas of blood, and the people sent by their colleges could no longer be contacted. "I think he has already met with an unexpected accident." Immediately spread the photos of the scene, confirming the news. Then the two colleges also issued a killing order to the Dark Temple. The other party not only attacked the key focus of their attention, but also killed the college's mentor. Such evil deeds. The two colleges must really investigate to the end and never stop until death. After the Dark Temple received this news, in the Dark Hall, the mysterious black-robed man sitting in a high position was furious. He cursed at Jackdaw. "Waste. All of them are waste. More than 20 warriors above the War King can't even kill a child. And the family. The matter is not over yet, and Xuanyuan Che's life and death are still unknown. You act like this and put all the blame on me. What a good trick. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Jackdaw, I'm here. Publish the list of people involved in this assassination and see who will die first." "Yes, I'll arrange it now. By the way, keep a close eye on Xuanyuan Ying's movements, and then inform all core personnel that they are not allowed to go out during this period. Everything will be notified by me." "Yes." When Jackdaw exposed the list of several major families involved in the assassination, suddenly, several major families became the target of everyone's shouting. The managers of the four families kept cursing the family. While distancing themselves from the matter, they used the same tactics as the family, using a dead person as a shield. They are birds of a feather, and even their methods of refusing are exactly the same. Shanghai Pass. The residence of the first garrison commander. "Asshole!" With a thunderous roar, Xuanyuan Ying and Yin Yin rushed up from the room with a full heart of anger. The powerful aura spread. It frightened countless beasts outside Shanghai Pass and made them tremble. Afterwards, after asking Xuanyuan Yu about some situations, the two of them boarded a fighter plane looking anxious and flying towards home at a high speed. On the fighter plane, Yin looked worried, always worried about her son's safety, and silently said in her heart, "Chair, you must not be in trouble. If you have any mishaps, Mom will make those murderers live a life worse than death." A terrifying cold light flashed in Yan's eyes. His son is his reverse scale. Whoever touches him will die. Xuanyuan saw Yan's look, hugged her gently, and comforted her. "Don't worry. Xiao Che is lucky and will be fine. If Xiao Che has any mishap, no matter who the other party is, no matter what the price, I will make those murderers pay." This made Yin calm down a little, and she leaned her head on Xuanyuan's shoulder. When the two returned home in a hurry, seeing Xuanyuan sitting in the living room, the two asked anxiously, "Where is Xiao Che? Where is he? How is he now?" Xuanyuan pointed to Xuanyuan Che's room and said softly, "Upstairs, the injury is no longer a problem, but he has not woken up and is still sleeping. Mom, go upstairs to see Xiao Che." "Dad, wait a minute. I have something to tell you." Xuanyuan resisted the urgency in his heart and stopped, not knowing what Xuanyuan was keeping. Yin was stunned for a moment and then hurried upstairs. After Yin entered Xuanyuan Che's room. Xuanyuan sat down and asked, "What's wrong, son? Is there anything you want to tell me?" "Dad, you don't have to worry about Xiao Che's matter. Your special identity has too many restrictions. I have asked someone to deal with it. After you see Xiao Che, go back to Shanhaiguan. You will see the results soon." Xuanyuan's face condensed when he heard this, and he said in a deep voice, "Veer, I know you have been hiding your strength, but even if you hide your strength, the limit of heaven and earth is here. At most, you can only be a martial emperor. As far as I know, there are no less than 6 martial emperors in the Dark Temple alone, not to mention that there are other families involved. How do you deal with it? Let Dad do it. I haven't done it for a long time. These people have forgotten my former name. It's time to let them recall it." Xuanyuan said coldly. Xuanyuan didn't speak when he heard this. He just silently picked up the remote control in his hand and turned on the switch of the projection in the living room. Suddenly, an interview screen appeared in front of Xuanyuan. In the picture, Situ Yun of the Situ family held a corpse and explained to the official law enforcement staff, "It is true that someone in the family colluded with the Dark Temple to assassinate Xuanyuan Che, but the person has been executed and is willing to compensate Xuanyuan Che for his losses." Situ Yun also pretended to squeeze out a few tears with a very sad expression, claiming that he would strictly control his family members in the future and would never make such mistakes again. Although anyone with a discerning eye could see the clues at a glance, there was no substantial evidence, and the people arranged by his family were making a fuss to exonerate him, so the law enforcement hall could only give up temporarily. Seeing this, Xuanyuan said to his father, "Dad, can you still do it when he is like this? If you do it, there will definitely be people who say that you are a general of the Xia Kingdom's military department, and you don't distinguish right from wrong and oppress the people. Although you may not care, Dad, I don't want to see this happen. So, just leave it to me?" Xuanyuan asked again with some disbelief. "Are you really sure?" "Of course. Within 2 days, I will make the murderer pay the corresponding price. If I don't fulfill my promise today, within 2 days, it won't be too late for you to take action, Dad." Seeing Xuanyuan looked confident, Xuanyuan inexplicably chose to believe this eldest son, who had been very mysterious since childhood. "Okay, then Dad will wait for your good news in the next 2 days. Just wait and see. You boy, you have grown up." Then, Xuanyuan hurried upstairs and checked Xuanyuan Che's body. After ensuring that everything was correct, he arranged many things, and under the persuasion of Xuanyuan, he boarded the fighter plane again and returned to Shanhaiguan. But his mother Yin was unwilling to leave, so she stayed and took care of Xuanyuan Che. The night slowly fell. At this moment, the lights in the Situ family manor were bright. The gongs and drums were loud, the singing and dancing were noisy, and it was very lively. At this moment, a banquet was set up in the yard, and the patriarch brought a large group of family members to drink and sing. I got the news that Xuanyuan left Shanhaiguan at noon and hurried back in the afternoon. It seems that our plan was successful. Come on, congratulations to my Sidhu family for turning danger into safety. Keep playing music, keep dancing. The elder saw the appearance of the clan members and said with some grief, "Clan leader, the crisis has not been resolved. It is not appropriate to act like this." "Why hasn't it been resolved?" "You are just too worried, elder. Come on, drink with us." "Seems to be a little drunk." Situ Yun took advantage of the alcohol to make bold statements to a group of direct descendants. "In Suching, my Situ clan is the sky. Anyone who dares to go against our Situ family will die. Don't you think so?" "All right, right." At the same time, a group of Situ family members flattered. "Oh, really? Can you really cover the sky with one hand?" Suddenly, a very unpleasant and cold voice came from the night sky. Then, above the pitch-black sky, a stream of purple light emitting powerful energy descended from the sky. Boom! With a loud roar, it landed in the center of the crowd, and countless people were blown away by the powerful energy ripples. And even some weak people died on the spot. Smoke filled the air. Screams rang out. Seeing this scene, Sitayun instantly woke up. He shouted, "Asshole! Who are you? How dare you break into my Sidhu family at night?" "Huh!" In this moment of silence, a crisp sound of footsteps came from the smoke. It's like the king of hell demanding life, making your body tremble and your heart filled with fear. Sitayun thought they were men sent by Xuanyuan, so he pretended to be calm and said, "Who are you? Did Xuanyuan send you here?" "We have already given an explanation, but the law enforcement hall has not concluded yet. General Xuanyuan will not care about anything." However, other than the footsteps that seemed to be calling for life, there was no other sound in the mist that responded to him. At this time, a purple-haired figure slowly walked out of the smoke. Taking a closer look, it was Zifeng. He could only see his blood-red eyes staring at Sitayun, and his mind kept recalling the scene of his parents, relatives, and friends dying tragically in front of him. "Old thief Situ, do you still remember me, an old friend?" When Sitayun saw the person in front of him, he immediately felt very familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. The great elder behind him seemed to have thought of something when he saw Zifeng with purple hair, which overlapped with the slightly childish figure from 10 years ago. Immediately exclaimed, "Zifeng, you are Zifeng, the Zifeng from the Z family 10 years ago," accompanied by the great elder's exclamation. Sitayun also remembered. However, there was no sign of fear. Instead, he asked with a fierce and urgent look, "Zifeng, you're still alive. What about Xianer? Where is he?" Zifeng sneered. "Where? Of course he's dead. I killed him. When I shave him with my own hands, I have forgotten how many knives I used. I only remember that Sidhu Xian didn't have any good flesh on his body at that time. Before he died, he was begging me to kill him. Now that I think about it, I still miss it very much," Zifeng said with a sickly, evil smile. Far away, on the top of a tree outside the Sidhu family, Ziwa looked at her brother's figure with some worry, and the words Xuanyuan Gao once said rang in her mind. Zifeng has always been accompanied by inner demons because of the hatred of genocide 10 years ago. No one can erase this for him. Only if he can defeat the inner demons himself, he will soar into the sky. So although Ziwa also wanted to avenge her parents, she still chose to step aside for the sake of her brother. This time, she let her brother take full action while she was responsible for intercepting. "What? My Xianer? Zifeng, you are so cruel." Although he had long guessed that his son was dead, but now that he heard with his own ears that he died in such a way, Situ Yun burst into tears. "Ha ha ha ha! Old thief Situ, you are worthy of being cruel. When you massacred my entire family on unfounded charges, why didn't you say you were vicious?" Zifeng roared with blood-red eyes. Suddenly everyone in the Situ family was speechless. Everyone knew why they wanted to destroy the Z family back then. First, the Z family offended Situ Xian, the young master at the time. The second is that the Situ family has taken a fancy to a treasure land owned by the Z family. That's why there was a disaster of genocide, and they were really not qualified to say the word vicious. "Old thief Situ, Today, I will let your Situ family experience everything that my Z family went through back then. Zifeng stood horizontally with a sword, thunder surrounding him, and the aura of the martial emperor at his peak instantly suppressed the entire Situ clan. Feel the majesty of this vast ocean. Situ Yin looked frightened and muttered to himself. The peak of the martial emperor? No. Impossible. Impossible. How old are you? How can you be as strong as the martial emperor? Many years ago, I felt the same aura from a strong man at the peak of the martial emperor, but Zifeng's aura was even more powerful and profound. Therefore, he, who was in Queen Wu's stage, could immediately call out Zifeng's realm. The other members of the Situ family also had expressions of disbelief on what they were seeing. After hearing the words of the clan leader Situ Yun, his face suddenly became weak and panicked. "Son," Situ Ju shouted, "Clan leader, he is only one person. There are 5 emperors in our clan, and there are so many strong warrior kings. Come together and kill him." But the next moment, a purple blade flashed across. Situ Ju's head rose into the sky, blood splattered everywhere. "I remember that my second uncle and my third uncle were killed by you. Today, I finally avenged them." The moment his head fell to the ground, Situ Ju couldn't believe that as the martial emperor, he didn't even see clearly how the other party took action. As everyone knows, Emperor Wu also has a gap. As one of the weakest martial emperors, how could he be compared with Zifeng? Seeing that Emperor Wu of the family couldn't even withstand Zifeng's sword, the crowd suddenly panicked and ran away in all directions. Even Situ Yun was stunned by Zifeng's stunning performance. Ask yourself, can you catch that knife? The answer is definitely no. Facing the noisy Situ family, Zifeng's eyes flashed with a scarlet color. The body slowly lifts into the air. Terrifying thunder condensed on his body, standing tall in the void, like a thunder god. Mystery, powerful, invincible, Armageddon. As Zifeng releases the thunder in his hand, suddenly, the purple thunder struck every member of the Situ family with precision, as if it was equipped with a navigation system. At the same time, Zifeng caused such a big commotion, which also caused all the major forces in Sioux City to rush there. Seeing Zifeng, who was like the god of thunder, slaughtering a group of people from the Situ family, the managers of the Suching City Lord's Mansion and the Law Enforcement Hall immediately wanted to rush up to stop Zifeng. However, before he could get close, Ziyu suddenly blocked him. An ice blue staff pointed at the major forces in Suching. "Stop! No one is allowed to pass before the Situ family is exterminated." Ziyu's arrogant and domineering words immediately caused the condemnation of the major forces in Suching. "How dare you? Who are you? Why not just say it clearly if there is anything? Why do you want to destroy the race? Get out of the way. Otherwise, I will force my way in." Ziyu didn't want to waste time talking to these people, and waved the ice staff, and the cold air condensed. The powerful aura of the peak of the martial emperor spread out instantly shocking everyone. And they were stunned, their mouths opened wide, but no sound came out. After a moment of shock, the sound gradually came out. I am not seeing things. This girl is at the peak of the martial emperor," one person said with a face full of shock, stammering. "Oh my God! I have lived a dog's life. It took half a lifetime to cultivate to the middle stage of the martial emperor. The late stage is already an insurmountable gap. This girl looks like she is only in her 20s or 30s. The strongest among their group is only the middle stage of the martial emperor, and there is not even one in the late stage. I dare not talk nonsense anymore, otherwise I will be in trouble." I stood there timidly, not daring to speak loudly, and could only watch the scene in the distance silently. The battle in the distance was coming to an end. When Zifeng released the Judgment of Doomsday, Situ Yun looked at the clansmen who were constantly dying below. Although he was very desperate, he still joined the remaining 3 emperors in the family to rush to Zifeng in the sky and fight with him. But how could a high-level martial emperor, a mid-level martial emperor, and 2 low-level martial emperors be Zifeng's opponents? In just 10 moves, The two low-level martial emperors had already spilled blood all over the sky. Only Situyun and the Great Elder were left to resist Zifeng's violent and powerful offensive. Swish! Another brilliant blade flashed across, and blood rained down from the sky again. Great Elder, accompanied by a huge scream and roar from Situyun, who was covered in blood, a corpse fell from the sky again. Feeling the weakness coming from his body, Situyun looked at the mansion that had been destroyed by the aftermath of the battle, and the corpses all over the ground. As if he had accepted his fate, his face was full of death. Zifeng roared, "If I die, can you let my people go? Did you let my people go back then?" Zifeng said coldly, "Heh, heh, this is retribution." Situyun laughed at himself. "Your Z family, at least someone survived. Is it really impossible for anyone to survive?" Situyun asked again, as if he was unwilling to give up. "My lord said, no one in the Situ family will be left alive." Situyun's pupils shrank, and his eyes were filled with horror. What kind of existence must it be to be able to make Zifeng, who is at the peak of the martial emperor realm, call him lord? "Your lord." Swish! A silver light flashed. Before Situyun finished speaking, the head had already fallen to the ground. "You are not worthy of knowing my lord's name." Thump! Headless Situyun fell heavily to the ground with endless regret and unwillingness. Blood flowed all over the ground. Then Zifeng turned into Thunder God again, and the world-destroying thunder swept the entire Situ family. For a while, screams were endless. The major forces in Sioux City, who were watching from a distance, were also terrified. They were very surprised that the Situ family had provoked someone who made the other party so cruel and ruthless, not leaving a trace of life. At the same time, he was planning how to divide the Situ family's property. That was a huge income. After a long time, when everything was settled, looking at the Situ family that had become a ruin without any life, the hatred that Zifeng had suppressed in his heart for 10 years was finally released. It was the first time in 10 years that he felt so relaxed, relieved. The aura on his body suddenly surged. Just the aura that escaped made people in the distance feel palpitations. This breath is too terrifying. Is this still the martial emperor realm? Everyone was secretly shocked. Z no longer stopped everyone and appeared beside Zifeng in a flash. She said with excitement, "Brother, you have broken through." "Yes, I have broken through." Zifeng chuckled. Then, a thunderous voice came out of Zifeng's mouth, almost resounding throughout the entire Sioux City. The cause in the past, the result today. Zifeng and Ziyu of the Z family avenged the extermination of the Situ family in the past. From now on, there will be no more Situ family in Sioux City. After that, Zifeng and Ziyu disappeared into the night. To deal with those members of the Situ family who were not in Sioux City, Xuanyuan said that no one should be left alive, which naturally means to erase all traces of the Situ family. At the same time, Zifeng also left a message to a group of people not far away. "Someone will come to take over the property of the Situ family tomorrow. I hope you will put away your little calculations in your mind. In addition, it is best to spit out what is not yours as soon as possible." All the faces of the people changed immediately. Zifeng was warning them in the front, and the latter sentence made them tremble with fear. When Zifeng said that he was from the Z family, some families had already developed fear. After all, they also got a share of the extermination of the Z family. Obviously, Zifeng knew the situation at that time, and this sentence was obviously reflecting them. For a moment, all the families instantly understood what to do. "I thought that after returning, I would quickly return the wealth that had been annexed by the Z family to the forces that would take over the Situ family's property tomorrow, and make compensation. At the same time, I was secretly glad that I only annexed some property for the sake of interests, and did not do anything out of the ordinary. Otherwise, Zifeng would not let them go this time, even in the dark." The news of the demise of the Situ family was quickly spread to several other families who participated in the assassination. Evasion family. "What? The Sidu family was exterminated. The clan leader Zhang Haiyang, who had just fallen asleep, was suddenly awakened by a phone call. He wanted to get angry, but after hearing all this, he was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. He subconsciously thought that it was Xuanyuan who did it. He hurriedly put on his clothes and walked out of the door, and contacted the strong men in the family to have a meeting. But time passed by. Zhang Haiyang waited in the reception room for a long time, but no one came. He immediately ordered the guard standing at the door to urge, but still no response. The guard never appeared again. It was quiet all around, so quiet that it was scary. Zhang Haiyang suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He shouted loudly, "Come here! Come here!" Suddenly, a tall figure shrouded in black mist, and whose appearance could not be seen, clearly suddenly appeared in front of him. A strong smell of blood spread from his body. A dead voice came from his mouth. "No need to shout. You are the only one left." Zhang Haiyang was stunned and motionless when he heard this, as if he was struck by lightning. Then his eyes were full of bloodshot, and he roared without belief, "No, impossible." But he had already tacitly accepted what the man said. Otherwise, no one would have come for so long. Why? Why? Why are you doing this?" The man in the mist sneered coldly. "Go to hell to find the answer." Swish! Zhang Haiyang wanted to fight to the death, but a silver light flashed in front of his eyes. A shadow of a silver fan was vaguely seen. Then a line of blood continued to spread on his neck, and then he fell straight down with endless fear. His eyes were wide open until he died, and he didn't know who killed his entire clan. Is it Xuanyuan or someone else? After Zhang Haiyang fell, the man took a bloody black package and turned away. After the figure disappeared, a fire rose instantly, gradually engulfing everything in front of him. Snake mission completed. The entire Yanbei Zhang family is wiped out. Rabbit received. Qindao Qin family. In the mansion that exudes an ancient and heavy atmosphere. At this moment, the smell of blood is everywhere, and the huge mansion is full of corpses. Infants are crying, women and children are screaming. In the center of this courtyard, its head Qin Yi is now covered in blood. His breath is uneven, and he stares at the shadow opposite with extreme anger. The figure was also shrouded in black mist, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. He was holding a long stick covered with mysterious patterns and slowly dripping blood. "Who are you? Why do you treat my Qin family like this? Did Xuanyuan send you here?" Qin Yi roared with blood all over his face, looking very ferocious. The dead don't need to know too much. After a cold and brief sentence, the mysterious black shadow attacked Qin Yi again. The long stick in his hand seemed to have supreme power, and it came in an instant and fell heavily on Qin Yi. Bang! Bang! After flying backwards for dozens of meters, Qin Yi spit out a large mouthful of blood and stretched out his fingers tremblingly. Oh. However, before he finished speaking, he could no longer speak. His arms fell weakly, his head tilted, and he was dead. Then, this figure rushed into the sky with a blood-stained bag. Energy poured into the long stick in his hand, and he swung it out with one blow. As a shadow of a stick fell, all the sounds disappeared. All dust returned to dust. Earth returned to earth. Monkey mission completed. No one in the target family survived. Rabbit received. Southern Xinjiang Leaf family. The family residence is located in a hidden valley in southern Xinjiang, full of spiritual energy, surrounded by flowers, and densely covered with spiritual fruits. It is like a paradise. Countless clansmen are discussing something around a campfire. The clan leader Li Chonghua sighed slightly. Alas, the Sidu family has been exterminated. Although it is a family feud and revenge, I always feel that it is related to Xuanyuan. I should have participated in this earlier. It was a feud 20 years ago and should not involve this generation. At this time, a middle-aged man on the right side of Li Chonghua said, "It's too late to say anything now. Whether it was done by Xuanyuan or not, we should be cautious. The number of sentries at the entrance of the valley has increased. The clan leader has already arranged it. There are more than a dozen sentries, both visible and hidden. Even a fly can't fly in. A member of the Leaf family below replied confidently. But the next moment he was slapped in the face. Really? Suddenly, a hoarse voice reached the ears of his family members, which shocked everyone. One by one, they stood up and took a defensive posture, looking around vigilantly. Who is it? Come out. What is your intention to sneak around in my Leaf family? Li Changyue said coldly, accompanied by a demonic wind sweeping across the valley. Gloomy and terrifying laughter came from all directions. Ha! What is your intention? Of course, I'm here to destroy your entire clan. What a big tone. Destroy my entire clan, and see if you can do it. After listening to the mixed sound of evil wind, Li Changyue said angrily, TSK, TSK, TSK. Your courage is commendable. Then listen to the countdown of death. 3, 2, accompanied by the countdown of the mysterious man, like the whisper of the god of death. Although Li Changyue remained calm on the surface, he felt a little cold in his heart for some reason. 1. After the last sound fell, suddenly a cool breeze blew, followed by screams. Ah! It hurts! My face! My face! The valley was filled with screams, and countless people fell to the ground with pustules all over their bodies, wailing in pain. Some weak tribesmen lost their lives in an instant. Li Changyue's face also changed suddenly. The pain came from his body as if thousands of ants were biting his heart, and then huge blood bubbles began to appear on his skin. Despicable villain, you actually poisoned me. What kind of poison is this? I, who was in the late stage of martial arts, didn't even notice it. Come out! Come out! Li Changyue's strength at the martial emperor level burst out with all his strength. He suppressed the pain in his body, roared to the sky, and frantically searched for the person who poisoned him. Same here. The grudges of the older generation involve the younger generation, and you can't see how good it is. The cold voice came again. Hearing this, Li Changyue was furious and roared with all his strength. You are indeed Xuanyuan. The words were not finished yet. The toxicity in his body surged, and he didn't react for a while. The toxicity spread throughout his body in an instant, and he died. He fell stiffly. He didn't see where the enemy was until he died. What did he look like? After 2 breaths, there was no sound in the valley, and it was dead silent. The corpses covered with pus and blood bubbles were everywhere, emitting a fishy smell, which was extremely terrifying. A wave of fluctuations appeared in the void. A man wearing dark green clothes and green curly hair appeared in the sky. On his waist was a black gourd with a slightly open lid, and wisps of black gas spread from it. Rat mission completed. The target family is dead. Rabbit received. Magic City. Wan family mansion. The Sidu family was wiped out. What should I do? Clan leader. I just contacted other families, but no one responded. Do you think they have already? A clan member said to Xuanyuan Bo, the head of the Wan family, in a panic. Xuanyuan Bo frowned at this moment. After a long time, he sighed slightly. It seems that I really did something wrong this time. Xiao Lu, notify everyone to evacuate the Magic City. I hope the other party doesn't come too fast. Yes. The Wan family member named Xiao Lu immediately responded and retreated to the door. However, as soon as he walked to the door, his eyes widened. His face was pale, as if he was greatly frightened. He turned his head slightly and pointed to the door tremblingly. Clan leader, outside. Looking at Xiaoyou's pale face and the faint smell of blood outside the door, Xuanyuan felt something was wrong and rushed to the door. After seeing the scene at the door, his face suddenly changed. I saw a slender figure standing in the void of the courtyard. His long silver hair fluttered in the wind, and a strange silver mask covered his eyes without leaving a gap. There were 8 flywheels around him, and he was playing with a blood-stained flywheel in his hand. He was facing Xuanyuan quietly. On the ground, several corpses were scattered everywhere. Is it here so soon? Xuanyuan muttered to himself. His eyes swept across the entire Wan family mansion, with corpses everywhere. In such a large family, it seemed that only he and Xiaolu were left at this moment. Although the opponent was only one person, the vast aura faintly coming from his body made Xuanyuan have no desire to resist. While Xuanyuan was horrified by the opponent's ghost-like means, he was also thinking about how to survive. No, there is still a chance. Xuanyuan's eyes flashed, as if he had thought of something. Lei family. Shumi is in the Lei family. As long as I run to the Lei family, I don't believe that the other party doesn't even take the Lei family into consideration. That is a family with a peak martial emperor. Thinking of this, Xuanyuan made up his mind and pulled Xiaolu beside him to shoot into the distance. And the silver-haired figure had no intention of intercepting him. Instead, he let Xuanyuan escape. Then he disappeared in the same place. The figure was hidden in the dark and followed silently. The location of the Wan family and the Lei family was not far apart. At the speed of Xuanyuan's early martial emperor, it took only 10 minutes to reach the villa park where the Lei family was located. From a distance, there were already several figures approaching quickly. On the way, Xuanyuan had already contacted his sister Xuanyuan. However, because he didn't know the strength of the person behind him, he only said that he was at the martial emperor level and was stronger than himself. Xuanyuan is the concubine of the Lei family and is currently loved by Lei Ying, the head of the Lei family. After learning that the family was destroyed and his brother was being hunted down, resisting the grief in his heart, he pestered Lei Ying to send him a mid-stage martial emperor and an early-stage martial emperor to support him. Xuanyuan secretly rejoiced in his heart. He thought he had escaped a disaster, but he didn't think about why the other party didn't kill him in his home and let him leave. If it were normal, Xuanyuan might be very cautious, but in such a dangerous situation, he had already lost the ability to think. "Little sister, I'm here. I'm here." Xuanyuan shouted loudly, intending to attract everyone's attention. At this moment, there were also countless people watching this scene in the Lei family villa area. Its head Lei Ying and his son Lei Tian stood on a rooftop, looking like they were watching a show. "Dad, can a mid-stage martial emperor and an early-stage martial emperor stop each other?" Lei Tian asked in a low voice while watching the movement in the distance. Lei Ying smiled faintly. "Don't worry, the Wan family has just entered the imperial family. Even if the other party sends out people, they're at most in the middle stage of the martial emperor. The two elders plus Xuanyuan are enough to compete with the other party. I want to see if the other party will give my Lei family face if I protect Xuanyuan. Dad, what if the other party doesn't buy it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My Lei family is one of the few top families in Xia country with a martial emperor at the peak. Even if the other party is Xuanyuan, they will give my Lei family face. Just wait and see what kind of status my Lei family has in this magic city." This way, Xuanyuan just reunited with his sister Xuanyuan. The figure that had been following him also appeared quietly. With two martial emperors around him, Xuanyuan seemed to have the confidence and stared at the other party with an arrogant look. "Chase! Do it! I don't see if you dare to move in the Lei family." Swoosh! Ah! A flywheel beside the mysterious man crossed the night sky, and blood exploded. "No!" Xiaolu. Seeing that Xiaolu in his hand had lost signs of life, Xuanyuan roared in grief and anger. Even his sister Xuanyuan was puzzled by his heart-wrenching look. An insignificant tribe member? Is his brother really like this? Little did he know that this insignificant tribe member was his brother's only remaining illegitimate son. Even the illegitimate son himself did not know his true identity. He just felt that he had been very lucky recently and was trusted by the tribe leader. After Xuanyu died, Xuanyuan had placed all his hopes on this illegitimate son, and now this only hope died in front of him. He immediately rushed towards the mysterious figure with a ferocious face, wanting to fight him to death. The mysterious man curved his mouth. "Mayflies shake the big tree." The mysterious man said the first sentence since he appeared. A flywheel passed behind him again, and Xuanyuan felt a shocking murderous intent coming, and he dodged subconsciously. However, silver light flashed. Blood light exploded. An arm flew across the sky. It was originally on Xuanyuan's body. Ah! Xuanyuan covered his broken arm, which was bleeding continuously, and looked at the other party with horror. Xuanyuan saw his brother's broken arm and immediately shouted, "Asshole! Who are you? Why do you want to destroy my Yuan family? This is the territory of the Lei family, and you dare to commit a crime with malicious intent. Two elders, take this murderer down for me." The two martial emperors beside Xuanyuan flashed a trace of disdain in their eyes. They didn't have much good feelings for Xuanyuan. The other party was just a concubine and dared to give them orders. Who does she think she is? If it weren't for the face of the patriarch, they would not bother to come out with this woman. However, the person in front of them was killing people in the territory of the Lei family after all, and he didn't take the Lei family seriously at all, which was worth it for the two of them to take him down. The two looked at each other, and one of them, who looked relatively old, said, "Young man, put down your weapons and surrender. I don't mind." Swish! A flash of silver light. Before the voice fell, the head fell first. Two hot heads fell to the ground with a thump. It was as if they had just killed two insignificant ants. There was silence at the scene. For a moment, everyone, including those watching from a distance, was stunned. They never thought that this person would be so bold as to kill the elders in the family. However, at this time, the mysterious man said coldly to Xuanyuan, "Stupid. The reason why I let you run here is just because I will lose your sister if I destroy the family. I didn't expect you to not notice it at all. You are so stupid. I really feel disgusted to kill you and dirty my flywheel." Hearing this, Xuanyuan laughed at himself. "Ha ha! I said, why didn't you kill me at the beginning? So I am the one who led the family to destroy the family. I, Xuanyuan, am ashamed of the ancestors of the Yuan family." With a miserable smile, Xuanyuan, who was completely desperate, chose to die by severing his heart veins. Since there was no room for resistance, he had to die in his own hands. "Brother!" Xuanyuan screamed heartbreakingly. She stared at the man in front of her with great resentment. If eyes could kill, he would have died countless times. A flash of silver light passed by. A line of blood spread on Xuanyuan's neck. She covered her neck with disbelief and fell down. "How dare you?" When the elder fell, Lei Ying, the head of the Lei family, was stunned. He couldn't believe what he saw. It wasn't until Xuanyuan fell to the ground that the other party reacted. A roar! The sound was like thunder. Deafening, Lei Ying's figure instantly appeared in front of the silver-haired man, his face extremely ugly. "Asshole! You actually killed my people in my Lei family's residence. You deserve to die." However, the silver-haired man didn't seem to hear half of it. He put away the target's head and turned around to leave. Seeing this scene, Lei Ying felt greatly insulted. He was a powerful warrior in the late stage of Wu. How could he be ignored like this? "Stay here." His hands turned into claws and attacked the silver-haired man at high speed. The silver-haired man turned his head and waved his sleeves, and a huge soul energy spread out, directly knocking Lei Ying back more than 10 steps. 3 streams of light flashed, like a meteor, and fell in front of him, full of murderous intent. Looking at the sharp flywheel in front of him, Lei Ying swallowed his saliva subconsciously and was extremely shocked. "What? I can't take a single move? Am I really in the late stage of Wu?" When Lei Ying fell into self-doubt. Ignoring Lei Ying, the silver-haired man turned in one direction. "Old man, do you want to make a move too?" It was unknown who he was talking to, which surprised countless people. After a while, an old voice sounded in the void. "Your Excellency has achieved your goal today, and I hope you don't bother with them." The corner of the silver-haired man's mouth moved. "If I cared, your clan would have been reduced to ruins now. A peak emperor in his twilight years can't stop me. Do you dare to do it?" No more words came out of the void. The silver-haired man shook his head slightly. A disdainful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he soared into the sky after leaving the 2 words of heartbreaking. "Boring." Suddenly, in the Lei family villa complex, A large group of lay family members with humiliation on their faces stood there with gnashing teeth, daring to be angry, but not to speak. The dog mission is completed. The family inheritance of the prey is cut off. The rabbit received. Wilderness area number 006. In the valley, shrouded in mist, a palace filled with darkness and decay is located in it. You can vaguely see people walking around, coming and going in a hurry. This is the base camp of the Dark Temple. Since being severely damaged by Xuanyuan more than 20 years ago, the remaining forces of the Dark Temple have found this place as a base and developed secretly. Originally a ruin, the Lord of the Dark Temple got a great opportunity here. Because of its remote and secret location and its inherent illusionary advantage. In the past 10 years, no one has ever found this place. Of course, someone may have strayed into it, but I think the grass on the grave is already very lush. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from a palace that only the core disciples of the Dark Temple could enter. What did you say? All the families were exterminated. In the main hall, Jackdaw bent over, and the Lord of the Dark Temple sat in a high position, questioning loudly with an unbelievable tone. Yes, Palace Master. After the Sidhu family was exterminated, my subordinates immediately contacted those families, but there was no reply. After I mobilized some secret agents to investigate, I learned the news, and I can report it to you. Those families were stationed there, and there were corpses all over the place. The death conditions were extremely tragic. Palace Master, in your opinion, is Xuanyuan responsible for this? The Lord of the Dark Temple shook his head. No, probably not. The people I arranged have been monitoring Xuanyuan. After he went home, he rushed back to Shanhaiguan at night and never left again. Those secret guards of his don't have the energy to do such a shocking thing in such a short period of time. Jackdaw looked puzzled. Who could have done it? Who is so powerful? There is no news even from those families. The Lord of the Dark Temple held his chin in his hand, looking like he was thinking. That's what I'm curious about, too. It would be fine if only the Sidhu family was wiped out by the enemy, but the other families who joined us in assassinating Xuanyuan were all wiped out tonight. It must be related to Xuanyuan, but who is it? He has so much energy. Palace Master. Then what should we do now? The other party is so powerful. What should we do? Either let's withdraw. Jackdaw felt a little frightened for some reason at this moment, and even stuttered when he spoke. Seeing Jackdaw's appearance, the Lord of the Dark Temple was furious. Waste! Look at how scared you are. Do you still look like a strong martial emperor? No matter what you do, escape first. Jackdaw's face turned red when he was told this. Palace Master, I am not. The Lord of the Dark Temple waved his hand impatiently. Okay, shut up. I don't even think about the strength of those families and our strength. What is this place? Our base camp. There are still 10 powerful martial emperors sitting in charge. So what if they can find our location? If they dare to come, I will let them never come back. The Lord of the Dark Temple said in an arrogant tone. Jackdaw suddenly slapped his forehead. I thought to myself, look at my pig brain. Why am I so scared here? I'm really stupid. Son, the palace door is open. A joking voice came from outside the door. Tisk, TSK, TSK. What a loud tone. The Lord of the Dark Temple was instantly shocked. As the martial emperor at the peak of his strength, he was unable to detect the situation outside. Who? Tada! Accompanied by the sound of crisp footsteps. Each sound seemed to be a life-threatening charm, ringing in their ears. Under the illumination of candlelight in the temple, 3 hazy figures passed through the door and slowly approached. When 3 figures approached, the figures of 2 men and 1 woman immediately caught the eyes of the Lord of the Dark Temple. All of them wore animal masks that covered the upper half of their faces. From left to right, a woman in red with a red ponytail and a graceful figure. A tall man in black clothes with black hair, but red pupils. A big man with his hands behind his back, holding something in his hands, and his eyes were covered by his sturdy figure. After carefully feeling the breath of the 3 people, The Lord of the Dark Temple felt a chill in his heart. He could not detect anything, as if there were only 3 ordinary people in front of him without cultivation. There are only 2 possibilities for this. Either the other party is an ordinary person, or the other party is extremely powerful. The former can be ruled out, then the latter. You must know that as a peak martial emperor, he has already stood at the top of the blue and white star. How terrible it would be if he is stronger than him. The body hidden under the cloak was sweating. He asked with forced calmness, "Who are you? I don't know what you want to do when you come here, so late at night." He looked calm on the surface. He secretly sent a message to the jackdaw beside him. "The visitor is not friendly. You quickly gather all the elders." The jackdaw retreated slightly after hearing the voice, intending to leave quietly. But there were only a few people present in the hall, and such behavior was tantamount to stealing the bell while covering one's ears. "Stop working. I have brought the people you want to find for you." The burly man suddenly grinned. The jackdaw was stunned in place, not knowing how powerful it was. "Here. It's all here." The big man took out his hands from behind his back, holding a huge cloth bag stained with blood. Blood was still dripping out. The Lord of the Dark Temple and the jackdaw had a bad premonition at this moment, and seemed to have noticed something, and their bodies were trembling. The big man threw the cloth bag forward. The next moment, 8 very familiar faces suddenly rolled out of the bag. The 2 of them stared with their eyes wide open. Elder Lei, Elder Feng, Elder Xie, Magpie, Magpie. Jackdaw held a female head and screamed. This was his lover, his only relative. She was still playing with him a few hours ago, but now they are separated by heaven and earth. His eyes were red, and he stared at the 3 people with murderous eyes. The Lord of the Dark Temple also stood up at this moment, his face full of anger. His heart was also bleeding. These were his decades of foundation, and now they were all destroyed. If eyes could kill, then the 3 people in front of him would have died countless times. At the same time, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. These elders were not far away from him, but he didn't even notice a trace of battle fluctuations. From this, it can be seen that the opponent's strength is far beyond imagination. "Good tricks. I admire you." Pretending to be calm, the Lord of the Dark Temple slowly sat down. As if he still had tricks, he was calm and composed. "Wu Ma Sil, didn't you say that we would never come back again? Why don't you do it?" The man with black hair and red eyes in the middle spoke again. His tone was frivolous and full of disdain. The Lord of the Dark Temple was startled. He then took off the cloak on his head, exposing the hideous face with a scar running through his face. "Wu Ma Sil, I haven't heard anyone call me like this for a long time. I'm more and more curious about where you are from. You can even find out my secret name. You are so powerful." Wu Ma Su asked curiously. At this time, the red-haired woman with ponytail on the right suddenly spoke. "Wu Ma Su, don't waste any more time. It's useless to drag it on. No one will reply to the message you just sent." Wu Ma Su was shocked. How did the other party know that he had just sent a message for help? There were still 6 martial emperors outside his dark temple. After the 3 appeared, he sent a message, but the other party had not replied. Just then, 2 voices came from the communication device worn on the wrist of the red ponytail woman at the right time. "The mission of the ox is completed. Several base cities in the wilderness area of the Dark Temple have been removed. The mission of the sheep is completed. All the major city bases of the Dark Temple are destroyed." As these 2 voices came, there was a dead silence in the hall. Wu Ma Su couldn't sit still at this moment. His facial expression changed drastically. A roar. Too much bullying. Too much bullying. Even if there are no reinforcements, don't think of subduing this emperor. This emperor is a strong man at the peak of the martial emperor. Bang! Before Wu Ma Su finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A huge palm like a palm leaf fan suddenly stretched out and blew him away, leaving his body hanging on the wall of the hall. "You are the only one who talks too much. Brother Chen told me to treat you well. I will pay you back a little bit for the pain you suffered when you set up the formation for him more than 10 years ago." The sturdy figure appeared beside Wu Ma Su without knowing when, twisting his wrists slightly. Hearing the sound, Wu Ma Su's pupil shrank again, as if he thought of something, and exclaimed, "You are Mu." Before he could finish his words, he was kicked away by the sturdy man again. At the same time, a loud roar resounded through the palace. Ice Crow storm. The jackdaw beside him gently put down his head in his arms and attacked the two people at the door with a crazy face. Although he knew he was not the opponent, but in this situation he had to fight hard. Facing the attack of the jackdaw, the woman in red stretched out her hand, and a powerful flame emerged from her palm, quickly expanding into a fire phoenix, burying the ice crow in an instant, and then carrying the power of burning the sky to emerge the sweaty jackdaw. Ah! Ah! At the moment when the flames enveloped the jackdaw, screams continued. He tried his best to condense energy to resist, but it was useless. The difference in strength was too great, and it was completely a dimensionality reduction attack. After a while, when the flames gradually extinguished, a cold wind blew, and the white dust on the ground disappeared with the wind. Cough, cough. On the other side, Wu Ma struggled to get up from the ground. After being hit by the sturdy man, his body seemed to be crushed by a 1,000-foot mountain. He also saw the fall of Jackdaw. Although he wanted to support him, the sturdy figure staring at him made him unable to move a step. Suddenly, Wu Ma laughed sadly. Ahem! Ha! I won't accept this. Decades of planning, ruined in an instant. I didn't expect that the little devil I didn't kill more than 10 years ago has ruined my life's work today. No, even if I die, I will take someone with me. Wu Ma suddenly laughed wildly. Dark red energy surged around him. His body was covered with cracks, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. He attacked the three people with a ferocious face. Dark Priest. Want to self-destruct? The three people saw this. Their faces did not change. Their expressions were calm, as if nothing could make them panic. At this time, the black-haired and red-eyed man slowly moved, slightly raised his right foot, and then dropped it, splashing dust. Then, the ground of the hall was wriggling, and the floor of the entire hall slowly melted and turned into a swampy quagmire. Tentacles from the depths of the mud grew backwards from the ground and instantly wrapped up Wu Ma, forming a round mud ball. The sudden change shocked Wu Ma, and he fought hard, but he still couldn't break free. He roared and cursed in the mud ball angrily. Bang, bang. At the same time, the mud ball kept coming out with dull sounds of hitting, which were very rapid, and even the hall was shaking. It can be imagined that the other party had exhausted all his strength, but the mud ball did not show any signs of cracking or breaking. Earth burial. Explode. The black-haired and red-eyed man stretched out his hand slightly. He made a fist gesture. Instantly, the mud ball wrapped around Wu Ma shrank extremely, ignoring the screams coming from it. When the mud ball shrank to the critical value of the size of a winter melon, no sound came out of it. Then, boom! The mud ball exploded like fireworks, and blood and mud splashed all over the sky. The figures of the three people have disappeared in the hall. Outside the valley, where the Dark Temple is located, three figures are standing in the void at this moment. Tiger, horse, pig, mission completed. The Dark Temple will sleep forever. Rabbit received. After a space fluctuation, there was no trace of the three people in the void. After the three people left, accompanied by a tremor, this valley, which was not well known to people, turned the world upside down like a dragon turning over. After the storm calmed down, the original valley turned into a plain. It's just that the land looks a little new, and the palace of the Dark Temple has been sleeping underground forever. Dawn breaks. The silvery white dawn gradually turned crimson, and the morning glow reflected on the houses in the city. It looks so peaceful and peaceful. But that's all it looks like. Early in the morning, all the large and small forces in the Xia Kingdom learned the news that the 5 major families had been destroyed. This day, the whole country was shocked. It has only been one day since Xuanyuan Bo was assassinated. Now the 5 families that were exposed were all wiped out on the same night. There is one dark temple left without a trace. The situation is unclear. Perhaps they were also wiped out along with these families. Fuck. Oh my god. Is this true? Which force did it? There's no need to guess. Yesterday, Xuanyuan was assassinated by members of these families, and today they were all exterminated. Who do you think did it? Could it be Xuanyuan? Be careful. Don't talk nonsense. I heard from my third uncle's daughter's nephew's girlfriend that General Xuanyuan never came out after he returned to Shanhaiguan last night. Many people testified. His wife Yao Huangyinyan is also taking care of her son at home and does not go out. It should not be their fault. Could it be his subordinates who did it? How could it be possible? Most of the forces know that General Xuanyuan only has one secret guard in his hands, but that's just a spy. How could he have the strength to destroy 5 families in one night? It seems to make sense. It's not General Xuanyuan. Who is that? Which force has such shocking strength? Rumors say that the Lei family in the Demon City had close contact with the mysterious figure who destroyed the Wan family. Now many forces have gone to the Lei family to inquire about the news. The Wan family is a vassal of the Lei family. Their family has a strong man at the peak of the martial emperor, but they can't stop the other party. Who knows? Maybe the Wan family doesn't deserve to offend a big force. It's not like you can't beat the opponent after all. At the same time, Shanhaiguan, Xuanyuan was also shocked when he heard the news. Yao thought of what his son had said to him yesterday, and his hands couldn't help but tremble. He really didn't expect it. His son actually fulfilled his promise to him so quickly. Xuanyuan muttered to himself with a dull look on his face. Jir, is this the trump card you've been hiding? It's really hard to believe as a father. Right now, one of Xuanyuan Ying's private communication devices suddenly rang. After seeing the familiar number, Xuanyuan Ying paused for a moment and then picked up the call after thinking for a moment. Lord of the country, Xuanyuan, were you responsible for the destruction of the 5 families? A majestic voice sounded from over there, and he went straight to the topic as soon as he opened his mouth. Xuanyuan Ying smiled bitterly and said, "It's not me. Master of the country, even if the military has not taken action, you also know the secret guards under me. The strongest one is Queen Yangxiawu. How could he have the strength to wipe out the 5 major families overnight?" There was silence on the other side of the phone for a moment, as if he was thinking, and then asked after a moment, "What about Yin Yin? Her favors are all over the Xia kingdom. If she uses those favors, won't it be difficult to do it?" "Not her. Master, you should have checked it out. We just learned about Xiao Chei's assassination yesterday. It only took 1 day. Even if Yin Yin summons people, she won't carry out the assassination so quickly. Master, it's really not Yin Yin and I who did this. I can swear this," Xuanyuan Ying said with a very firm tone. "Xuanyuan, don't be too nervous. I'm also asking. Even if you did it, it doesn't matter. They colluded with the Dark Temple, which is a capital crime." The other end of the phone suddenly said in a calm tone, "Master, it is indeed not us." Xuanyuan Ying denied again, although he knew it was his son who did it. What does this have to do with the couple? However, Lord, do you need to investigate this sudden force? After being able to destroy 5 families in one night, it was a crushing battle with almost no distress signal sent out. It is really extraordinary, Xuanyuan Ying asked cautiously into the phone. There was silence on the phone for a moment. "Check it out. I could ask your younger son if he has secretly joined any forces. I don't believe in coincidence. This incident must be related to the assassination of your son. I hope this unknown force is on our side." After Xuanyuan Ying heard this, he secretly chuckled in his heart. The king could quite relate to it, but he still said righteously, "Understood. I will leave home immediately, and I will definitely investigate this matter. By the way, the outside world is paying close attention to this matter. Your home is the center of the storm. Please calm down." "No problem. Does the king want the truth or the result? It's up to you." Listening to the busy signal on the other end of the phone, Xuanyuan Ying grinned, his thoughts flying. as if he was thinking of what to say to make things right. Suddenly, thinking of what the king just said, his eyes lit up. Yes! Then shout out, "Come here, prepare your machine." Summer capital, central villa area. Xuanyuan hurried back, and instead of going to see Xuanyuan, who had already woken up, he went straight up to the second floor and walked into Xuanyuan's room. He pushed Xuanyuan's room open. However, the room was empty at this moment, and there was no trace of Xuanyuan. However, a letter and a ring on the table were very eye-catching. He opened the letter and read it carefully. "Mom and Dad, when you see this letter, I've already left. My son now has the strength to protect himself. You don't need to worry. The reason I'm leaving now is because I have important things to deal with. I can't be with you this spring festival. I hope you can forgive me. I've already dealt with the Dark Temple and the 5 families. There is no need to waste manpower to investigate the remaining personnel. As for how to report and hand in the task, it's up to you, Dad. In the space ring on the table, there are gifts I prepared for you and Xiao Che. I hope you like them. There are also a small number of resources. I have made notes on the instructions. As for how to distribute them, it's up to Mom and Dad to decide. The great changes in the world are coming. When you need me most, I will appear. Xuanyuan." After reading the letter, Xuanyuan laughed and scolded. "Stinky boy, what important things do you have? You are just afraid of my interrogation. I want to see what good things you can leave for me." Then Xuanyuan opened the space ring. When Xuanyuan saw the piles of resources inside, his mouth opened wide in shock. "Fuck!" The next day, Xuanyuan announced to the outside world that his son Xuanyuan had joined a hidden sect, and the Dark Temple and the 5 major families were all destroyed by that faction, leaving no trace of survivors. And that hidden sect also warned the major family forces, "Don't get involved in the affairs of the younger generation. Otherwise, the consequences are not something you can bear." Such a domineering statement came out. For a while, Xia country was in an uproar. Countless people were discussing who the mysterious hidden sect was. Some people were cheering that the Dark Temple, which had been causing trouble for one side, was finally completely removed, and the 5 major families who helped the tyrant deserved to die. Although this matter came to an end here, but its influence could not be withdrawn for a long time, so that for a period of time afterwards, the order of Xia country was stable and peaceful. Incidents of bullying the weak by the big rarely occurred. The law enforcement hall has become much quieter. Little did they know that this was the calm before the storm. The far north, in the main hall of Ice Emperor Palace, Xuanyuan Gao lazily leaned on the Ice Emperor's throne and fell asleep. Whoosh whoosh. Figures swarmed in one after another, all kneeling down on one knee. The rat, the ugly ox, the tiger, the rabbit. "I've met Lord Ice Emperor." Xuanyuan Gao opened his eyes slightly and stared at the 12 people in front of him. "Get up." Looking around the crowd, Xuanyuan Jie seemed to have discovered something, and said with some surprise, "Long, have you made a breakthrough?" "Thanks to my lord, after taking revenge. My inner demons are gone, and I have a breakthrough." Zifeng replied with a very excited tone. "Not bad." Xuanyuan Gao nodded slightly. The others looked at Zifeng with more or less envy in their eyes. At the same time, "I am very happy for my brother's breakthrough. Usagi, my subordinates are here." Yunli left the queue. "Recall all members of the Ice Emperor Palace and collectively enter the martial arts tower to practice. Heaven and earth are about to revive again. Their strength is too weak. It's time to improve. Aren't you going to keep some intelligence personnel?" Xuanyuan Gao waved his hand. "No, the current information is useless to us. We will arrange it after the world recovers." "Yes." After Yun Li accepted the order, he walked directly outside the palace. "You chicken, my subordinates are here." Ziyue stepped forward and listened to Xuanyuan Gao's order. "Integrate the resources of the Ice Emperor Palace. Convert all currencies into resources as quickly as possible. In the next 6 months, there is no need to be stingy, and we will do our best to cultivate more high-level combat forces." The stronger they are, the greater their own transformation benefits will be after the world changes. Yes. After Ziyue received the order, she immediately stood up and walked out of the hall to carry out the order. The remaining people in the hall were all eager to try, waiting for Xuanyuan Bo to give orders. You 10 should go to Huahua Cave. The limitations of heaven and earth cannot be solved in a short time. Actual combat will help you grow more. There is less than a year left. I hope that more of you will take the next step and seek advice from the dragon if you have nothing to do. After 2 beatings, you might have an epiphany. Yes. After arranging everything, Xuanyuan Bo's figure disappeared from the spot. I don't know where to go. At this moment, the expressions of the 10 people in the hall were very interesting. Zifeng looked at his companion beside him with amusement and gently clenched his fist, making a cracking sound. You heard everything the adults said. I happen to be very free recently. You are welcome to come to me for a beating. The man with black hair and red eyes was filled with hatred when he saw the victorious look of Zifeng. Son, he yelled, brothers, beat him. If you don't beat me, you won't have a chance in the future. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were strange, and then they all rushed towards Zifeng, waiting for him with fists and kicks. Zifeng's expression changed instantly. He knew the strength of these brothers. Although he was already half a step ahead of them, he couldn't resist the siege of 9 people. That day, Zifeng holds his head in his hands. I was beaten and didn't know how to fight back. Time flies. Time flies. Everything seems to be moving in a good direction. But only those big forces know what is about to happen. We have made preparations early, strictly restrained our children, and secretly accumulated strength to prepare for the new year or the arrival of a new era. The peaceful days were broken until that day. It's 300 years in the new era. There was no warning at all. Everything happened so suddenly. The world changes drastically. The land expands. The spiritual energy surges, and the shackles of heaven and earth that have been pressing on the blue and white star for hundreds of years seem to disappear in an instant. Countless martial emperors who were at the peak of their powers broke through their current strength and faced the terrifying thunder tribulations that destroyed the heaven and earth, or death, or moved towards a new realm and a broader life. They call this realm nirvana. It means breaking through the shackles and welcoming new life. At the same time, on this day, the entire continent in the far north was almost covered by thunder. It's like the end of the world. It's just that no one noticed it. It seemed that they were not in the world of blue and white star. Countless people were ecstatic, thinking that this was an opportunity sent from heaven, giving them a chance to show themselves. I don't know if I'm familiar with it. Danger is approaching quietly. Central World. At the moment when blue and white star revives. The northern territory of the Central World. Countless ancient clan forces are resurrecting one after another. Each conveys orders to subordinate forces, with only one goal. Blue and white star. An unknown paradise. The aura is dense, the ancient trees are towering, and all kinds of rare and exotic animals are scattered throughout. This time, a majestic voice sounded from this paradise, breaking the peace. Xiao, blue and white star has revived. It's time for you to set off. It's up to you to take people on a trip this time. Remember, don't do anything too extreme this time. During that time on King Hongsing, my clan made many enemies. Over the past tens of thousands of years, our clan's development has been suppressed by those forces. The scene before can never be repeated again. Yes, Father. The man with long hair and black robe who looked very feminine bowed respectfully in one direction. Turn around and look at the people behind you. Let's go. On an unknown island, a huge palace shrouded in darkness exudes an evil and ancient atmosphere. In the main hall, at the deepest part of the palace, countless figures stood in the hall, looking at the terrifying figure on the main seat with awe. Blue and white star has revived. Do you have anyone to recommend as the leader? A majestic and domineering voice came from the mouth of the main seat. Lord God, I recommend the fallen son of God to go to Blue and White Star. At present, the world of Blue and White Star has just revived. According to the current exclusive world suppression of Blue and White Star, we can at most send the 5 tribulations Nirvana realm to the lower realm. Almost all the personnel sent by other forces in our northern region are young people of this realm, mostly for the purpose of training the younger generation. The fallen Son of God is the strongest genius in the 5 tribulations Nirvana realm of my fallen palace. It is most appropriate to send him to the next level. A sharp-eyed old man with white hair spoke first. While speaking, his eyes also swept around the people around him, as if he was warning or had other meanings. Countless people cursed in their hearts, but they had no courage to refute. After all, the man in front of them was one of the few old antiques in the fallen God Palace. No matter his strength or seniority, he was not comparable to others. This man, who usually did not appear, now acted so domineeringly for his descendants. Even if some people who were stronger than him were dissatisfied, they gave him this face because of his seniority and the talent of his descendant, the fallen God's son. Therefore, although everyone had their own ulterior motives, no one objected. The man on the main seat looked at the scene in front of him with a calm face. After a long silence, seeing that no one had recommended it, he seemed to be a little uninterested and waved his hand casually. In that case, the fallen God's son will lead the team to the Blue and White Star. If there is nothing else, everyone retreat. Yes. An ancient jungle. After a rustling sound, a group of strange people wearing strange clothes walked out of the forest, dragging a long tail behind them. The figure with disheveled hair, holding a snake spear in the lead, suddenly roared to the sky. "Plunder! My compatriots! Hiss and whine!" The figure behind him excitedly shouted something in an unknown language. It seemed to be the secret language of their race. On a floating island, countless humanoid creatures with wings on their backs lined up neatly. Some of them had 2 wings, some had 4 wings, and some had 6 wings. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light emerged. A beautiful woman with 10 wings on her back fell from the sky and slowly landed in front of them. "My angels! Another planet has revived, and the light of angels will shine on every continent of this planet. The faith of angels will be eternal." At the same time, this scene happened in countless family forces in the Central World. Their purpose was very clear: either to plunder resources, or to occupy land, or to leave faith. It seemed that everything about the Blue and White Star was in their control. It was already in their pockets, and no one could stop them. Blue and White Star, the center of the ocean, the endless, deep and terrifying deep blue sea suddenly welcomed an uninvited guest. The sky darkened instantly. A dark crack slowly opened from the sky. It was like the sky was cracked. A terrifying aura spread out from it. Under the influence of this aura, most of the sea beasts around disappeared in an instant. The remaining few beasts with slightly stronger strength were watching at the bottom of the sea, thinking that this was an opportunity brought by the revival of heaven and earth. The revival of heaven and earth in these days has increased their strength several times. Having tasted the sweetness, they naturally don't want to miss any opportunity. As the crack in the sky became larger and larger, a golden light emerged first, followed by a slender leg wrapped in boots slowly stretched out. Countless powerful beasts on the seabed rioted. They thought this was some kind of spiritual object of heaven and earth, and they wanted to fight for it. After a fierce competition, a huge salted fish took the lead, opening its big mouth full of fangs to bite the mysterious thing. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the crack. "How dare you?" Just a voice came out, and the terrifying energy dissipated. The salted fish was instantly dismembered by this terrifying energy and disappeared from the world, as if it had never appeared. Seeing this, countless beasts fled madly in all directions. But how could the other party let them go so easily? Then, brilliant golden light burst out from the crack and continued to spread around. Where the light shone, the beasts disintegrated one after another, and none survived. After cleaning up this sea area, a figure gradually walked out of the crack. On the Blue and White Star, his dazzling moment bloomed. It It was a very beautiful female angel, with golden hair flying in the wind, a curvy figure covered in ancient armor, 6 pairs of white wings on her back, and a golden sword in her hand, shining with cold light. Her red lips slightly raised, and her moving voice resounded throughout the sea area. The suppression of the world is really strong. It took 7 days to break it completely in the space tunnel. After muttering twice, she slowly took out a small package from her arms. Just about to open it, a red-haired figure suddenly blocked her way, and a voice that shook the sky suddenly came out of her body. No one in this sea area dares to slaughter my subordinates like this. If you hand over the treasure in your hand and submit to me, I may spare your life. The female angel was stunned for a long time, and it seemed that she didn't react for a while. When she came back to her senses, she looked at the red figure in front of her, and a beautiful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Okay, then you come and take it. 5 minutes later, blue-purple blood infected this sea area. A huge animal corpse was soaked in the water. When I got closer, I saw that it was a giant octopus. The tentacles stretched out to be 1,000 meters long, but at this moment, there was no life. The female angel stood proudly in the sky, the long sword in her hand slowly dripping blue-purple blood. So weak. It's just a wild beast that has just broken through the transformation, and it dares to block my way. It really doesn't know how to write the word death. After saying that, she slowly opened the cloth bag, and streams of light flew out of it, transformed into angels, standing in front of him in neat formation and respectful. Master Xuanyuan. Xuanyuan nodded slightly, and then closed his eyes and spread his mind to explore behind him. After a while, she opened her beautiful eyes. After looking at the east with some fear, she turned around and flew west with her tribe. A group of angels followed closely behind. At the same time, above a golden tower-shaped building somewhere, a space crack suddenly appeared, causing countless screams and discussions below. I don't know what this is. Suddenly, a strong snake man with a red snake tail slowly walked out of the crack. After walking out of the space channel, he roared to the sky, his face full of excitement. However, when his eyes swept to the spire building below, his eyes were red. Suddenly, a desire arose in his heart, as if there was some peerless treasure in it that attracted him, and a huge desire for possession rose in his heart. Then, like a wind yoke, he took out an identical cloth bag and released countless snake warriors. He shouted, "Little ones, follow Lord Snake Barbarian to plunder together." Then his figure turned into a flash of lightning and attacked the fleeing crowd on the ground. The snake warriors behind him followed closely. For a while, there were screams on the ground. Blood was everywhere. It's not that no one wanted to stop them, but the strongest among them took action, and the other party defeated him with just 2 moves and tore him into pieces in front of countless people. After that, countless people screamed and fled, no longer fighting. Northern Russia. Somewhere in a snowy plain, a man wearing animal skin suddenly appeared, half naked, revealing most of his muscular body. He was not wearing shoes. He looked around with interest. After a slight pause, he waved his hand, and countless figures appeared behind him, slowly walking in one direction. What was surprising was that they were clearly walking on the snow, but there was no footprint left on the snow they walked on. Very strange. In an old castle in the Western Federation, a group of people wearing black and red aristocratic costumes were trembling on the ground. He didn't even dare to raise his head, just because, directly in front of them, on the main seat, a strange young man wearing a bloody robe shook the glass in his hand, with scarlet and thick liquid flowing in it. He drank the wine glass lightly, his face full of intoxication. He glanced lightly at the people kneeling below, opened his mouth slightly, revealing a few long, ferocious fangs. Such a weak bloodline is worthy of calling itself a vampire. "You, come here." As he spoke, a beam of energy shot towards the person at the front. The person's body instantly trembled, and he raised his head slightly, although I didn't understand what the young man in front of me said. But he still trembled and replied with a pale face, "I wonder what your orders are." The strange young man in front of him appeared out of nowhere, and as soon as he appeared, he swept through their entire vampire clan with lightning speed. And there is a faint pressure of blood from the same clan on his body, like a big mountain, towering and thick. It was really heart-pounding and terrifying. The man asked carefully, for fear that he might accidentally provoke the other person to death. He didn't want to follow in the footsteps of the clan leader. What a bird song, forget it. I'll just watch it myself. After muttering dissatisfiedly, the strange young man in blood robe waved slightly, showing what he thought was a kind expression. Well, it's quite nuclear-friendly. The person moved forward slightly and came within 1 meter of him. A cold light came instantly, and before he could react, the blood-robed young man's hand was already on his head. Immediately afterwards, there was a scream that resounded throughout the entire castle. The countless people kneeling below suddenly lowered their heads even further, unable to control the slight trembling of their bodies. After a long time, no more sounds came from the castle. The man in blood robe pushed away, and the skinny corpse in front of him slowly stood up. Xia Kingdom, Northern Russia, Western Federation, Ancient Egypt, technology, spaceships, fighters, submarines. That's interesting. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something, and a burst of energy surged around him, instantly enveloping the entire castle. His face is also a little ugly. Damn it, why is that Birdman here too? At the same time, the female angel Feng Flail, who had just arrived in the Western Federation, seemed to notice something. He pointed his gaze in the direction of the castle, with a look of disgust on his face. Humph, the Shady Bat is here too. A certain island with the flag of the sun, in the splendid palace of the royal family. Now, bodies everywhere and rivers of blood. Countless black warriors holding Japanese swords stared at the group of people in front of them with fear on their faces. They were a group of powerful and mysterious men with overwhelming momentum. Appearing suddenly an hour ago, they tried their best to communicate, but the other party couldn't understand it at all, but they could clearly hear that the other party was speaking the language of Xiagua. Just as he was about to find an interpreter to talk to him, the other party suddenly made a strong move with an impatient look on his face, and what followed was a one-sided massacre. The most powerful man in their country has already survived 2 thunder tribulations. He is extremely powerful, but he is as fragile as a pinch of clay in front of the opponent. With just one blow, the body is dead and the soul is gone. On this same day, countless Central World forces descended on various places on the blue and white star, create chaos and carnage. However, there is one exception, Xia Kingdom. It's still the same as usual, without any change. No central star power has landed on Xia Kingdom's territory. It seems that Xiagua has some kind of protection, or maybe there is some kind of taboo that no force dares to touch. The next day, it was just dawn, when the things that happened in other countries on the blue and white star were transmitted in the form of a video. Xiagua was immediately in an uproar. Oh my God! Who are these people? Why do they look so weird and so cruel? Oh my God! Is this still the prosperous city that it once was? Is that an angel? A big man stared at the screen in his hand, with a lustful look on his face. In the screen in his hand, the figure of the female angel Feng Jia was high above, sitting on the throne of the Pope. His eyes were full of contempt, and the Pope, who was originally the strongest man in the Western Federation, was now standing in front of him with a flattering face, groveling. He looked like a slave. It was very inconsistent with his former high-handed behavior. But at this moment, no one focused on him. All focused on Feng Jia and the group of women with wings on their backs behind him. At this time, Feng Jia in the picture opened his mouth slightly, and a fluent Xiaowa dialect came out. Human, hello. I believe you are all very curious about my identity now. Maybe someone has guessed it. That's right. We are indeed the angels. We come from the northern region of the Central World. We are here for, after Feng Jia blah blah, everyone has roughly understood it. Countless exclamations, doubts, and fears were heard. Oh my God! Central World, what is that place? Educate us? It is a birdman with wings. Do you think what Xiaoyu said is good? There are other races and forces that have arrived on Blue Star. Why haven't we in Xia country? What is their purpose in coming to Blue Star? At the same time, images of alien races and unknown, strong men slaughtering everywhere were sent from countless countries. Snake people, blood people, wolf people, lion people, Golden Spire, Sun Kingdom Palace, Desert Snowfield. After seeing all kinds of bloody and cruel images, countless people were silent. However, when the news came out that there was no alien invasion in Xia country, suddenly, countless so-called Xiaoqiao wanted to return to their country, but no one paid attention to this group of traitors. At this moment, Shidu, in a heavily guarded house, sitting there was an amiable and very majestic old man, wearing a Zhongshan suit. His hair was a little gray, and his face was full of traces left by the years. In front of the old man, there stood countless men in military uniforms. Everyone, the situation in all countries is very bad now. Although I don't know why there are no aliens coming to my Xia country. We can't relax. The information provided by Xuanyuan before has been confirmed, so their purpose must be to plunder the resources of Blue Star. The blue and white star is still expanding slowly. I think it may be because Xia country has not yet reached the conditions for their plunder, so they didn't come to offend my Xia country. But my Xia country has a long history and vast land. With treasures, the hungry wolf will come one day. How should we deal with it then? Xuanyuan, Lao Lin, Gong Lao, do you have any way to deal with it? The old man frowned and asked. The people in the room looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. They had never experienced such a situation before. The opponent came from the vast world, and his strength must not be comparable to that of the few of them who had just broken through the Nirvana realm. After a moment of silence, Xuanyuan, Xuanyuan's father, spoke first. Lord, although we are weaker than the other side, if the other side really invades Daxia, destroys our territory, and kills our people, they must first step over the body of Xuanyuan. There are no retreating soldiers in Shanhaiguan, only the heroic spirits who died in battle. As soon as these words came out, everyone on the side responded. My Jiaguan can fight for Daxia to the end. My South China Sea front. Seeing that everyone was so determined, the old man also ignited a touch of blood in his heart. Good. You are worthy of being a Daxia man. Defend the border, no matter what. Everyone spoke at the same time in tacit understanding. The old man was also relieved. Then he said, although we are determined to fight to the death, in order for our great Xia to survive, we still have to secretly leave some fire seeds. Even if we fail, we can continue the bloodline of our Xia country. Let's plan it in detail. Looking at the people who plan to leave seeds with the old man, Xuanyuan somehow had the figure of his eldest son in his mind. He thought secretly in his heart, I don't know where Xiaoqi is now, what realm he is in now, and whether he can cope with the previous situation. Will he really appear when we need him most? The far north. Goose feather-like snowflakes fell from the sky. The Ice Emperor Palace Station. Although many days have passed since the great changes in the world, there are still thunders rolling above the Ice Emperor Palace, and thousands of lightning snakes are constantly falling. Suddenly, the arrival of two teams of uninvited guests broke the tranquility of this icy and snowy land. A team of human beings riding snow wolves, wearing armor and holding spears. A group of aliens with scales all over their bodies and scorpion tails of various shapes growing behind them. When they walked to the Ice Emperor Palace at the same time, they all looked at the Ice Emperor Palace with greedy faces, and they were sure that it must be a supreme treasure. As for the Thunder Tribulation, they did not think of it as the Nirvana Tribulation, but only thought that it was caused by this mysterious palace. After all, they also went through the Nirvana Tribulation. How could there be such a great momentum? Even if 100 people went through the tribulation at the same time, it would not be like this. And then, when the eyes of the two teams intertwined, the silent confrontation had already begun, in a burst of sparks and lightning. Then a quarrel sounded. Ice Scorpion Tribe, retreat! This place was discovered by my Wolf Rider tribe first. The leader of the small team, riding the snow wolf, shouted coldly. Hearing this, the person standing in the front of the scorpion tail team said disdainfully, "Wolf Rider Tribe, I thought it was someone else. You found it first, you say it is? What a joke. I said that my Ice Scorpion Tribe came first. How dare you? Do you Ice Scorpion Tribe want to be enemies with my Wolf Rider Tribe?" A strong man headed by the Wolf Rider Tribe shouted loudly. "You are talking as if your Wolf Riders are very strong. If you want to fight, then go ahead. How can my Ice Scorpion Tribe be afraid of you?" The Ice Scorpion Tribe's strong man stood in front, looking like he was ready to fight. "You!" The Wolf Riders Tribe's strong man looked a little ugly for a while. He had just checked and found that the opponent's strength was the same as theirs. The strongest ones were all in the 5 tribulations Nirvana realm. But he didn't want to fight the Ice Scorpion Tribe here. If both sides were injured, if someone else came, wouldn't it be a wedding dress for others? But looking at the Ice Scorpion Tribe's appearance, they would not give up such an opportunity easily. For a while, he was entangled, not knowing how to deal with it properly. The Ice Scorpion Tribe saw that the leader of the Wolf Riders Tribe was entangled and immediately understood what he was thinking. So he said bluntly, "Looking at you, it seems that you are afraid that someone will take advantage of us after we both lose, right? Then how about this? Instead of being deadlocked here and causing trouble, why don't our 2 families explore the opportunities here together? As for what kind of opportunities we get, it depends on our luck. How about it?" When the leader of the Wolf Riders heard this, he immediately felt that there was some truth in it. After thinking for a moment, he said in a muffled voice, Okay. When the 2 teams had just agreed to explore the Ice Emperor Palace to harvest treasures, a rough voice rang in the ears of the 2 teams. It made them look very angry. "Have you 2 already discussed who will die first? I can't wait to kill you." Everyone looked in the direction where the voice came from and saw a strong figure holding a huge axe who had appeared at the gate of the Ice Emperor Palace at some point, leaning against the gate of the palace. He looked at them leisurely. His tone was frivolous and playful, as if he didn't take them seriously at all. "Arrogant! Who are you? How dare you speak arrogantly in front of my Wolf Riders?" The leader of the Wolf Riders shouted loudly. The big man grinned, slowly stood up, put the giant axe on his shoulder, and walked slowly. With every step he took, his momentum became stronger. "You ask who I am? I am Lord Yushan, who controls your fate. I will be Lord Yushan, who controls your fate." As soon as the words fell, before the 2 teams could react, the strong man Yushan attacked instantly. Holding a huge axe, he chopped at the Wolf Riders Tribe. The amazing axe light cut through the void, exuding an unstoppable momentum. "Arrogant! Everyone stay where you are, and watch me take his head." Seeing Yushan's sudden attack, the man from the Wolf Riders Tribe roared. Holding a spear and clamping his legs, the snow wolf under him howled and rushed towards Yushan at a high speed. Bang! Clang! The huge axe and the spear collided with each other. A huge wave of air was set off, clearing a blank area without snow on the snow where they intertwined. Then, the 2 fought again for dozens of moves, and the clanging sound of the fight was very intense. It seemed that they were evenly matched. In fact, the more they fought, the more shocked the man from the Wolf Riders Tribe was. The strong man in front of him was 1 level lower than him in realm. Only the strength of the 4th calamity, Nirvana realm. But the opponent is incredibly strong, and his offensive is extremely fierce. He becomes more and more courageous as the battle goes on. He almost got injured several times, and his body is extremely hard, and his spear can't even break his defense. If this continues, he will definitely fall into a disadvantage. After realizing that something was wrong, the leader of the Wolf Rider Tribe turned and shouted to the Ice Scorpion Tribe, "The opponent is very strong. Quickly join forces with me to suppress it. Now we are on a united front. If I lose, you won't get any benefits." The leader of the Ice Scorpion Tribe heard this, and his eyes turned. But he didn't support him immediately. When the 2 fought, he had already figured out Yushan's details. With such strength, he must be a genius from the Central World. The blue and white star cannot give birth to such a powerful person at the beginning of the 3rd revival. He was very cautious and didn't know if the opponent had backup, so he kept watching and exploring. If I don't make a move again, I will lose. The man from the Wolf Riders was repelled by Yushan again, and then he shouted at the Ice Scorpion again. The Ice Scorpion leader explored for a long time, but did not find anyone else nearby. Although he was a little surprised that the other party was alone, he still rushed up with gritted teeth. At the same time, he shouted, "Ice Scorpion, everyone attack!" A large group of people attacked the two people's fight. Halfway, he seemed to remember something and suddenly asked, "No, don't you still have people in your Wolf Riders tribe?" As soon as these words came out, the Wolf Riders tribe leader, who was struggling to resist Yushan's offensive, paused. "Yes, there are still people in my Wolf Riders tribe, but why has no one come to support me? What are they doing?" He turned his head and was immediately furious, depressed, and wanted to vomit blood. The team he led was standing there motionless, looking at him quietly, seemingly unaware of his current disadvantage. "What are you doing standing there?" His face flushed red, and he roared angrily. "Sir, your order is for us to stay where we are. According to military orders, we cannot move without your order," one of his men said very straightforwardly. The scene was suddenly silent. "Ha!" Yushan was amused by this man's reply, not to mention their leader, who was almost killed by his men's stupidity at this moment. His brain was congested, his face was swollen and red, and he roared angrily. "Idiot! Now! Immediately! Immediately! Come to help me! Yes!" At his command, the group of Wolf Riders went out in full force and attacked the battle in a mighty manner. More people? Seeing the two teams of people slowly approaching, Yushan smiled contemptuously. "Clap your hands gently." And then, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of figures exuding a terrifying aura suddenly appeared above the surrounding sky, magnificent and grand, densely packed, with no end in sight. Looking around, all of them are the strength of Nirvana realm, gathered together, with a mighty momentum and awe-inspiring. Now, it was the turn of the Ice Scorpion clan and the Wolf Rider tribe to be dumbfounded. Originally, they had thought of suppressing the opposition with the advantage of numbers, but now it was the other way around. The leader of the Ice Scorpion clan had cold sweat on his brows and was very puzzled. He had just explored the surroundings and found no other life breath, so where did these people come from? Little did he know that although he explored the surroundings, he only missed one most important place. That is the Ice Emperor Palace in front of him. He opened his mouth and trembled. "No, impossible. Where did they come from? I clearly explored." Yushan smiled coldly. "There are so many things you don't know." Then he waved his hand. "Kill them all." Then he rushed to the two leaders first, carrying the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers. The figure in the sky also swooped down like an eagle hunting, with murderous intent. The result was naturally no surprise. In just a moment, except for the leaders of these two teams, all the others died here. The blood all over the ground dyed the white snow red. Only the two leaders were left, back to back with scars all over their bodies, standing in a defensive posture, looking at the strong man in front of them with a huge axe in front of them, with fear on their faces. "It's terrible. He is one realm behind us, but he suppressed the two of us alone. It seems that we are doomed today. Damn it." The man from the Ice Scorpion tribe was unwilling to accept it. He had just arrived at the Blue and White Star and had not yet obtained any opportunities, but he was about to fall. The same was true for the man from the Wolf Rider tribe. His mount, the Snow Wolf, was killed by Yushan at this moment. At this moment, his face was haggard and exhausted. He had no fighting power. There were so many strong men around him. I am afraid that there was no chance to escape. He looked at Yushan's figure in despair. Yushan's bloody axe sank into the ground at this moment, and his right hand slightly twisted the wrist of his left hand. He said lightly, "I'm almost familiar with the strength that has just broken through. Your role has also been used up. It's time to send you on the road." He slowly raised the axe and walked towards the two step by step. At this moment, the two were shocked by what Yushan had just said. Yushan had just broken through and was using them to sharpen his own realm. What kind of monster is this force? They thought Yushan had broken through a small realm. If they knew that Yushan had just broken through the Nirvana realm and had already reached the fourth calamity Nirvana, they would be scared to death. While they were thinking wildly, Yushan's axe blade was already raised high, and a cold light flashed. The meaning of death had already emerged in the hearts of the two, and they seemed to accept their fate and close their eyes. However, after closing their eyes for a long time, the axe blade did not fall. They opened their eyes slightly, as if they wanted to see what happened. They saw a silver-haired man with a bunch of flywheels around him appeared in front of them. Two fingers firmly clamped the falling giant axe. A glimmer of hope suddenly rose in the hearts of the two, thinking that they were going to be saved. However, the next sentence this man said made them fall into the abyss again and could never climb out again. "Brother Pig, don't panic. Wait until I extract their memories. It's not too late to kill them." Hearing this, Yushan immediately understood, retracted the giant axe, and slapped his forehead in fear. "Look at my pig brain. I almost forgot that we don't have any information about the central world. But when did you come out of seclusion? You didn't even tell me. I almost missed something important." The silver-haired man smiled slightly. "Brother Pig, let's talk later. Let's get down to business first." Then, the man slowly turned around and pointed two fingers at the two people's eyebrows. A touch of memory suddenly flooded into his mind, like a movie replay. After a long time, the silver-haired man slowly put away his fingers, took a breath, and rubbed his temples, as if to relieve the swollen and painful head. The two people behind him had dull eyes at this moment, looking stupid. When Yushan didn't react, a flash of silver light, a flywheel crossed the throats of the two people. Blood gushed out, and the bodies slowly fell down. "Hey, Tong Yuan, you old man, you stole my head. You are really unethical." Yushan laughed and scolded. The silver-haired man Tong Yuan chuckled. "Brother Zhu, don't be so petty. Go back. The captain and the others will probably be out soon. I've just got a lot of news. Share it with them." Time passed slowly. A month passed quietly. Except for Xiagua, the blue and white star was in a mess at this moment. Hundreds of forces and ethnic groups were wreaking havoc on the continents of the blue and white star, and the real right to speak in each country had already fallen into the hands of these ethnic groups. However, the alien races were still creating chaos, plundering everywhere, and causing trouble. Xiagua had long been prepared to fight them to the end. But the other side did not move at all, ignoring Xiagua, as if Xiagua had not entered their eyes. Little did they know. Quite the opposite. After learning everything about Xiagua, all the forces showed a burning look in their eyes. Xiagua's language was the same as that of the Central World, with a huge territory and a long history. All signs showed that its territory was the most important place on the blue and white star. There were many opportunities in this vast and fertile territory in the future. If someone said that they did not covet it, it was completely nonsense. But for some reason, all the ethnic forces of the Central Star chose to wait and see, and no one was willing to be the first to come forward. It seems that they are afraid of something, or maybe they are waiting for something. What conspiracy they are planning? No one knows. In the past month, the area of the blue and white star has increased several times, and the spiritual energy has become more and more abundant. Countless strong men have emerged like mushrooms after rain. But after emerging, they were quickly suppressed by the aliens. Either they became the minions of those alien forces after a lesson, or they disagreed to surrender and shed blood in the sky, and no one survived. Gradually, after breaking through, some strong men hid and developed secretly, or they flew to Xiagua, a relatively safe country at present, to seek shelter. But few people can pass through the border of Xiagua and enter it. The aliens also seem to not want them to enter the territory of Xiagua and strengthen Xiagua's strength, so they sent people to block them outside the territory of Xiagua. This great change in the world has not only affected the human race. The beast race, a large group on the blue and white star, has also increased its strength. Especially the vast ocean area of the blue and white star. There are countless powerful beasts living in it, dividing the sea area and guarding one side. But do they really just want to live in the sea? The answer is no. Half a month ago, countless sea beasts had attacked various continents, forced the continents into the war. Although the forces in the northern region of the central Great World have gained control of the major countries, but for the invasion of the beasts, they ignored it and left everything to the local forces of the Blue and White Star to deal with, regardless of their life or death. And they searched for opportunities everywhere, although there were few, but they did not let go. Half a month after the sea monster attack, a continent that was once rampant with kangaroos has now been completely occupied by the Beast Clan, and there is no trace of human race. It has become a monster paradise. Even the tribes of the Central Great World went to explore opportunities, but they returned miserably. You can imagine the horror. According to the forces in the Central World, there are countless beasts in the Nirvana realm on that continent. Although their strength is just beginning to enter Nirvana, they win in numbers. The continuous advance leaves no room for people to breathe. That day, an unknown storm gathered in Xia Country. Xia Country, East China's seafront. Magic City, the sea surface, which had been calm for a long time, suddenly rose with huge waves. It seemed that the whole city would be submerged in the next moment. Then the alarm sounded throughout the city. After more than 200 years of beast erosion, although the Magic City at this moment is no longer prosperous before the great changes in the world, most people have retreated to the currently livable Central Plains. But the former prosperity of the Magic City and the coastal border, the city is still stationed by people from many forces. After the alarm sounded, the streets were in chaos. Ordinary people swept out and evacuated to the safe areas they thought they were in. Suddenly, a loud roar resounded throughout the city. In the territory of Daxia, how can you be so presumptuous? Return to me. A tall figure rose from the city, purple flames rising around him. With a wave of his hand, a sea of fire surged to the sea surface. The overwhelming heat evaporated the sea water and mist rose. It's General Yin Nan. Great! The crowd stopped and cheered loudly as if they had seen a savior. Yin Nan was the strongest man on the front line of the Magic City. Before the Third World Change, he was already a peak martial emperor. I don't know how many times he helped the Magic City to survive the crisis. He was like the magic needle of the Magic City. At this moment, his appearance greatly reduced the panic in the hearts of the people. One by one, they stopped and looked at the figure in the sky that looked like a savior. Accompanied by Yin Nan's exclamation, it resounded across the sea. The surging waves seemed to be fighting spirit, and they once again rose to a new height with a fierce momentum and awe-inspiring power. Afterwards, in the eyes of countless shocked people, a huge monster walked out of the huge waves. Take a closer look. It turned out to be a giant lobster 100 meters high. Its huge claws stirred the seawater, causing huge waves to hit the walls of the Magic City front. Shrimp King, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. I thought you were dead. Yin Nan looked at the huge monster in front of him and said coldly. The huge lobster squirmed for a while, and in the eyes of everyone, it shrank rapidly. Finally, it turned into a man in red. Countless people were stunned by this magical scene. The beasts in the Emperor realm can speak human language, but I didn't expect that there are beasts that can transform into human form now. The red-clothed man, transformed by the Shrimp Emperor, turned his neck for a while, and then slowly moved his body. Is this the body of a human? It doesn't seem to be anything special. Then, the Shrimp Emperor responded to Yin Nan, I haven't killed you yet. How could you die easily? Yin Nan, it's time to end the hatred between us. Without waiting for Yin Nan to say anything, the Shrimp Emperor waved his hand,